issues this morning, so we'll begin here just shortly.
City Manager Thornley, can you hear us now?
We cannot hear you, though, Doug.
Star 6, Mr. Thornley?
Okay, now you put yourself on mute.
Nope, we still can't hear you. Can you try now?
Mr. Thornley, you may want to check the earbuds, just as a thought. I know that's been an issue at one point or another.
City Manager Thornley, if you can hang up your work cell for the Zoom, we're going to call you.
Hello?
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry for the troubles.
No trouble at all.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we are ready to rock and roll this morning at 10:14. If you'd like to call the meeting to order.
Yes, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the regular meeting of the Council on Wednesday, November 10th, 2021. Today is the Marine Corps' birthday, and that we have a Marine Corps member with us today, and he's Alex Woodley, the Director of Code Enforcement. And so, Alex, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
All stand, face the flag, I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As well as thanking you and all of our veterans for their service. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right, we'll move into item A2, roll call. Councilmember Breckus.
I'm here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado. Weber.
Here.
Jarden, present remotely. Reese.
Here.
Sheevy, absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Thank
We
you.
will move into item A3, which is general public comment, our first item of the day. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to both matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matters not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is LaVon Reed, followed by Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Jerry Misford.
Thank you, yes.
Good morning, Mayor. We miss you. And we thank you for the Reno Council for today. And happy birthday to the military, the Marines. So thank you for their service. But actually, I'm here on two important issues. First is the rent gouging that's going on all over Reno and Sparks. I know I fell victim just in the past 10 days over my landlord just up and raised our rent $60, and that doesn't sound like much. But you try that for the next 6 years. He's been jacking it up every 6 months because he's a California outfit. And the problem is I live in a trailer park, I own my trailer, and I've watched now 20 people come writing to me as a chaplain telling me they're going to be kicked out of the park because the rent is getting jacked up and they can't afford it and they're on fixed incomes. So we got to do something about this rent gouging and the excessive rents that are going all over Reno and Sparks, and taking out the average person who's maybe the rent is $600 to $800 a month with fixed incomes or on SIS, which I am. I know I'm going to wind up living in a homeless shelter, helping the homeless that I help as a pastor, if I don't come up with 10 grand in the next 14 days. And the sad part is I got almost 14 grand in cash, but because my trailer has now been outdated by the new landlords of the new California group that took over, I can now be homeless real quick, which is kind of ridiculous. And I've been there 6 years. So anyway, my second issue now is for the bus drivers. If you understand, we're at our third strike. This has gone ridiculous now. And I understand that they got pretty much almost 110 articles of the stuff they needed to be covered, their issues. But now they're arguing their pension and their cost increase or something too specific. So for them out there wiping everybody out yesterday, I was in the middle of the medley of watching the strike happen at 12 o'clock yesterday. And I was on Channel 8, so you can believe I watched chaos on chaos. All the customers were being turned against because they were turned against the bus drivers, because the bus drivers are kind of, I think, being kind of greedy now as to what they need with this union. So I asked RTC and I asked Kilos if we need to step down Kilos or get rid of Kilos. Whatever we need to do, the mayor and the governor might have to step in and take out both groups if we have to. But somebody's got to run RTC to run the bus drivers so we don't have a cripple for Reno and Sparks. Mayor, we need your help. I thank you and we miss you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deanne Ratcliffe, followed by Jerry Misford, followed by Michael Miller.
Good morning, members of the Reno City Council. Thank you for being here. I just want to thank you for your service. I recognize that there are a lot of significant issues you are likely going to hear today, and I appreciate all of your work. So obviously, rent and people being homeless are significant issues, but I'm going to talk about something that is a lesser issue but important to me, Verdi roads. I am a 45 plus year resident of Verdi, and I've had the privilege of being an active member of the community during that time. Whoa, it doesn't want to go forward. Oh, sorry, it didn't want to forward. Okay. So I would like to talk about two items today. First, I want to talk about the promises and assurances of how Verdi would be developed, which is present here on the screen when you look at the Mortensen Garson Development Standards Handbook, right? These were promises and assurances given to residents of Verdi. I just really want you to note the star that says impacts to traffic, level of service, and congestion on the Verdi community, and most importantly, that they're going to minimize those traffic impacts for residents of the existing community. So that's my first issue. My second issue is the current safety issues that exist. Okay, so the Garson Interchange, this is my favorite 57-year-old thing. Anyway, the bridge is built in 1964. It's a RIPE 57, so it can get a senior discount. It was designed back in 1961 using the standards of the time, and they did a great job. You'll see pictures here shortly. So this area is unique in terms of the roads. We know that, sorry, let me head back to the Garson Road thing. This is all off the, I think this is off of NDOT's website. So we know that NDOT controls the ramps. We know City of Reno controls all the roads adjacent to the ramps, and we know those go on to the existing county. So it's a unique area in terms of who owns what. This is off of the 2020 NDOT information available for traffic counts. We see that the traffic counts are rather phenomenal compared to what they were throughout the time. Remember, the traffic counts are only done once a year by NDOT. They're one moment in time. Sorry. want to get to my safety issues. This is a Google map of the ramp coming off of I-80 headed west. And where I have that little star there is where the Chevron is on the far side. The parking lot for Boomtown is there. And then you drive over to Boomtown Garson Road. So this is a significant safety issue now. And I think it's that case because of two issues. Number one is all the approved development, which we knew was coming, all of those things. This is a really dysfunctional traffic design. So just yesterday, my mountain biking teenage son said that he saw a car go the wrong way. So that's an only one-way item. They saw a car go the wrong way, go into the Chevron ramp, noted in sort of that light color, and those things happen literally all the time. Unfortunately, safety prevents getting those photographic moments of that, but this is a huge issue, and I would like to ask that this be looked at from the City of Reno perspective, because these are City of Reno roads. So these are a couple of other items. So on the bottom right is the Garson Overpass. As you see, lots of bikers on it. That's a permit load on South Verdi Road. On the top photo, you'll see there's like half of a trailer being hauled. I don't have time to talk about all that. And then that's the pedestrian undercrossing with all the water on Monday afternoon. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Ms. Radcliffe, would you just check in with my liaison? We're going to make some opportunity for you and I to sit down about it a bit more at length, and I think Councilmember Jordan will join us.
Yes, thank you so much. I was going to say, Ms. Radcliffe, I worked with her for many years, back when, as a county commissioner, but I appreciate that you're going to work with her. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Jerry Misford, followed by Michael Millerick, followed by Terry Brooks.
I really didn't need that, but it looks good, doesn't it? Thank you. Okay. Good morning, City Council. Madam Mayor, nice to see you.
Mr. Misford, if you could put your mask back on, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, I was just joking about the mayor. I did put on extra Old Spice just because I thought she'd be here, but anyway. Good morning, City Council. My name is Jerry Mifsud. Most of you know me. I'm the founder and director of ASAP, A Senior Area Project, and I've done a lot of work with the cooperation and help and suggestions from Oscar Too Tall Delgado and Mayor Sheevy, Carl Hall, and Bill Thomas and Kerry Ketsky, and how can I forget Paul Ellison of the city. We've put in my area to protect my fellow seniors, speed humps, flashing lights, the very first senior-related street sign in Reno. I accomplished this in Auburn, California, so I can't thank you enough, but we have a lot of work to be done. So this is all about the Charles Hendrickson overpass, which you're all aware of. It was slated to be removed. I hope for a stay of execution. A couple of years back, I did give my plan for it, the Golden Gateway, but irregardless, you've been approached by Nettie Oliveira of Foothill Partners. I've had several talks with her. She likes my ideas. Maybe she'll retain me. But anyway, she has offered, now, if you had removed the bridge or the overpass and the two spiral casings, it would cost you, two spiral pedestrian walkways, cost you a lot of money. Nettie has offered her organization to do it all and pay for it herself, or that organization, just removing the spiral staircasing and keeping the bridge. I have mixed feelings about it because once you remove those spiral staircasings, you've now taken away half the dream of Charles Hendrickson, who wanted all that put in because he was walking the kids across the street while it was a major highway. The highway people gave that to you folks. Quickly, let them have the project, but stipulate that pillars will remain on each side from the sidewalks, spiral. Have the kids paint them which I wanted to do. I talked to the principal of Sierra Canyon, Rita Canyon, and he's more than willing to do that. If you show a reflection of the kids, of Charles, of the ethnicity of the neighborhood, then you've done the right thing. Also, landscaping around that area, you know how much you pay to clean up the mess over there. If you put boulders, rocks, shrubbery to ensure that there's no more encampments, because there's meth dealing, meth usage, meth people that are taking in that space over there. I deal with meth dealers all the time. I've thwarted 5 or 6. Anyway, I want to thank you very much for giving me your time. And I was going to sing you a song, but anyway. Thanks.
Michael Millerick, followed
Thanks a
by
lot.
Terry Brooks.
Nice to see you. Thank you, Oscar. Bonnie.
Thank you so much.
Carl.
Followed by Sarah Elvin and Rabbi Mendel Koren.
I paid you $2 a clap. You didn't go over the fellow.
Good morning. I'm Michael Millerick, and I'm a retired from 18 years of service in the central office of the Washoe County School District. I live on South Arlington Avenue, just north of Mount Rose Street. Arlington is one of the only 2 or 3 main arteries from Plum Lane, from downtown to Plum Lane. The speed limit is 30 miles an hour, and I can assure you that at least half the time, cars traveling north and south are speeding between 45 and 50 miles an hour. In over 2 years I've lived on South Arlington, I have possibly seen 3 to 5 cars being ticketed for speeding. Something's wrong with this picture, and the picture represents a risk to pedestrians as well as those traveling in automobiles. I'm not familiar with the city's police department's traffic enforcement operation. However, a common sense look at the police deployment begs the question, is there sufficient power devoted to traffic enforcement? I have a suggestion, which I'm certain would take minimal amount of patrol time and without any question slow down the excessive speeding on Arlington. On a monthly basis, establish a bi-weekly speed enforcement program for 1 or 2 hours in the most heavily trafficked times and ticket as many cars as possible. Clearly, those inclined to speed will see this happening and find a solid financial deterrent to not speed. I understand the amount for speeding a ticket is $115 to $220. I trust there are reasons why some may disagree with my suggestion. However, let me remind council that in our city, the pedestrian fatality rate is twice the national average, and in 2019, it was the deadliest for pedestrians. People who speed kill. What are our priorities when the suggestion I'm making seems eminently reasonable? In the last few seconds I have, I'd like to mention that I came to the school district in 1984 when there was the illustrious board members Steve McQueen, Robert McQueen, and Jerry Whitehead, and Dr. Moss was superintendent. I served 20 years sitting in this position watching our school board, and I want to compliment you on your dedication and your commitment to service. Thank you very much.
Mr. Millerick, I wanted to say thank you for being here, and I remember working with you in those days.
I would like to mention that I am hearing impaired, and since the pandemic, I can't hear anything, so I'm not going to be able to stay because I can't hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Terry Brooks, followed by Sarah Coonan and Rabbi Mendel Coonan, followed by Mara Langer.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address trying to adapt to poor health in the case of homelessness. Last time I was here, I talked about hunger. Today I'd like to talk about poor health. Being hungry and homeless can certainly lead to poor health. If being homeless and hungry is difficult to adapt to, then being in poor health is also difficult to adapt to. If you're physically healthy, you can physically adapt to change, as well as mentally adapting to such change. But if you're homeless and in poor health and don't have health insurance, it can then worsen your lack of assurance. And when you lack such self-assurance, it can then lead to lessening your endurance. If you have a home where you can rest, then you will be able to recover at your best. But if instead you are homeless, it's harder to recover from your illness. If you don't have air conditioning or have a home with heat, hot or cold weather is more difficult to beat. If you don't have access to proper hygiene, it's harder to adapt to a lifestyle that is not clean. For yourself, it is harder to take care if you don't have clean and proper clothing to wear. If you are sick and don't have proper medications, it can then cause some serious complications. And without access to a physician, it can then worsen your poor condition. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have even more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Sarah Coonan and Rabbi Mendel Coonan, followed by Meryl Langer, followed by Jana Wedig.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Coonan. Myself and my husband, Rabbi Coonan, we co-lead Chabad of Northern Nevada. It's a Jewish educational and social service organization. I also founded the Aleph Academy, which is the only Jewish preschool in town and Jewish day school. And I'm now the organizational director of that. So I appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing towards redistricting, and I know it's not an easy topic, but I wanted to speak about the Jewish community. We are small in numbers here. We are a minority. There's only about a few thousand Jews that live within Northern Nevada, but it is a community that does all get along and likes to stick together. We're very, very blessed. And the map that I know that you are all in favor of actually splits that community in half. Or in thirds. So there's the Chabad or Aleph Academy, which is on the corner of Moana and Clover between Lakeside and Plumas. There is Temple Emmanuel, which is down Lakeside, and then there is the Atlantis. And the way these all connect is, as observant Jews on our Sabbath, so on sundown on Fridays until dark on Saturdays, we only can walk. So we cannot use transportation. So what happens in the Jewish community is that people tend to live closer to each other, and business people will stay at the Atlantis so that they can come to services, so that they can walk. And so this becomes an integral part of the community. And so I know in Map C, it does keep that together, that integrity together of that community. And looking at Moana, I know on a map, that it looks like that would be the defining line. That would make sense. We do have seniors that live all the way up and down Lakeside, but this is not about a map. This is not about a piece of paper. This is really about keeping a community intact and together. So thank you all, and we really appreciate your hard work and everything you do. We've been part of this community for about 25 years, and we feel very blessed to be part of it.
Thank you.
Mara Langer, followed by Jana Wittig, followed by Uppender Dillon.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mara Langer. I want to start out by saying thank you to each and every one of you for your hard work and dedication to this city. I also want to say thank you for your intense investigation and thoughtfulness into the redistricting maps. I too am coming forward regarding this issue of the Jewish community. I work for the Jewish community of Nevada, and part of my goal is to keep community whole and allowing the Jewish community to come together as a peoplehood. And with the implications of the Plan B, it would be separating those locations that the Coonans just announced, being the two different synagogues, which are highly observant, and the members of those synagogues walk to and from shul on Friday night and Saturday. And then in addition, many people who come to visit town stay at the Atlantis. There's several different types of food services and groceries, including the European Bazaar and other local places that people go, and the walking capability of those and having a Jewish continuity within that area is imperative to keeping our Jewish population whole. I want to point out two different things on the redistricting. One is neighborhood integrity, and the other one is keeping the nature and the ethos of those districts and communities together. And this is a valuable part and point of what our request is, that if you are going to adopt Plan B, the mapping of Plan B, that you consider that area of Moana of Plan C into Plan B. And I thank you for your time. Congratulations to the Marines on their birthday, and thank you.
Jana Wedig, followed by Oppender Dillon, followed by Byron Bergeron.
Bergeron, thank you.
Sorry about that. Council members, thank you today for the
Mr.
opportunity.
Bergeron, can you please take your seat?
I will.
There is someone speaking at the podium and you're being
I was
rude.
addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Please be seated. Can we restart the time? Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. Thank you so much. Council members, I want to thank you all today for giving me the opportunity to make a public comment. My comment will be brief. I'm speaking to the item E1 on the agenda, the redistricting plan. My name is Jana Wedig, and I'm the president of the Double Diamond Ranch Master Association HOA group. I'm speaking today on behalf of our board and all of our homeowners. We do have 3,104 homes in Double Diamond. I'm sure most of you are aware. And by the numbers you typically use, that's about 7,500 residents in the city of Reno. We are very much aware that redistricting the wards is required right now due to the population growth. And we're also very much aware that the proposed map A splits Double Diamond in half, not in half, splits off part of our villages. We would ask that you please don't divide Double Diamond. We're a very active community, a very involved community. We're doing great things for all of our homeowners and for South Reno. We've much appreciated the assistance that we've received and guidance that we've received from Naomi, and we want to continue to have a unified voice with this council, with all of our homeowners in one ward. We are asking that you choose map B or C. Both of those keep Double Diamond intact. And we would like you to leave Double Diamond together as one neighborhood represented by Naomi. That's my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Oppender Dillon, followed by Byron Bergeron, followed by Lucky Walia.
Respectable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Oppender Dillon, and we have 3 stores in downtown, including buffering area. My family and I came to Reno back in 1992, almost 29 years ago. We started our first store in Reno Center and 4th Street. We have worked very hard all these years and raised our kids in Reno area. I currently have a store located on 330 Evans Avenue by RTC bus station, where people come to downtown by bus from all over the city and buy single items for their needs, whether it is on the way to work or on the way back home. Recently, the city has moved the shelter to a different location. By doing so, we have lost $1,000 in gross sales per day. And also, by moving the shelter away from this area, have solved a lot of problems. Police department can witness that there is a less crime in that area by moving that shelter away from the store. We are struggling at this time. On top of this, the city is passing the new law that stores downtown cannot sell single beer, which includes 50 ml, 200 ml liquor, and a lot more. Our store sale depends on single item sales. We sell 75% items in single sales. By stopping these item sales, we have to close the stores and go out of business. There are 40 stores in downtown area, including the buffering area. In each store, if we have 5 employees times 40, that means 200 people will be out of job, and it will have a big impact on their families. I will lose all of 3 of my stores. This means my lifetime saving is gone. The city gave us a liquor license to sell liquor and beer to the public. They did not give us a license to stop people from drinking in the public. This is Reno Police Department's duty, to stop people from drinking in public, since this is a law. We believe it is not fair to stop us from selling alcohol to public in downtown. The city also stopping us from selling in buffering area where there is no problem from homeless people. That area is in a good neighborhood, and one of my store is in buffering area. Also, by giving license to people who wants to open a 10,000 square feet store is a discrimination by taking business away from small business owners and giving it to people with more financial resources. I will not only request, but I will beg the city, do not pass this law. We hope that the city will not destroy our families, and we do believe in our city of Reno with respect and hope. Thank you.
Byron Bergeron, followed by Lucky Walia, followed by TJ Patel.
Thank you, folks.
Overhead,
Can I
please.
have this put up? Where you
Yep,
guys
we're
can
putting it
see
up for you, Mr. Bergeron.
Oh, I
Just a
appreciate
second.
that very much. So what the proposal right now, and I represent 4 of the people, Opender, Perminder, and 2 other stores. And what is being said is they shouldn't sell singles, but omission from that is that if you're 10,000 square feet or a casino, you can. And 98% of the people that own convenience stores are of Hindi, Bengali, Punjabi, thank you very much, descent. Even some people who are Muslim. It's going to subject this city to a federal lawsuit. Now, I don't do that sort of thing, so that is not a threat, but it's probably going to happen if this proposal is enacted. And it's arbitrary because you can walk across the street and buy a single. So the only thing that is happening is that some people can't sell a beer or something else. And if you recall, there was a gentleman in New York who was trying to sell single cigarettes, and that was not a good idea to enforce that. We want people to drink 1 beer, not 6 or 12. So I think this is a poorly intentioned proposal. You might disagree with me. I'm okay with everybody disagreeing with me.
Mr. Bergeron,
I
could you
just
speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. It's okay. I just don't think it's well thought out. So, it's Perminder, not Lucky. He goes by Lucky because he's okay with calling him Lucky. But he's of Hindi descent. His name is Perminder, and his store is right across the street from Rayleigh's. So what this proposed, or I'm trying really hard to get this out, what this proposed ordinance will do is prohibit him from selling a single, and all somebody has to do is walk across the street and buy it from Rayleigh's. That seems unintentionally discriminatory. And I believe it's unintentional. I really do. It's well-intentioned, but the effect is disparate impact. And I thank you for your time. Boy, that's about as fast as I've had to get that out. 3 minutes, my
Lucky
goodness.
Walia, followed by TJ Patel, followed by Patrick Coleman.
Good morning, all members. Is there any way I can have this map again on screen? Thank you. So I'll start. My name is Parminder Walia, and I'm the owner of the 7-Eleven at Keystone Avenue. We are right on the edge of the end of the proposed buffer area. We will have a huge financial impact with this proposal, and according to our map, we will lose approximately $1,000 a day, which is $30,000 a month in the sales. We invested quite a bit of money, about $500,000, to secure our retirement, our kids' future. So all will be gone if this one is imposed. The unfairness of the boundaries will have an even more effect, since directly across the street, there are 2 beer and liquor stores, and within close proximity, there are 2 more stores that sell beer and liquor, none of which are in the buffer area. It will have a huge impact on us, and it won't do a thing to support your proposed restrictions, since they can cross the street and buy whatever they want, even from the Rayleigh's, CVS, and a couple smaller liquor stores. We sell a lot more than just beer and liquor. We sell everyday household necessities, fresh food, frozen food, packaged food, and groceries. Well over a quarter of our business is food. 7-Eleven should not be limited as other liquor stores just because of our square footage. In short, 7-Elevens are a smaller version of the big box stores. I feel 7-Eleven should be excluded from the restrictions and included to be reviewed like a larger grocery stores, since we provide as much or more than they do serving our community food, non-alcoholic beverage and grocery. We are known internationally as a shopping destination for our customers. They even Google anytime, day or night, to find us, a 7-Eleven near me. So another thing is, which we were trying to accomplish to get this homeless thing resolved. First of all, we never had this issue in our stores. Never had a problem with homeless issues, because we are far, far away from downtown, even across the freeway. So now, moving these homeless shelters away from downtown, we are even farther away. So that means if we never had a problem before, we will not have problem again either in future. So my request is we should not be included in this buffer area, since I'm right at the edge, and across the street, 4 stores can sell this single beer, but I cannot. So thank you so much for taking your time, and please consider our situation and our neighborhood needs. Thank you for consideration, and remove 7-Eleven from our buffer area restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you.
TJ Patel, followed by Patrick Coleman, followed by Masud A. Shagor.
Good morning. My name is TJ Patel. I represent the Fireside Market here in downtown. So along with everyone else, the proposal idea that the city has given, it doesn't really stop the abuse of alcohol. They're bringing in the fact that, sure, you can't buy smaller bottles, but at the same time, you're helping people buy more, right? So it's going to cause a bigger problem there. A main reason that this started in 2019 was because the homeless shelter was bringing in a lot of homeless people and causing a lot of crime and whatnot. Since then, the homeless shelter has now been moved down East 4th Street. So it's only been a couple months. So they should give it some more time to kind of see the stats and stuff and see if this is actually a proposal that's worth changing. Most of our customers that we get downtown are actually hardworking people. We're right by the bus stop, so we have people that go into work, going out to work. And most of the times, they don't want to go home and grab a 6-pack or a 12-pack or buy larger bottles. They want 1 or 2 right before bed, have it, get ready, start the next day. So that's actually hurting a lot of the bigger issues of the bigger people that actually want to just have one drink. The bigger issue with this proposal as well is that our store is open 24 hours. Now, with that 24 hours, the city has proposed that between the hours of 12 and 5, they would need additional security or clerk to be there. Most of our stores, we use that time, or we stay open, not because of the business, but just for security purposes. And so having another employee would just actually raise our financial problems if you're already cutting our revenue. The stores, like everyone mentioned, it does cost about $1,000 a day of business that we will be losing. That stat's been kind of thrown out by More Distribution, where most of our stores consider about 60% of our alcohol sales are single-serve sales. With that in mind, having somebody else be there would cost a lot more. Another issue that they have is that the licenses, they're saying that the licenses, they want to increase the number of licenses, but if you're increasing the number of liquor licenses, you're pretty much saying we can add more liquor downtown, and that's complete opposite of what the proposal is trying to do. It's hard enough right now finding employees for 1 or 2 hours, but from the hours of 12 to 5, it's going to be even harder because nobody wants to work those graveyard shifts. Having all this proposal is going to hurt a lot of these businesses, and a lot of these businesses are pretty much going to be able to be shut down because this is causing a big problem. That's all I have. Thank you.
Patrick Coleman, followed by Mased Shagor, followed by William Puchert.
Morning, City Council. I'm Patrick Coleman. I apologize for looking at my phone. I just made some notes because I didn't want to borrow a pen, but I'm here to speak about the packaged alcohol sales and the Safescape ordinances that are proposed within Title V. I live on East 4th Street at Quincy and 4th. I've got a little convenience store, my neighbor, Nemo's Market. And we've got a number of convenience stores down 4th Street, past Wells, and in what would be, I think, the new, let's see here, 4th Street Safescape buffer area. So as I reviewed the staff report, I feel that it's significantly lacking, at least from my first glance at it. Exhibit F in the staff report specifically goes through the businesses that could be impacted by this ordinance. And, you know, there's a few other exhibits. I'm sure you can pull them up. They're probably going to get pulled up when you guys go through this. But the 4th Street side has no dots in it, no businesses listed for the 4th Street Safescape. I do see in the one Exhibit F, the Depot is listed, but not Black Rabbit Meads, Lead Dog, Battleborn Brewery, Basin and Range Cellars, Reno Distillery, Pigeon Head. The C-store is down on the proposed 4th Street Safescape is Golden Gate Petroleum, Food and Liquor number 3, Nilman's Market, Nessa Food and Liquors, Nemo's Market next to me. The issue I see is specifically the accessory package alcohol sales seems to apply to me, and I'd love any insight to any alcohol licensee or general store that sells packaged goods. Specifically, it says includes alcohol processing. So putting this kind of burden in the brewery district on 4th Street that we've been trying to develop for 10% fresh food sales, security if a bar stays open after midnight, and, limiting exactly what they can sell in growlers and things to go like that. It seems very onerous and against the whole purpose of building that district. So I understand that there's issues downtown and that, it's easy to say single shots are what the issue are and it's a food desert, and that is a real issue. But, 4th Street, I don't see our issues being living there and working there, the convenience stores or the breweries or the distilleries. I think a lot of those things help everybody in the neighborhood. And most do provide fresh food, even the ones downtown, because they have to comply if they want to accept SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So I would just throw all of that out there and ask that staff would really look into that 4th Street extension of this buffer zone. It seems like an unnecessary burden on an area that's already dealing with, very, very, very big challenges, so that we're working through constantly. Thank you very much for the time.
Masud A. Shagor, followed by William Puchert, followed by Leanne Chaffin.
Good morning, respectable council members and everybody here, my fellow business people. Everything should have a valid and fruitful reason. I was keep reading, and I do not understand why they want us to stop selling 50 ml, 200 ml, and single beers. What is the reason behind it? If we see somebody is intoxicating, how much alcohol that person drink? Is it 50 ml or the big bottles? So we are the part of the city of Reno. We do need to keep clean our city. Then tourists can come, and we all can be happy, have more businesses. But somebody has to tell me to stop selling us 50 ml and 200 ml single beers, what it will do. It will keep the city clean. It will keep the bum out of the town. The bum will be out of the town if they make the homeless center further, which they did. And we have significant result for that. This is the slow time of the year, and when homeless center is a little bit far, we get the good result. So we are the part of the city, and we need to keep our city good and good standing, but killing our businesses, like 20 business and 200 peoples. As for example, my son is going to NR, my younger son is going to Reno High School, and I have to support my family, and I'm running a little store across of the city of Reno. I forgot to mention my name. I'm Masud Ahmed Shagor, and my store name is Silver Smoke. So that's a little store I'm running and try to raise the good family. And someone has to describe to stop selling 50 ml, 200 ml, and single beer, what it will do good for our city. The other things, they can do the incentive. Say, okay, if we stop selling this beer and liquor, then the business people will lose $200,000 a month, and we'll give you that money. We're happy for that. Everything should have a feedback. So I'm here to urging, I'm begging, please, please think about it. What is your mind? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? Stopping business and putting the well in the wailing here? Let the big business open and they can sell everything. Let keep the bar open and then people can get drunk and come outside and sitting against the business. Now one thing I'm really wants to mention that when a bum people sleeping and sitting in front of the business, and I do call the police officer, and I talk to them and they say, we are helpless. We cannot do nothing about it. Who can do that? How are we going to keep our town clean? To stopping selling 50 ml and 200 ml and the single beer, is it going to clean? Is going to keep our city clean? If you give the description, we'll happy for that. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
William Poochert, followed by Leanne Chaffin, followed by Bill Stewart.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Willie Poochert, and I'm the president of the Sons and Daughters of Erin, and this is Michael Delastia, the treasurer of our organization, and we are both Northwest Reno residents. I wish to thank you for your consideration for the donation towards my organization on your consent agenda today. We are a nonprofit Irish heritage organization that has been in existence for over a half a century. And the family names of some of our founders, prominent businessmen and elected officials of that era, remain familiar in our community today. Healy, O'Mara, Connolly, and Sullivan. One of the missions of our organization is to preserve the Irish history of our area. We supported the restoration of graves of almost 30 Irish family burial plots up in Hillside Cemetery near the university in recent years. Some of the names are familiar, as the Mayberries, who popular West Reno Street is named after. We also continue almost a century-long tradition of a ceremonial sprinkling of shamrocks from Ireland on the grave of the Irish-American aviator William Blanchfield on St. Patrick's Day. Blanchfield was the name of Reno's first airport, located at the Washoe County Golf Course off Plumas. Aside from supporting charities over the years that support our most vulnerable populations, we support the local Celtic Festival, various Irish and Celtic musicians, such as the Sierra Highlanders Pipe Band, who, by the way, their dress uniform consists of the green and blue plaid Mackay tartan to honor the Irish immigrant John Mackey, who I'm sure all of you know. UNR's School of Mine and football stadium are named after, and we also participate in various events such as parades and local festivals. We have been involved with park beautification efforts such as the planting of trees at St. Patrick's Grove on the east side of Rancho San Rafael Park, and that's where we hold our annual picnic. According to a 2020 Zip Atlas study, nearly 12% of Reno residents identify as Irish, and we all know that number goes up even higher on a certain day in March. Since we meet most months out of the year at Ryan's Saloon on Wells, and we invite those of you who have an interest in Irish culture and history to join. You may find us online at irishnevada.org or on Facebook at the Sons and Daughters of Erin. Mila Bayachis, 1,000 thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poochert, and for being here today. And of course, I'll just identify that this is the reason why I'm dressed as I am. Really happy that you are here. Thanks.
And we would invite all of you to come to our local Celtic celebration next May 21st, and kilts are allowed, and well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Leanne Chafin, followed by Bill Stewart, followed by Dmitry Litvinov.
Thank you. Courage is what it takes to stand up and speak. Courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. Winston Churchill. I implore you, the City Council and Mayor, to listen and to critically think about this entire situation and vaccine mandate. Why would one choose to lose their livelihoods, their jobs, careers, calling, passions, and social circles, and their freedoms? If enacted January 5th, our city will possibly lose 1/3 or more of our heroes. The COVID vaccine mandate is an overreach of governmental powers and is unconstitutional. Even with an emergency declaration, to force someone to take a vaccine to lose their job is wrong. Recognizing immunity would be a good start for those who have recovered from the disease. More than that, the City of Reno government is stating no option for weekly testing. OSHA requires weekly testing, so why would you go against that option? Our police department, fire department, and other city employees, and the citizens of the Reno area are paying attention and will vote appropriately. Please consider the following. Our community, our police, our fire departments deserve better. We don't have enough street cops as it is. There are only 12 to 15 street police in a shift for the whole city right now. After police are fired and quit, what will you do? Reno area will be a crime haven. The riots that were in Reno were an embarrassment to our city. Not only was there not enough gear for our law enforcement, but the demeaning of the brave and the few that tried to protect our city, let alone this building we are in right now. On your agenda today is approving the city manager's salary of $349,000 a year, yet you claim you cannot afford to test your employees as an alternative to forced vaccines. Never forget that everything Hitler said, everything that Hitler did was legal. Martin Luther King Jr. Please listen and be respectful to those who do not agree with you. Do not silence those who you do not agree with. An emergency does not allow the federal government or state governments to grant themselves any new powers. The federal government is still one of the enumerated powers, and the states cannot act arbitrarily. For extreme government actions such as commandeering, confiscating American businesses may be able to invoke constitutional rights and protect their property. Thank you for your time.
Bill Stewart, followed by Dmitry Litvinov.
Good morning. For the record, William T. Stewart. Elected officials, thank you for your time. Just wanted to talk to you. Turn this around? Oh. I don't think it'll fit. Oh, there you go. There we go. Perfect. Like, what are you saying? Okay. Thank you for your time. So just almost a year to the date, November 17th, last 2011. I don't know where you were, but I was on the Collin Fire, and that was obviously a devastating event in our local history. So what we want to do is make sure we learn from our past mistakes and don't repeat them. So what I have in front of you is NFPA's FireWise community outreach program. I've talked to both Chief Cochran and Trey Palmer about this, as well as Chief Moore and any other elected officials and fire chiefs that will listen. I think it's time for the community to come together and make sure that we don't have catastrophic wildfires like we saw this past summer, and more smoke-filled skies and breathing problems and on and on and on. So how do we address this? This is one way. You guys, local officials working together. One of the things I've reached out to Catherine Cortez Mastro's office about the amount of money that's coming through Nevada here in this short time, and hopefully that will trickle down to local economies as well as Reno and the county to be able to put programs like this in place, to hire more prevention officers, to have community risk reduction programs so we can go out to these communities and make sure that they're fire safe. I've done that for the past 3 years in Truckee. I recently retired from Truckee Meadows in 2017. Then I worked for Truckee Fire for 3 years as a fire prevention specialist. I know fire firsthand. I've been in it, right in the dragon's way. So I know full well what it does and how quickly it consumes not only resources, but also homes. So that being said, I just wanted to take this time to let you know that the company I'm working for now is Wilderness Forestry. We are able to go out and do large projects, not only small homes, but also large timber projects. We've been working in Truckee quite a bit. We've been doing some stuff in Somerset, Arrow Creek, Montreux, throughout the whole county, trying to let people know what they need to do to be obviously educated, but also preparing communities. We need to go back to the big picture and talk about architects building houses, the cliffs up in Somerset. If you've been up there, those houses are right on top of each other. And there's not a whole lot of way for those people to get out if there's a fire running up Peavine. And then I see more and more real estate signs going further and further up Peavine. I'm like, when's it going to stop? So these are things I hope that you guys can continue to address and use your influence with not only our county and elected officials, but also the state, and figure out how we solve this problem. Because, enough's enough. How many more people need to lose their houses? Whether it's through negligence of people starting fires, or lightning, or PG&E, or NV Energy, or you name the cause. I just thank you for your time and appreciate you guys taking this issue seriously, and whatever we can do to help, we're here for you. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I'm hoping that we have someone that can get more information. One of our liaisons will talk with you.
And can I drop off some literature for you guys to look at?
Dmitry Litvinov.
Hello, my name is Dmitry. I'm representing convenience store in downtown called A Smart on the corner of West 2nd and West and 2nd Street. Most of my customers are retired people and disabled people who live in El Cortez Hotel, in Centra Hotel, who live above me. They don't have any transportation, they don't have any help to do anything. A lot of times they come downstairs to my store only to get single serve of beer because they're disabled, they're retired, they cannot go far, they cannot drink more than that. So if we will take all single serves of beer, shots, 200 mLs, so all that people have to walk far, far away, and they don't have any transportation. And in downtown Reno, living a lot of retired and disabled people, a lot in all motel hotels in downtown. So on all workshop, I don't remember his last name, Alex, he mentioned a lot of times like City of Reno tried to copy Henderson, Las Vegas, another city who did same experience, who remove all single serve beer, shots, and 200 mLs. And when I asked him, is any of that city have shelter in downtown? And he's like, no. So then, if City of Reno bring shelter to downtown, how we can get rid of it, homeless, and bomb people from downtown? Yes, I understand we need to get a city cleaner and all that stuff, but that is not the resolution to take single source from all convenience stores in downtown. Like I mentioned, because of retired people, disabled people, and about experience from other cities. How that possible to bring shelter in and move homeless people out? So I don't see any sense in this point to remove all that cells. Another topic about hiring extra person for the night shift. How that possible in this difficult time? Right now, everybody sit on unemployment money. They don't want to work. I put hiring sign on my window for over half a year. I got 3 people who come into work. They work 2 weeks, 1 month, and quit. They want to get money from unemployment. They get job for 2 weeks or 1 month, and after that they quit and go to unemployment. So how we can find, if we already short on hands, we already short on help to stock stores and everything, how we can find another employer for the night time? Because of, like I mentioned, because of this difficult time. This is almost not possible. So please check all that things, and maybe you will find more than I say. And I will say same as all my neighbors. Please, I will beg you very much, please do not remove, because this is very huge chunk of business. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional live public comment. For the record, we received 24 comments that were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, November 9th. These comments were written correspondence received via reno.gov online public comment or by email to our office, and copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on the public meeting portal. 1 in favor, 14 in opposition, and 9 concerned, again, from various topics. In addition, we received 1 anonymous voicemail, which we cannot play for the public due to vulgarity in the recording. However, that has been the transcript of that has been included for the record. And at this time, we're going to transition into voicemails, in which we have 4. Okay, we will recap on voicemails once we resolve some of our technical issues. So at this time, we would move on to item A4, which is approval of the agenda, and I'm going to go ahead and send it to City Manager Thornley.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Just a couple of housekeeping issues this morning. Items D4 and D5 should be open together. D5 should be heard first. A reminder that there's a ribbon cutting scheduled for roughly noon out on the plaza, and the items related to the university, D1 and D2, President Sandoval will be in chambers at 2 o'clock.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I'm assuming that you, Councilwoman
yes.
Breckus, was part of that yes vote.
Oh, the agenda.
Were there any changes to the agenda? Okay.
Thank you. Moving
Just a
on.
couple of,
Go ahead. Mr. Manager?
I was just going to repeat it for Councilmember Breckus, but if we're good, I don't have to.
Would you go ahead and repeat it?
Of course. Items D4 and D5, Councilmember Breckus need to be open together. D5 should be heard first. Items D1 and D2 are related to the university. President Sandoval will be available and in chambers at 2 o'clock. And a reminder for the council that there is a ribbon cutting scheduled on the plaza for as close to 12 o'clock as we can make it.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, then we'll go on to the next item.
All right, we're moving into our consent agenda. It should be noted for the record that we did receive one comment in favor from Mr. Poochert, which he just spoke in general public comment, and we have no general public comment registered at this time.
Thank you. Okay, so then we'll start with Ms. Breckus.
I'd like to pull item B10, please.
B10? Thank you. At large, council member? Therese? None? Go down to Councilmember Jordan?
None for me, thank you. None
Ms.
for
Dorr?
me, thank you.
Madam Mayor? I don't hear anything, and I don't have anything.
Are her votes being, I'd like to know, are her votes being recorded? She's sitting in the back. Is she voting? How do you know if she's voting?
I did not register her vote for approval of the agenda.
Okay.
And that's the only vote that we've taken at this time. So
Okay.
we're moving into the consent, which at this
Okay.
point, only B10 has been pulled by Councilmember Breckus. So we're looking
Okay,
for a motion.
so she's
to
not
approve.
participating?
I did
Motion
not.
to approve.
Huh?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the rest of the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That's a
The
6-0
motion
vote.
carries unanimously.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll go to Ms. Breckus.
Yeah, this is amending Mr. Thornley's contract, and I pulled it because I won't be voting in support of it, and I'll just reference for the minutes, my reasons were disclosed at our last meeting for this vote, and that last meeting was held on October 27th. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed,
Councilmember Breckus.
and that vote was, oh, is that a 5-1 vote?
Yes, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
we're moving on to item C1,
Thank you.
which is discussion and potential approval of a collective bargaining unit between City of Reno and Local 39.
Thank you. We'll have a staff presentation.
Yes, hi, good morning. Norma Santoyo, your HR Director for the record. It's a pleasure to be here to present to you our collective bargaining agreement between the City of Reno and our International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 39. First, I'd like to take a moment to really reflect on what a hardworking group of individuals we have here at the City of Reno. I am coming upon my 4 months with the City of Reno, and I am just feeling really blessed to be part of the team. I have had an opportunity to get to know some of these hardworking individuals and am just, wow, we have an awesome team. So before you, I wanted to first share, well, let me see, make sure I got this right. Local 39 are two groups. One is our frontline employees, which are employees such as our maintenance technicians, our parks and rec staff, our mechanics, 911 dispatchers, and then, of course, their immediate supervisors. This is one of our largest labor groups here at the City of Reno, comprising close to a quarter of our workforce. So definitely appreciate them a lot. Our previous employment contract with them went through January 31st of 2021, and I have to give them a big shout out. They were extremely helpful with the city and supportive when the uncertainties of the pandemic were being evaluated, and they willingly extended their employment contract to give us some time to assess what those risks were. This is why we ended up extending it to January 31 of 2021. Negotiations did start in April of 2021, and I can't take any credit for that because that happened all before me, but I also have to give a big thank you for our negotiating team, which was led by our finance director in absence of the HR director, and they did an outstanding job. Some of the key things that's important to highlight: this collective bargaining agreement is consistent with the other labor agreements that we've brought before you prior to this one. What it does do is it provides this workforce a one-time lump sum payment, which is equal to 2.5% of their pay for 7 months, which would be between July 2020 and January 2021, and that is consistent with other labor groups. Also provides a 2.5% cost of living adjustment in February of 2021, July of 2021, and then July of 2022. Next, we'll jump into the fiscal impact. I won't go into reading all the numbers as they are before you, but I can tell you both of these groups combined are about 6.4 million over the term of the contract. And it's important to highlight, which I forgot to do earlier, this agreement does take us through June of 2023, which adds an additional year from the other labor groups' contracts expiring, so it gives us a little bit more time. And then you will see before you the breakdown by fiscal year for each particular group, and then the overall before you. Next steps are just to share with you, the tentative agreement was reached October 18th and ratified by the membership of Local 39 on October 27th. And so today, we're asking for your approval of these two labor agreements, and that would be a joint motion for both groups being approved. One for our non-supervisory groups and the other for our supervisory unit. I am here to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your work on this, and welcome to the city. And I've heard great things about your work as well, so we're thrilled to have you here also.
Thank you so much.
Very excited to see this fantastic labor group coming forward again and being so cooperative and reasonable and rational with regards to their increase. 2.5% is a consistent regional union percentage increase. Can you tell me about, what is the term of this? How many years?
Yeah, this is actually from February 2021 through June 30th of 2023.
So it's a two-year contract?
It's a two-year contract.
Which is a general consistency is a 2-year, correct?
It is as well.
Okay. Can you tell me this, have we historically, or are we here basing increases on inflation?
My understanding from my research and being here only for 4 months is that's definitely a consideration for a lot of labor agreements, but it also is an internal consistency as well as where the labor market is for the specific types of jobs.
Okay, so while it's considered, it's not the marker by which you propose the increases?
That's correct.
Okay, so 2.5%, great work.
Thank you.
I think you did great. I love this group and all of our labor groups, and I'm so appreciative of everybody's cooperation to resolve any issues and come to a contract agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, oh, Madam Mayor? Pardon?
Using bottles.
Oh, okay. Thank you. There's many people that would like to speak. But I want to make sure that we are on item C1 and C2. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's my
Wanna make
understanding.
sure.
I think it's.
Thank you. So we'll go to Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to review both of the contracts. I think that you all did a very good job of trying to find a way to honor our employees. Both of these particular groups, both non-supervisory and supervisory, work very hard and do a considerable amount of work for the city, some of which is not entirely visible to all the people all the time. And so I also wanted to share with you, I received a call this morning before council from Jerry Frederick, who's the Supervisory Association and Non-Supervisory Association President. Actually, I think he's just non-supervisory, but in any event, he could not be here today. Oh, he's both of them, that's right. I just want to make sure. He couldn't be here today, but he did wish to convey his sincere gratitude to you and your team for the sort of the tenor of the negotiations, the willingness to listen and sort of suss out important topics. And he basically said, I feel like in many ways for this contract that we just have a new opportunity, a new relationship. And I take it that is also related to our management team, starting with Mr. Thornley. And so, again, I just thank you. I convey to you Mr. Frederick's thanks as well, and we'll be in support of both motions or the combined motion. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing
Next
that.
up is Councilmember Delgado.
I think Councilwoman Breakfast is ahead of me.
Yeah, I think my bottle went up first.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead then.
Thank you.
Councilmember Breck.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Thanks for.
I didn't see him.
I want to congratulate you, your team. I think it is worthy to give credit to the team that did it when your seat was not filled, and to the bargaining group. They are hard workers, always out in the neighborhoods doing really tough work, and I really appreciate the jobs that they do, and I appreciate being a part of an organization that values their labor. The manager was not available on Monday to go over a few questions, and can I just ask you these off the top of your head? And if you don't have it, we can move on. But it would save me time not having to follow up on with you. Is there precedent for us having a gap in contracts, and how do you manage that what happened when it was not in place? Did it evergreen over or stay in effect?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Ruckus. Are you talking about the time, the term of the contract?
Yes, from the last one. Did it evergreen over, or how was?
No, there was actual discussion and action taken to extend the life of the contract.
Okay.
Through February. And this was something the city did, I can't take credit for it, but the city's relationship with all of our labor groups, because of that positive relationship, they were all open to extending.
Okay, so
that contract.
we did side ink an extension.
That's correct.
That's good. Now, I won't talk about the page, but there's something about working files in the departments, and then that those can be destructed within 6 months, or have to be destroyed within 6 months. Is there a clarity or a policy going to be written on when a file is open, so you know when those dates are? It's a new language in the contract. I was just curious about that.
Thank you for that question. Norma Santoyo again, Councilwoman. I failed to share with the council that we did have other clarifying points in this agreement. Part of it was language cleanup, and then some other smaller things like food allowances and uniform allowances that were included in here. We will take that back and look at a need for a policy. I had not considered that, so we'll take note of that.
Okay, because it seems 6 months you have to destroy these. How do you know? That was the question. And then there was language of a complaint versus a grievance inserted. What is the difference between a complaint and a grievance?
I don't have a definition for you right now, but that we inserted in there. But typically, the grievance would fall under their specific grievance procedures that are outlined in the collective bargaining agreement. And a complaint can be, it's typically something that's given an opportunity to be resolved before getting to a grievance.
Okay, I get that. And then the layoff order was reorganized. How do those play with the civil service rules? I'm the liaison to the Civil Service Commission, and I like to update them on what we do here?
It's my understanding it was to be consistent. Again, it was administrative cleanup of language.
Okay, because they inserted part-times. And then, if I could, just on the tables of the salaries, the third column had something inserted called 10% max. What was that? Is that for compression, or how is that organized?
My understanding is that that is it. So you have the parity. In other words, there's a parity between the different pay grades and for compaction issues. And that is typically business standard for when you do pay ranges between the different classifications.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and I apologize for going over time. I just didn't get a chance to go over these and don't want them
Thank you so
hanging in my
much.
mind. Thank you.
Council Member Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. More of a just congratulations and thank you for the hard work. We work with a lot of labor groups, and especially Local 39 has been a wonderful organization, especially with all the employees that they work extremely hard for the city of Reno and for our community. Also want to acknowledge that the Reno Housing Authority through Mayor Shivi and our board also approved last month a collective bargaining agreement with Reno Housing Authority and Local 39. They do a tremendous amount of work, and we're always happy to work with them. And honest, candid, hardworking, and we're able to clean up and take care of business right away. So I appreciate continuing to work with them and seeing this before us. So thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Santoyo. I wanted to just say I enjoyed spending a few minutes with you and just getting to know you a little bit. And it's very clear that you bring a huge passion to this job, and I think you're going to do a terrific job for the city. This is your second major accomplishment, to my knowledge. There may have been others, but to bring it home, and these folks in the Local 39 have often gone last, right? And sometimes they have missed raises entirely in some previous years that you would not be knowledgeable about unless they told you about it. But I am just so pleased that we've been able to come to agreement. It's a very modest ask, and I'm so glad that we can do it. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your work to date.
And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, do we have we don't have any public comment, am I correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. To approve items C1 and C2 and move forward with implementation of this pay package and contract.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right.
Madam
Thank
Mayor?
you. Thank you so much. Hi, Mr. City Manager Doug Thornley, how are you feeling? And I'm thankful that you are at home. We appreciate that. And I hope you're feeling better.
I'm feeling much better, thank you.
Okay.
But I appreciate the opportunity IT has afforded me to be able to stay away and make sure everyone else stays healthy.
Thank you. I want to give the audience an update because we do have sort of some time sensitive items, I know that. So I think we have a hard stop at 12 because we're going out to the plaza. So I want to make sure that we have enough time to hear several of these items. I think especially D3, I know that that's going to be probably a longer presentation. I don't want to cut it off in the middle of a presentation. So I would like to ask Mr. City Manager and our clerk what you would direct.
City Manager
My
Thornley, if you're
recommendation.
amenable, we can take the G items at this time, since those should be fairly quick.
And then I would
You
like.
read my mind.
Pardon?
We're going to go ahead and open the G
The
items.
Okay. And then I also would like a time certain to come back so our audience can be part of the participation and public comment. So are we coming back at 1? Is that the understanding?
So President Sandoval is time certain at 2 o'clock for D1 and D2. And so you can either break till 2 o'clock and go in order for the rest of the day, or we can probably do D4 and D5 before we do D3 if we come back at 1.
All right, is that what you had scheduled at 1 o'clock?
Yep, so we'll go ahead and resume at 1 o'clock, opening items D4 and D5 as they need to be opened together.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just
Yes?
want to make sure that you understand that we have a lot of people for the other one, so we need to give them a time certain or time after 2 o'clock, our presentations and what have you, so that if they choose to go back to their businesses or homes or whatever, we
Yes.
need to let them know what time we would be picking up.
And you're speaking of, let me just make sure, the D3 items?
Yes. Which
So,
would
Madam
probably,
Clerk, will you
two-ish, wouldn't you
call out
think?
times on each of
Three-ish.
these items? Because I don't know what everyone is here for, and I want to make sure that we can give them the time that they need if they want to go back to work or how they want to.
Okay, so most of our participants here today are present for item D3, the alcohol packaging.
Okay.
Um,
So that'll be heard at 1 o'clock, correct? No?
No.
No, I mean, we have President Sandoval coming at 2 o'clock, so I think if we can shoot for D3 to be opened at 3 o'clock.
I think that's good.
So just for recapping purposes, we will return at 1 o'clock, opening items D4 and D5. We will do our time certain with President Sandoval for items D1 and D2 at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
And then we will, as close to 3 o'clock as possible, we will open item D3.
That's great.
Okay. All right.
All right, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and open item G1, which is citizen appointments to boards and commissions. G11 is the Ward 1 appointment.
Madam Mayor, can I just get clarity on one of the points?
Yeah, hold
So
on one
before
second.
the folks all leave, you said as close to 3, so maybe they should come at 2:30, is that what you're saying?
No.
2:45?
Not before 3.
Oh, not before 3, thank you.
Okay. Great. Moving on. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. I think
Yeah, and you know what? This is a small agenda, and so it's funny that it's so complicated, but this one of appointing a NAB member, I really want to know what the wards are going to look like in E1 before I've got, so could we maybe start E1 in the next 15 minutes and just get a staff report on that?
It's my understanding that even with E1 being approved, those won't go into effect until the next election cycle for your ward.
A year.
So if you made an appointment, oh, never mind, retracted.
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot, and I'll just share because we're on this item. I don't want to appoint someone onto the NAB who is not going to be a resident of the ward, because particularly if my ward changes, I'd like an opportunity to have new members from the neighborhoods I don't know. So I'm going to hold for now then, I guess. There is one person who I would put on if we indicate we're going a certain way, but anyway.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep, okay.
Do
We'll
we
do that.
continue in the item?
I guess.
Okay. So,
All right, item G12, which is appointment to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee.
Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to, hang on one second, like to reappoint Mac Rossi and Carol Crane.
second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good choice. Max, great.
Mac is great.
Okay.
All right, we're on item G2, which is our annual election of the vice mayor for the City of Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, do we have any public comment? I'm sorry, I think I went
Madam
back.
Mayor, we have none registered.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Weber, I just want to say thank you. You have probably the most challenging year to serve as vice mayor, quite honestly.
Well, thank you so much. I was
think you
honored
did
to
a
be
great
able
job,
to do
and
it.
It was challenging because just trying to learn all the Zoom intricacies and, the challenges through the pandemic. I think you did a great job. So I really appreciate your
Thank you.
service and showing up to some of the events that, that was challenging too. So I really appreciate it. And also, as you know, you had to pick up some difficult times for me. So I'm really, really grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I would like to appoint Councilwoman Jordan.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your trust in me, and I look forward to the challenges and the great things ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, I think we should go ahead and call a recess, and we can reconvene at 1 p.m.
All right.
Okay.
We'll be back at 1. we all wanted to formally say goodbye, and I cannot believe it's your last day, and I gotta. Good laugh with you, incredible sense of humor, but thank you so much for your service. I know this totally embarrasses you, but I said, oh my God, we gotta get her down here. And just because all of us.
My day one employee meets. And you probably didn't know what you were getting with me, and I everything, and so honored to have been able to work with you, even if for a short time.
I've been holding the tears pretty good. You
I
guys
know,
are bringing
calm
up.
down.
Put everything else aside. That
That's
always meant a
right.
lot to me because I think we all carry tension, but just your calmness, your demeanor, your thoughtfulness.
Employed here. It's only as successful as the cogs in the wheel. Portrayed yourself in the city, which was a happy, helpful, accommodating face for whomever came through those doors. And I know I'm sure there were times that you really didn't want to do that.
With
Bring
the
us,
te- with
bring
the
us some
tequila.
vodka, Kim.
With the tequila.
Bring us some vodka, Kim. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you to get us back on track.
Yes, please. All right, Madam Mayor, we will reconvene this meeting today at 1:23 p.m. And with the approval of the agenda this morning, we've decided to open items D4 and D5 together. And I believe Mr. Flansburgh will be speaking on item D5 first.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have none registered and have received no correspondence for either item D4 or D5.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Mr. Flansburgh, the floor is yours. Take it
All
away.
right, good afternoon. John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. Happy to bring this item to you. This is a agreement with how we would work together, Truckee Meadows Water Authority and the City of Reno. And so I thought it would be important to kind of start out and talk about what this agenda item is. And again, it's that agreement. It's how we're going to work together as we move forward on this project. And so we talk about things like how we're going to share the capital costs, how we're going to do replacement costs, maintenance and operations, if we get any revenues or grants. And I did want to just announce this. The Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act has in it a line item, $8.3 billion. That line item is for Western water infrastructure. It is specific to funds from Bureau of Reclamation, Western water infrastructure, including aging infrastructure, water storage, water recycling and reuse, water smart, and drought contingency plans. That is very exciting. And it's exciting because we received a small grant from Bureau of Reclamation on some of the work that we have done previously. And they are very complimentary to this project. And so I'm going to talk about that a little bit more when we get into some more of those details. But I just wanted to share that we are here at the right time. What this agenda item isn't, we're not asking you to spend $100 million today. We're not asking for that authority. The final decision on proceeding with the project, we're not asking for that either. We're going to, in fact, the very next step that you'll see that we'll bring is if you choose to approve this, these deal points today, is we'll bring back to you a design contract, consulting design contract to take us up to 30% design, which will help inform us more. So what we are doing today is asking on what the agreement terms are as we move forward on advancing this project to a 30% design. And of course, we'll be learning more as we go. So if we go back to this graphic that we've shared before, we all understand water in and then water out. So the sewer flows come into the plant and we've got to treat them and then we have to let them go somewhere. In the Truckee Meadows facility, primarily, we let them go back to the river. We treat them so we can release them back to the river, the Truckee River. We also use it for reuse. In Reno's stead, we only have 2 places for water to go. During the agriculture months, we don't have any storage, so during agriculture months, we send it out to the ball fields, the sports complex, and we talked about this. I just think it's good to cover it. And then, or it goes to Swan Lake. Those are the 2 locations. That's all we have. During the 2017, 18, 19, we were looking for someplace else to take it besides Swan Lake. So we built the Flow Shave project. So we had the ability to flow shave about 500,000 gallons. And so that was one of the components of water out. In addition, we decided we needed to do something else with the effluent. And we needed to do something else with effluent because we were kind of capped at a 2 million gallon capacity to go to Swan Lake. And so those decisions we talked about were the Red Rock Reservoir. So if I were to go on this, is this mouse working, please? Yeah, there we go. So we talked about Red Rock Reservoir. We talked about this advanced purified water treatment. What happens is at Riswharf and the project that we've been working on with Tumwa, and the reason that we are bringing this forward is because this is the project that makes the most sense for us to advance because it gives us the greatest use of the water that's coming out. We treat that water to a potable water standard. We bring it up, we treat that at the Advanced Purified Water Treatment Facility. We then pump it up to the aquifer at American Flat, inject it into the aquifer. When we're ready to pull it back out, when that time comes, we'll extract it out of that aquifer. American Flat Farm is important in the upfront portion of this because we need to show the regulators that we can successfully treat, inject, and extract water that meets potable standards. But while we're doing that, we need a place for it to go. And so that's what the American Flat will be. We'll be pulling that water out April through October, using it on the farm, and making a hay is what we plan to do. Now, we know that we had some flooding, and we built a pipeline in order to take water out of Swan Lake, and we built the infrastructure to go up here and use it for American Flat Farm. Just because we do this project doesn't mean that the American Flat Farm surface area isn't available for Swan Lake water. In fact, if we had a lot of water and Swan Lake was high, we would plan on pumping out of Swan Lake, taking it up to American Flat Farm and using it for the surface for the hay production. Then we just wouldn't draw the water out of the reservoir or the aquifer at that time. And that's okay, because that's a storage. In fact, it's a great storage because, as Councilmember Dewar mentioned previously, we don't get evaporation. And so having it in the ground is a very safe place to keep the water until it is needed. I show this map because although we had the display on kind of a time frame of when things would happen, this gives you an idea. Here's the Reno Stead plant. And when we talk about advanced purified water, we're looking at building a facility near the plant to do that portion of it, building a pipeline to go up and pipe it up here to where we'd have an injection well and an extraction well or wells, and then using it for the farm until it's proven up and we can use it for potable water. In addition, one of the other alternatives we have for future, even beyond the next tranche of growth, is for the Red Rock Reservoir or the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. As you can tell, you either go the same alignment that you're using for American Flat Farm to build the reservoir, or you go up and you divert to the right and you go up to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. So those are the main projects that we have explored. The Red Rock Reservoir and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony basically are the same thing. It's just a different routing, and then it also plays into who has the rights to the water and how that's going to be used. I showed this picture because now that I've shown you that other graph, I think it's easier to follow this transition, is now you can see it on a map. And isn't it cool that you can already see up here, whoops, where the pivots have been and what we've been able to do from the water, the initial water we were taking out of Swan Lake, take up here. And again, that's the same site that it's going. So it just gives you this picture relation of where things are. Now, as you're aware, we have done the expansion at the Reno Stead plant. Oops, sorry. Apologize for that. Too many slick surfaces. We're in the middle of expansion of the Reno Stead plant. That takes care of how we treat the water coming in. But we still need to take care of the water as it goes out. And that's why we're bringing this project to you. Again, we talk about capacities. We only have so much capacity remaining. You have opened up, the dark blue is the current flow going into the plant. The light blue is the remaining capacity up to our 2 million gallon capacity of the existing plant. And then the green and the red together is another 500,000. That's the flow shade capacity that we still have available. And you've authorized up to the first 125,000 gallons. And so we have 375 left in the red that is not currently approved for will serves. And that's an important concept too. I just want to leave that with you. We have proposed development, and I'm not sure I like this graph as well, but it does kind of show the dark blue, the 2 million, that's what we already have kind of reserved. We've got another section of development kind of in the queue, if you will. And then the gray and the yellow are just kind of a longer range projects, but they're still out there, and those are things that have kind of been approved. If I use this map, which is part of the traffic analysis zone, and I just use it because it projects where the growth is going to occur, the real intense blue purple up there is over 2,000 number of new residents for those TAS zones. The dark blue is 1,000 to 2,000, lighter blue is 500 to 1,000. So it just kind of shows those blues are where we're going to see more growth, and this is in the North Valleys area. Finally, we're looking at our current capacity. The orange line on the bottom here that has the little blue dots, that's kind of from the current regional planning data where things would go. This orange is from our facility plan. We think it might grow faster. If you were to use the same type of growth, not exactly the same growth, but a little bit less of what we had in South Truckee Meadows, it would be even steeper than that. So That's all just to say that there's a need out there due to growth of why we want to increase the capacity of the sewer plant and therefore what we do with the water afterwards. This just shows part of the level of effort that we've already done. I want to concentrate a little bit on the right, the tap water injection. It's potable water injection. So Tumwa took one of their wells and they did some overland pipe, took it up to American Flat and did the study. And what they learned is that you could put 2 million gallons a day into that aquifer for 5 years before you needed to withdraw it out. So there's a lot of capacity there. And so that gives us a pretty good cushion to work with. Both at Reno Stead and South Truckee Meadows worked just part of the work that they did to prove up this source and the technology that we're using to prove that we can produce the A+ water to meet potable drinking water standards. There's a long history that I don't intend to read, but I just want to say that there's been a lot of professionals in our region for many, many years who have worked on this project. And we have a couple on, you have John Enlow online, Stan Shoemaker, one of our former employees, Joe Coudrier in the audience is Carrie Lanza, Michael Drinkwater. We've had many, many people who've worked on this plan in this direction, as well as all of our partners with the university, the One Water Nevada. And that is what's brought us here today. And that is why I'm excited for the grant opportunities that are here, because we are the ones that are poised to take advantage of this. Not only are we poised to take advantage, but this is going to be the technology that's going to help the western states, the arid western states. And so this, what we're doing here is what's going to be adopted and done in other locations. And so that's why they're encouraged to help us fund. So I'm very encouraged that we're going to get grant funds, significant grant funds for this project, and especially with the new monies that have been recently allocated through the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. So what's the benefits and return on our investment? For us right now, we need a place for effluent. So it's all about effluent management. It shifts the flows from the Swan Lake, takes it up to, in this process, and makes a renewable resource for us. It allows us to utilize the full 4 million gallon expansion of the reservoir plant, because we have 2, we're building 2 more, so give us 4 total, but we're gonna need a place for that effluent to go, water in, water out. So as we grow, we need a place for the water to go. It also creates approximately $80 million in future water rights. So when we are flowing, that's why this is so great, because this is about the most resilient water source you're gonna get. You're creating water, you have a certain amount of water, it's gonna go to your treatment plants, you can then run through this process and create that renewable resource and then put water rights against it. Finally, for Tumwa, it's water resiliency. It's drought-proof water source, and currently they take water from the Truckee River and they pump it up to the North Valleys. As we create more water up there, they won't have to use as much and rely as much on the Truckee River water, which also helps to drought-proof our water supply. So I repeat this slide. What is this agenda item? It's really about how we're gonna work together. That's all we're talking about here. Yeah, we've got some numbers on there because that's what we know the project is approximately gonna be. If you think about the first step that we've taken, it was the basis of design report. We shared that cost with Tumwa 50/50. Now that we have more information, we have different splits. And again, we're not asking you to spend $100 million today, and we're not asking for a final decision on approving this project. So here's the numbers. What we're asking today and what staff has worked together and see where things would fall out. Tumwa would spend 30% of the upfront costs. We believe it's about $100 million. That's all in with capital, engineering, design, staff time, $100 million, looking at a 30-70 split. Why would Reno pay more? Well, we have the need for the effluent management first. Why is that fair to Reno? Well, Tumwa is going to own the infrastructure primarily when we're complete with that. And when that happens, they're going to have the replacement costs. And so the long-term replacement costs are going to be more involved on the Tumwa side. And so that's how that kind of makes it more even and fair. We have a secondary transmission day of $15 million. That's really just if we do the Red Rock Reservoir portion. And then finally, ongoing operations and maintenance costs is 50-50 split. So that's just we're looking at it. We've got to treat the water. We treat it to a certain standard. We got to treat it additional. We're going to split that additional cost for that treatment between the two of us to make it usable for the advanced treated water. And so those are the main points that I wanted to bring to you today and what we're doing. Again, I'm asking for your approval of an interlocal agreement. If you agree generally with these splits, it did go to the Tumwa board where it was passed with one vote of a dissension. But otherwise, that's they asked a lot of these questions, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have for me now.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, remind me that we open D4 and D5 together. Okay, when it comes to a motion, however, we will do D5 before we do D4. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was the desire.
Okay.
Did we take
so,
a vote on that? Open them together? I'm sorry.
Yes.
We did?
Yes, and as a point of order, so we can keep structure, if you would allow me to recognize if you'd like to speak, and then I'll come to you. So since we open them together, we will go 2 rounds of 3 minutes each with one additional 3 minute after a motion is made. If you put your bottle up, I see Councilwoman Rekas has her bottle up for questions. Madam Clerk, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think our rules that really limit our ability of deliberation are problematic. When we open 2 items of importance and then restrict ourselves to answering questions, we're not doing the important work that I think needs to be done. So I'm going to express that displeasure with our procedures, which seems to be stifling deliberation of this body and information being vetted. So I'll go to D4. That's an agreement, as I understand it, with a vendor.
Councilmember Rekas, we're on item D5 at the moment.
D5?
D5.
Oh, I thought she said doing both.
Can we just have a point of clarification from the chair?
Madam Clerk, did we not open both of these at the same time?
We did,
Together.
however, Mr. Flansburgh has not given his presentation on item D4 yet, and so that is why I'm just saying the questions I think right now should be directed to Mr. Flansburgh related to item D5, because that's what the presentation was related to.
Okay, so then why don't we back up for 1 second, and would the body like to take these together? May I get a motion to that?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
No.
Motion carries. So we're going to open them. Mr. Flansburgh, for process sake, maybe what we could do is have you give your additional presentation, and then we'll come back.
Okay,
Thank-
I can
thank
do
you.
that.
Can I just ask a quick
Then we get
question?
the whole story. I like that better.
Oh, thank you.
Could I ask just a very 30-second question? I just want to make sure of something, John, before you go on. When the water, I just want to, may I be recognized? Councilmember?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I'm trying not to make this part of my 3 minutes. I just had a point of clarification on your previous slide. When the water to be re-injected, is it stormwater, effluent, lake water, or a mix? I've just never gotten a clarity on that.
The water to be injected
Yeah.
is water that has been treated
Treated effluent.
to A+
Okay.
drinking water standard
That's
water.
all I needed to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Flansburgh.
Okay, do we have the other presentation? We were asking because these are so related. They have many things that are related to them. So this is the Samco Services. This was a no-cost farming agreement for American Flat. Again, what was the purpose of the project? We were pumping water out of Swan Lake. We started doing that in 2020. Pumped the water out, take it up to the farm, and used it for the pipeline. It was to reduce the level that was in the lake. Again, we had you have a tank on the left-hand side that the water's pumped into. It's then pumped up to the American Flat site. This was the construction project as they were laying the pipe out. It's all overground, and then you had this machine that takes each one, and that was how they weld the seams, if you will, of the pipe to make it continuous. From that, the farmer, it was a no-cost contract. He went up and graded the land, took all of the sagebrush off, and it was it was like 5-6 feet tall, scattered all the way out there of native material to get it down to the soil so they could disc, seed, and then start to water. And so that was the work that they did. We were able to take the lake down an additional 1.5 feet the first year just because we had this in place, which was huge because there's only about 10 feet from the very high point that it is to bone dry. Oh, And that contract can be terminated at the end of the farming season with 60 days written notice. And so that's why we're here, because when we brought this to you last spring, we were asked to bring it back each year so you could have a determination whether you wanted to continue the farm or not. Again, from this picture, I just think it's cool because you can see the pivots up on the very north side where that green is, where it's going. And so not often you do projects that you can really see from a satellite or from an airplane high up. This is important. So when we first started, April 2020, that's where the lake level was from where our intake was. In April 2021, you can see how much further it was out. So last year when we started. So that's why we brought agreements back to you last April, is because we knew that we were only going to have so much time. And by July, we needed to switch this over to a different water source. And so Tumwa had a couple wells that they had not exercised in a long time because of the flooding. And so they exercised those wells, and we utilized that water for American Flat. Again, this is April 2020 and April 2021. The next picture shows you just a 2.5 week time period. So you were in October 8th when this picture was taken, that way out there where you can kind of see a little bit of sheen, that's where the water is. In October 26th, after the storm, that weekend storm, where we received 4 inches, whatever the final numbers were, we were all the way back up to about where we were in April of 2021, at the beginning of the season, after that one storm. I only bring this up because this is the beginning of the water season, and so we don't know what our winter is going to look like. But that's how much water came in from that one storm. Again, another view of it on the top picture. You can see in September, late September, looking out. You have to look out there quite a ways to see the sheen of the water. October 26th, much closer. We talked about the American Flat in the previous project. Again, the need we're going to have for that land in the future. If that project's approved when we move forward, we're going to need to prove up that water, and that farm's going to be important to have. So finally, I just wanted to show the blue lake elevation with the low high. That just says if we have a low lake elevation, we won't be pumping. And so the maximum cost we would have is for water and power to pump the other water sources we have under contract with Tumwa would be approximately that. Again, we're not paying for anything on the farming. If the lake level's high and we can pump it for a while, like we did last year, then those numbers could go down. And so we put that in there. But if we discontinue the farming, and some of you have backgrounds in farming, you don't just leave something fallow and not do anything with it. Land has to have something that's going with it. And so if we don't do anything, we're going to have to scarify, plant native vegetation, do something in the terms of discontinuing the farming to keep the dust and make that work. We anticipate that to be about $600,000. And then we're going to have to restart the farm under the APW, the Advanced Purified Water, and that could be another $200,000. So we are asking today, we believe it makes the most sense for us to continue farming, not just for the cost here and what we think in the future, but also because of the risk of having so much water in the lake now that we can begin to pump and manage that lake level. It's all about how can we manage the lake level, and this is the tool that gets us to be able to do that. And that's my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. I thought you did a great job. Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment for us? I just want to double check.
Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the body, and we're going to open up for questions. Councilwoman Breckus, you're going to go first, 3 minutes.
Thank you. And since we decided to open up two items together, which limits ability for questions, I'm just going to start in with an understanding. Ms. Stewart asked, this water we're farming with, what is it? And he said it's treated to Class A plus standards, but it's mined, it's groundwater pumping, and there's scenarios that I understand, and I'm not looking for requests information because I have valuable time, is it's groundwater that's pumped. And we started this farming exercise because we had excess water. And what do we have now? We're taking groundwater and farming with it. And I stand up all the time in front of residents and I say we're using water responsibly. And I know, because I sit on Tumwa, that it's one of Tumwa's old wells, but it's still groundwater that's coming up. So for me, I will not be supporting this motion. I didn't support it before. Could you bring up my slides on item D5, Ms. Clerk, are you not able to do that?
Yep, give us just a second.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to go back to the big picture, because your presentation, it's great about the grants. And I know that there's precedent in our region for wastewater utilities being built at times of federal largesse, and that's great. Maybe we hit it right on this one. But I am very concerned and have continued to be on the big picture. And the presentation you gave me, we could do this, we might do this, there's the tribe over here, there's this. It hasn't dialed down to any certainty. And I'm always trying to get to a point of understanding what the revenues, what the debt schedule, what the repayment, what the blend, the mix, and I'm just not seeing it come here. But what I am seeing and what we've seen is that we're gonna have a $170 million bond issuance in the next 2 years, debt issuance requests, in addition to the $65 million revolving. And these are the questions I keep asking. And if you could bring the first slide is, where are you at on the connection fees? Because direction was given in November of 2018. Our connection fees would be about 20% higher right now if we had CPI those, to my understanding. Where's some revenue sides? Where's the long-term financing on how we're going to pay for the debt? And what's going to be operations? What's going to be maintenance? Where's the debt repayment? And I'll just read off of that because I don't have much time. Those are the connection fee. If you could just go to the last slide, you guys. Thank you. There's the 187. When are you coming for those bond issuance? That's one question. And then the next question, if you could go, and these are not new questions. These have been questions.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, hurry, ask your question because you're over time, please.
Okay, well, question
You
number.
had the second question, so.
Is
ask
my
that too.
time cut? I get a second round, right?
Yeah, you will.
So
But
am I
you said-
done? Okay,
yes, But you
okay.
had two questions, so you threw the first one
Yeah,
out there.
question
Give
number
me
one
two.
is, where are you at on the connection fees? And question number two is, when are you coming forward for bond issuance request to this body? Because we're going forward with commitments for expenditures, but we don't have commitments of funds yet.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Flansburgh, the floor is
So-
yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So on the connection fee question, we will be bringing back the analysis in January to you for the connection fee. Similar we did last year, just more informed as we move some of the design further along. And we'll be bringing that information back to you. We also just finished the Tumwater facility plan and have the final of that. And so I think that might be something else that would be good to bring back to this body, just so you have an understanding of where we sit at Tumwater and Reno Stead with those. But we're looking at January to bring that information back to you.
Okay, just quickly, and also what about the financial piece of that?
Oh, in the financial piece, part of that, bringing those connection fees back to you is part of the whole financial model of what that looks like in terms of, the amount of connection fees, how that pays, and how much debt we have, how much we'd look to incur. And then as far as what the last slide, it's also dependent upon whether or not a stormwater utility, and that would be out of the stormwater utility side, because part of those numbers were stormwater numbers.
So what are we voting on today? Because I just want to make sure, because obviously I don't want, sort of those questions that were raised, then people start to say, oh, this happens when we haven't even seen it.
Sure.
So just clarify for us so the public knows exactly what we are voting on today.
What we're asking today is to vote on the deal points of an agreement with Tumwa of how we will work together as we move this project. But you will be seeing all those contracts coming forward, and we will have the connection fee discussion solved before we get that far into the design where there's not an off-ramp or something that we can do.
So we're not agreeing to that today, correct?
You are not. You
Okay,
are not
so
agreeing to that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Flansburgh. Great job. Tremendous. Thank you. Councilman Reese, and then did you have your? I thought you did it one time, sorry.
Well, I was gonna
go ahead,
defer to
Councilman
Councilmember Dewar.
Reese, and then I'll go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. Mr. Flansburgh, I guess I have a couple of questions. The first is, and perhaps if I can see your slide again, from my perspective, what I see is an area of North Reno where we have not made critical investments in our infrastructure over the last 35 years. And so as the city of Reno has grown, we now have found ourselves at a critical moment where the price tag may be large, but had we had the foresight to plan or pay for it over the last 35 years, we might have been in a different position. We're not. And so here we are at this moment where we have to make some choices. And in this regard, I think the mayor is right to point out that your presentation focuses on the details of the deal points between us and Tumwa rather than all of the additional questions that may arise post-agreement and may arise and be related to our decisions that we make in the future. But for my part, I'm trying to understand, that concept of having kicked that can down the road for far too long. And it's something that I think your presentation excellently pointed out. It wasn't in this particular slide. It's in the slide that identifies, keep going. Sorry, it's a bullet points of kind of the explanation for why we arrived at this point. And there we go. So this is the one that I think I'm focusing on, is the concept about where we are, where we have gotten to, and why we need to move forward. So I think too, Councilmember Breckus makes a good point about telling our citizens that we are responsibly, using or allocating water. I think this is an example of that. This is a way to make sure that we have a resilient and sustainable method. And sort of sustainability maybe is not addressed specifically here beyond the resiliency piece, but I think there's another part of the story that we can tell. So I thank you for the presentation and really have understood it and am happy to support.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. I am excited about this project, as you know, John. When I rarely talk about what I did before I came to council, but I will today. One of the things that I was the state water planner for 7 years, wrote the state water plan. And one of the most important things that I pushed, including drafting bills, was to use as much underground storage as possible. The reason being, we have a tremendous amount of evaporation, evapotranspiration. Every time we store water in an open area, half that water, in case of Swan Lake, we saw how fast it went down, how fast it came back up. So I really like that part of it. I think the experimental part of it is, and that's why we've partnered with the university, is this concept of using treated effluent, treating it to plus, you said A++, virtually drinkable and maybe drinkable, and then storing that. And that is the new part. Once upon a time, I worked in Florida, and we looked at putting 300 of these same wells around Lake Okeechobee to store water, actually storm water from this lake. So it'd be like if we ring Swan Lake, which the lake is much bigger than Swan Lake, with all kind of ASR wells, aquifer storage and recovery wells, and then use that. And that was really experimental because there were questions about anaerobic bacteria, what would happen with things that were in the water, what would happen to them down below out of sight, the chemistry of it. By taking treated effluent that is treated to A++, that we could drink it, is that correct? It is drinkable
Yes.
to us. And storing it down there, it would get, I suppose, some additional sand filtration. And then keeping it for that, quote, dry day, I think is rather remarkable. We have to prove up the technology, of course. I mean, this is not a given that everything about it is going to work. And you've already told us before that the aquifer can only hold about 5 years of water before we have to start pulling it out, right? So it's like having a limited balloon, and once you fill the balloon with water, that's all it will take. It doesn't expand infinitely. It's more like, let's say, a hard-sided bucket. Once you fill that bucket, you can't, all the other water is just going to spill out. You can't overfill it. So, and I think you made that point to us a few times at Tumwa staff did. So I appreciate what you're doing here. I want you to keep us in the loop. I want you to let us know how the project is working. What is left to the project? What is left to prove up?
Yeah, so I mean, really, we've proven up the bench scale and have presented the results, and everything was fantastic. And so really, this next phase is building the full-size demonstration and showing that. We did the bench scale. We've done this trailer size demonstration, and now it's building, the capacity, 1 million gallons a day type capacity, and proving it up at the full scale.
And remind us one more time the size of the land area of the farm, I guess you would call it. roughly? Is it,
It's a little less than 400 acres total, and I think we're using
Okay.
about 250 of it.
and we're using 250. All right, well, thank you so much.
Questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, and these are just long-standing questions I've had, and while it's true we're not inking today a bond document, we have $65 million out on that revolving loan.
55.
55, okay. And we also, the slide showed, what you're teeing up, and our share is what, 70 million on this? So, we've done all this, we've barked upon all of this without any side conversation of the forecasting of the revenues and the debt payment and the mix to the rest of the system. It's been years now that I just cannot believe that's where we're at. And I've asked it for years now. And I'm very concerned, and I'll go to my second bullet, is we have issued about 15 million square feet of industrial, many residential up there, with connection fees that have been stagnant. In that 2018 presentation he brought forward, if we had gone on CPI, we would have been 14% above Sparks' CPI. So we let a lot of money not come in on this system. And, you are where you are, but we are in a problematic place. And I want to know where and how we're going to calibrate these connection costs. Because the other side is the ratepayers. And it's going to be the ratepayers in Tumworth. Because we know the Tumworth ratepayers are not at the table. And I'll go down to my, my third bullet is the discussion that we now know a Tumworth master plan, but we haven't seen any costs of that either. And that's the financial analysis I've been asking for. I don't think that we should be going forward with $70 million commitment without inking the backside because, knowing what the revenues are on the backside. And then what is the sewer shed geography and land use assumptions for the Risworth expansion? He just showed what 4 MGD when we might hit 6 MGD. We know Lemon Drive plant and Cold Springs are on the side, but it's time to recalibrate those land use presumptions. Do they stand up to the regional plan? What else infrastructure commitments come? With what he just showed, those numbers for the North Valleys, that sucks up decades of transportation improvements. The woman came here about the Verdi overpass today, which has been sitting on the books for 2 decades. I know Ward 1 is very concerned about Keystone Avenue Bridge. It's time to sync all that up and before we move forward with the 6 million MGD plan over there. The connection fee I mentioned, and of course, he mentioned the stormwater utility. We still haven't seen any financials on what relief that could do, but this is really equity issues and concerns of those costs to people's households that we're the most able to control through our utility, and we have not seen the side, and I'm very afraid the 55 million, the 70 million at the back, we're going to be off with a big rate hike here that is going to hit rates when we've been letting connection fees slip for a long time, or we're going to take it in the collection system.
All
So
right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I
Appreciate
just
it.
hope that.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr.
I
Flansburgh,
guess I don't.
Yes.
would you like to comment? And I guess what I would say is today, we're not looking at that. We are going to look at it.
We are not.
And you're going
We're-
to come back with a very meaty presentation, giving that information, and then the whole council can dive right in and see what that looks like.
That is
Financially.
correct, Madam Mayor. And I just want to, last summer, we did come to you with the user fee and connection fees. User fees are fine. We're good on user fees. Those are what people pay every quarter. It's the connection fees that we did see would go up, and we had some options we brought to you. We're refining that model, and we'll be bringing it back. So it's information you've seen before,
Yeah.
just more refined, especially with the Tumworth numbers.
Yeah.
And then I also just want to say, again, this is an agreement of how Tumwa and the City of Reno will work together through this project and how we cost share. It is not approving a $100 million project.
Right. Can you say that again, please, Mr. Flansburgh?
It is not approving a $100 million project.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that clarification. I think it does help because you do see a lot of things that get spun up out there, and so I really appreciate you clarifying. Any other questions?
I have one more.
Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
Thank you. So the first part I endorsed and let you know I really support this project. I have just a couple questions, and if you could put this stuff on the record. I'd like to know, does this project, do you think it will qualify for funding from the infrastructure bill? So that's question one. Question two is, what's next in terms of the options for disposal? You listed 3 options. I'm really interested in working with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, and I'm hoping right now that's the one that you pick, but I wonder when we'll know more about that. Number 3 has been the Lemon Valley plant. I've talked to you about this many times. You said it's owned by the county. It was overtopped by Swan Lake. I think it's very old technology. They need to team up with us. We need to move on with those conversations before this plant is, deemed by DEP or someone as non-working, non-functional. So just to recap, are we eligible for the infrastructure bill? What's next timeframes? The option with potentially the tribe, and then Lemon Valley plant.
So first question, I kind of think that the Western Water Infrastructure set aside of the 8.3 million was like written for us. I mean, it just, we just we tick all the boxes.
Okay.
And so because we were successful on a small grant on proving this infrastructure, or this process up, I feel that we will be in a very strong position to capitalize on that funding for a good piece, a fair amount for this overall project.
Okay, cool.
Second question.
What's next?
When we have those 3 options, it's the advanced purified water, which is the one we're looking to proceed to continue with today, then continue steps. It's the Red Rock Reservoir, which we have a feasibility study on. And then it's the Reno Sparks Indian Colony.
I'm sorry, Reno Sparks Indian Colony.
And they have a proposal into us as well. And so we're reviewing those and kind of seeing what happens to the water. Is there going to be enough water? What's the timing of the water? If we have development that wants to have effluent back for irrigation spaces, how does that work? And so we're kind of discussing those, but that's all part of the discussion that we have.
Okay.
And your third question
was about Lemon Valley.
Is the Lemon Valley plant. And as you mentioned, Washoe County owns the plant, and they've had discussions about decommissioning the plant.
There you
We
go.
did a joint study that pointed to decommissioning the plant, but they have not talked about it or made that commitment.
Yeah.
However, if they do make that commitment and
Yeah.
those flows come to the Reno Stead plant, they will have to pay our connection fee just
That's
like
what I
anyone
thought.
else for the
Okay.
volume.
So that's really important because
Absolutely.
that is a funding source. I mean, they get something for that.
Well-
They're buying capacity.
We're selling capacity, and
They're buying.
whoever needs it is going to buy it.
Right. Okay, very good. Thank you.
So much. All right, do we have any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it over to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. It does look like item D5, however, is marked as Ward 4, so I didn't know if the ward representative wanted to make the motion. Okay, thank you. With the deliberation, Madam Mayor, and the presentation, I would make a motion to approve item D4 and approve the interlocal agreement with Tumwa.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. Councilwoman Breckus, discussion?
Yeah, D4, was really a solution to the flooding in Swan Lake. And it was to relieve the water levels there. Now we're using groundwater to keep the farming exercise going. I cannot support that. I cannot support taking water out of the ground to farm for a farming project that was to relieve flooding. It's almost a flip of logic. Now with D5, I think that it's still at so many scenarios that it would not be difficult for the rate, payment, and the debt and the mix between the system's needs to be before us at the time we're thinking about these big numbers. And I'm disappointed it's not. The one thing, and I appreciate the questions that Ms. Dewar asked, but the one that is most fundamental is that the Stumworth, all of Damani Ranch, all of Double Diamond, all Southeast Reno is off the table because of the agreement we have with Washoe County for debt considerations, and that has not progressed. So with that, financial models, I think it's irresponsible to continue to move forward because then someday you're just going to have in front of you a big bond issuance, and we have not looked, in my view, in good conscience to see what the revenue projections are for all these commitments we're making. So I won't be supporting the motion at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right, thank you so much. Great job, Mr. Flansburgh. Really appreciate you. Do we, just sending it to the city attorney for a minute. We also have to make a motion on D4 as well? Okay, so let's do that.
I'll
I'm gonna
do
send
that.
it.
I'll
I'm gonna
make a
send it to
motion.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure.
Oh,
What
you-
were you asking? I'm sorry.
Making the motion?
I was making the
Okay,
motion.
thank you so much. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed. Motion carries. Thanks so much. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, get us back on track, because I know we're kind of jumping all over this agenda today. I believe we're going to item D1, correct? All right, we have a special guest in the house. Good afternoon, President Sandoval. Nice to see you. Come on up.
Thank you.
Yes, we're excited to have you here. It's been a while. I know all of us are trying to kind of get back to normalcy, but it's great to see you. We're very excited. So President Sandoval is here for item D1 and D2. So at this time, before we start, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment on item D2. If we are opening them together, we can take it now.
Yeah, let's open them together, and you can give us.
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion to open both items together?
Absolutely. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. So we will listen to public comment, and then we'll have you write up.
All right, Madam Mayor, so for the record, we did receive one public comment earlier today who did not want to speak but was in opposition of item D2. And we have Greg Erndt in the audience who would like to make a public comment related to item D2.
Perfect. Come on up, Greg.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Greg Erndt. I'm a local resident of Reno. I'm a member of your Historic Resources Commission. And I'm here to listen to item D2 and express my concerns regarding that. My concern is not so much the merits of naming or renaming of Center Street. It's regarding the process by which it's being handled. The Historic Resources Commission, your commission has spent a lot of time discussing how and if historic resources, i.e. parks, buildings, and streets might be named or renamed. And here we are today. It looks like potentially having something like that being decided without ever having a chance for that commission to hear it and or weigh into it. My concerns are with the preserving of the policies, if not the statutory or regulatory mandates that have governed both the namings and renaming of streets, but also of renaming of historic resources in general. One that provides ample opportunity and numerous discussions regarding how such matters could or should be handled. The HRC has proposed policies. I don't know that they've been officially adopted yet. I don't think they have, to my knowledge. And for such matters as that are before you here today. It's my understanding that in the past, such items as street namings have had like a 6-month waiting period to allow such public input and have the matters properly vetted. And without hearing any of the presentations that are probably going to come for you after I get a chance to speak here, I would propose that this matter be tabled and forwarded to the Historic Resources Commission so that it can do what you've asked us to do, and that is to accept public input into the merits and or concerns of renaming one of the original streets of Reno back from 1868 when Reno was established. So my comments to you, and thank you for letting me voice my concern.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for all the work that you're doing on the commission. Really appreciate that. Okay, any more public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have no additional public comment. However, it should be noted for the record that we did receive correspondence in our office 9 in total, 4 in support, 4 in opposition, and 1 letter of concern. It also should be noted that we did receive a voicemail. However, due to technical difficulties, we are not able to play voicemails today. That transcription has been entered into the record as well.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, President Sandoval, come on up. Exciting to hear kind of about the state of the university. You've already done a tremendous amount in the short time you have been there. So it's just incredible, the energy when you're on campus and everything that's, that you're accomplishing. And thanks so much for giving us a winning game against UNLV. I was sweating it a little bit because you know me, I had to have the spread too, not just the win. I went for the spread. So anyway, great to see you. So go ahead and let us know everything you've been up to up there.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno, and it is a privilege and honor to be before you. It's been many years since I've been here, so I'm very excited to first provide you an update with regard to the university and thereafter have the discussion with regard to the proposed renaming of a portion of Center Street to University Way. And yes, I was very happy about winning that game. Didn't want you to have to wear anything red, so with the jerseys.
Thank
but in any event, let me start with this. And I'm really proud of our students, faculty, and staff. And you all understand that it has been one of the most difficult times in the history of this community, the history of higher education, and they have really come together, and their resiliency is something that I marvel at every day. Our enrollment for this fall semester is 21,034, which is up from a year ago, but a little bit down from where it was 2 years ago. We have 796 presidential scholars, 52 National Merit Scholars, and 30 National Hispanic Recognition Scholars. 43% of our student body comes from diverse backgrounds, and in our freshman class, 48% of that class comes from diverse backgrounds. So speaking of COVID, I am proud to report that 92.5% of our employees are vaccinated. So I'm, again, really proud of what they have done. We have frequently hosted vaccination clinics and COVID-19 testing. As you probably are aware, the State Board of Health is requiring or mandating that students are not eligible to enroll until they can show proof of vaccination unless they show a medical or religious exemption. And the latest report that I have in that regard is that over 16,000 students have successfully enrolled for the spring. So we're very pleased about that. We're also in the midst of developing our strategic action plan. We've held over, I think it's 22 now, public forums on campus with all the colleges, the schools, with the affinity groups, with the student leadership, what have you. And as I've said to all of them, we are looking for your bold, audacious plans, but even your small ideas. And it's been remarkable, the amount of input that we've had. And certainly we are looking forward to speaking with you as well. And as I'll mention as we come up, I really do believe that our city and our university have a shared destiny. And we can't be a great university without a great city. And I humbly believe, a great city always has a great university. And that's why I want to continue to work with all of you in that regard. We also have many key partnerships for our students and our faculty with Tesla, Panasonic, Redwood Materials, Apple, Google, Switch, Dragonfly Energy, Flirty, and many others. And I've been spending a lot of time in our business community to find more opportunities for our students and our faculty for research purposes. You may have been familiar that we announced the Digital Wolfpack Initiative. And what that is an affiliation or a partnership with Apple. And our incoming class, every member of the freshman class, received an Apple iPad. I know that caused a lot of great disappointment for some of our sophomores, juniors, and seniors, Councilwoman Jardin. But in any event, one of the things that we noticed when we were online exclusively was digital equity, and the opportunity for all of our students to be similarly situated so that they have appropriate access to devices so that they could get to their classes. We also worked with Google, who donated over 200 portable Wi-Fi so that students could take those home and check them out of the library and again have access. I know you're all aware with the Robotics Center, and again, another partnership with Tesla to have a robotics center, and as well as with EDON, and a great resource. And as you know, it's at the Southside School, and we really do appreciate working with all of you in the city of Reno. Another great opportunity and accomplishment is the affiliation with Renown Health System. Our medical school has signed a formal relationship with Renown Medical to develop and improve healthcare delivery in all of Northern Nevada. And it will be transformational, not only for healthcare, but for the medical school, and will allow for more residencies, more clinical opportunities, perhaps more spaces in the medical school. The Renown is providing, I believe it's $350,000 a year in scholarships for our medical students, which will help pave the way. And obviously, we have the same goal to have more doctors in this community. Another exciting opportunity for the campus is the acquisition of Sierra Nevada University. You may or may not be aware of Sierra Nevada University at Incline Village. It's a beautiful, idyllic campus in Incline Village, about 20 acres, completely master planned, classrooms, library, research center, dorms, everything is up there. And the leadership of Sierra Nevada University approached the University of Nevada, Reno, and offered to donate that campus. And you know, I could spend a whole agenda item on that, Mayor and members of the City Council, but it truly is an amazing opportunity for research, for our students, to provide students who may not have otherwise had access to higher education up at the lake. If it's successful, we are going through a process of, with the United States Department of Education, as well as the Northwest Commission on colleges and universities, to get the approvals that we need in a teach-out plan to protect those students. But if all goes well, we will have a campus of the University of Nevada, Reno at Lake Tahoe, and it will be a state campus, so students will pay in-state tuition if they're Nevada residents. So again, we envision a semester at Tahoe, or spending your whole time at Tahoe, meetings. I mean, really the sky's the limit, and I've told our faculty, their limitation is their imaginations in what we can do with that campus. So we're hopeful for approval. I guess on a bad news, good news note, you recall the explosion at Argenta Hall a couple of years ago. That was the bad news. The good news is we are on track, we are on schedule and on budget for Argenta to reopen in the next academic year in the fall of 2022. I toured it myself, and it's remarkable the amount of work that had to go into that, but it's even more remarkable about the great living space that's going to be for our students. But we do believe that the construction will be completed by July of 2022. The Matheson Gateway District, you've seen a lot of activity there, and I know a few of you had the opportunity to attend the groundbreaking for the parking garage there, and that is proceeding again on schedule and on budget. Like any big project, there are a few things that we have to make sure that are taken care of. But in any event, as I said in my State of the University, who would ever thought that from a parking garage would spring a future business building and life sciences building? But that is something that I will be presenting next month before the Board of Regents with regard to a proposed business building and a P3 project, a public-private partnership. I assure you, I recognize that this is probably one of the most prime parcels in all of the city of Reno, and thousands of cars will drive by on Interstate 80, and it will be something that needs to be really special. And we want to work with all of you, assuming approval by our Board of Regents, but I'm really personally excited about that project and what it can do for the Gateway. We are also working really hard to get funding for a future life sciences building, which would be adjacent to that and would be right next to Virginia Street there. The other thing that you'll see where there's activity is on the corner of Ninth Street and Virginia Street. You will see there's construction going on, and that is going to be a new monument sign. And there will be a beautiful plaza with a monument sign that will say the University of Nevada, Reno, a land-grant university established 1874. And we're really excited about that. And it's important for me to have iconic spaces on campus. The architecture of that monument sign will match and complement the entry on Center Street where we have the old stonework. So we're very pleased about that. The other thing that we have done is the freeway. So in my former job, it used to drive me crazy, the amount of trash on our interstate. And obviously that is part of the introduction to our community. So we called the Nevada Department of Transportation and said we would pay for it out of our own pocket. So you will see cleanup work has already occurred and will continue to occur on a monthly basis because we really do want a very nice positive impression with regard to the campus as people get off the freeway there. But otherwise, we were excited about commencement, which will be the first week of December, and we will have 2 commencement ceremonies in Lawler Event Center. The one thing that we're interested about is if our football team continues to be as successful as they are, it could happen that we would have 2 commencement ceremonies and a championship football game on the same day. And so we're pleased about that, or hopeful about that. I don't want to jinx anything. And our basketball team played its first home game last night.
I heard it was amazing.
And they were successful. And you may have noticed we did implement a policy that required a proof of vaccination, but allowed for our fans not to have to wear masks during the course of the game. And it was very well received. Obviously, it's not always a 100%, but we thought that was a great way to approach the season as we move forward. So with that, Madam Mayor, I know it was kind of a lightning round and there's other things that I could chat about, but I'll take a pause there if any of you or any of the members of the council have any questions.
Yeah, fantastic. Great job. It's so exciting to see what you're doing. And I was there obviously for the football game, but I don't know if you guys really I'm taking it in and you see these incredible, streets and the design that's happening up there and the infrastructure and everything that you're doing. It is so impressive. It's pretty remarkable. And that's the one thing people always say to me if they come to Reno and they've seen campus, they are just blown away. And like I said, you've done a lot in just the short amount of time that you've been there. I love that you're so engaged, but you're also so engaged in the city, which isn't surprising because we know that, you love all of Nevada, but I think you have a special place in your heart for Reno. But anyway, it's impressive. Anyway, any questions from council members?
I do.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, welcome, President Sandoval. It's so nice to see you. I've been looking forward to actually getting a meeting with you, and it just, I haven't called, so it's not that you have not responded. I just wanted to say a few things. Thanks for that overview. I had a few follow-up questions. The campus up at Sierra Nevada, how many students are up there?
Currently, there are approximately 240 undergraduate students.
Okay.
And probably double that amount of master's
Yeah,
students.
so really cool. And I think they do research on the lake itself up there. I think there's a partnership, isn't there?
Yeah, and Mayor, to you and through you to the councilwoman, but their University of California, Davis has a research presence up there, so there'll be an opportunity to partner with them. And again, I didn't want to spend too much time on it, but I really see the opportunity for that campus to be really special with regard to conservation.
Yeah.
And it should be a leader and be a national model, if not an international model, with regard to clean air, clean water, clean soil, forest management with all the fires
Very
that
cool.
are
Well,
going on.
speaking of conservation, I was recently up at the university. I think I caught a glimpse of you, actually. You were running up the stairs in the Joe, and I was having, it was called Coffee with a Council Member, and it was the ASUN. Students had myself and Councilmember Reese there that day, Sparks members. It was a fantastic opportunity to mix it up with the students. While I was there, I had an opportunity to once again see the beauty of the Arboretum that you have within the campus. I took pictures. I think it was some of my most liked pictures lately. People love it. And you have a team there that works on this Arboretum from many different departments. And they're mostly a volunteer corps, but I've got to give them a shout out. They do a terrific job. The other thing I wanted to mention is I'm fascinated with your new ideas about the medical school. My dad taught at the medical school back in the 70s and 80s. He had a joint appointment over with the VA, and he started the research program over there. And since that time, I've had opportunities to tour a number of times at the medical school. It's phenomenal what they've done in the last 2 decades up there. I mean, truly remarkable. So I love the partnerships that you're building. I also serve on 2 advisory boards for the university. I think 25 years on the Mackey School of Mines Advisory Board. That might be too long for anyone, but it's in 2 separate appointments I did. And then recently, they have just started an advisory board for the Masters in Public Administration with with Ian, and I don't know how to say Herzl. And he has called, Alexis Hill, myself, and other people that have gotten their MPA at the university about how to do better. I got mine 40 years ago. This is the first time I've seen an advisory board for this program, and I'm super excited to be part of it. So thanks. I'll have questions later on the topic at hand, but thank you so much for being here.
No, Councilwoman, thank you. And as I said, we really do believe that SNU can be the most sustainable campus in the country. And I want to thank you all for your willingness to meet with our student leadership at ASUN. And that was something that we initiated and spoke with them because we wanted there to be a constant dialogue between you all. I share your passion for trees and beauty, and we're proud of the fact that we are an arboretum up there, and it will continue to be an incredible, incredible campus.
Yeah,
So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. And I was an ASUN senator, and I did serve on the Graduate Student Association. So I did my time in student leadership. But look, you can end up in a city council or any kind of position. So like yourself, you went there yourself.
I did.
And you filled many positions. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, President Sandoval, for coming here today, and congratulations on your job and the acquisition of the campus up at the lake. I think it's going to be great up there, but I think we need you downtown. We need the university downtown more than just a name of a street. And so I'm going to ask you to, one, read about the exciting announcements of Texas A&M and their huge investment in Fort Worth as a template for how universities realize they need to invest in downtown, and let you know, I and all of us, I think, were really surprised, audible gasp, when your predecessor said, we're not coming downtown. We're not going to have a footprint downtown. We're stopping at the freeway. We're going to save those buildings. They didn't. And, we thought we were working on a downtown plan for the university to come downtown, and they didn't. And the university is the only lift that can help downtown get to where it's at. And I've worked, I'm a city planner, town gown relations, 25 years. I'm on the National League of Cities University Communities Council. And we need your partnership in downtown. And I'm going to ask you if you would talk with me and whoever the manager will send along and your staff to look at exploring, just like you did Sierra Nevada College, some of our downtown assets, the bowling stadium, the ballroom, and the event center, which are all in, you know big finance. They're backed by revenues that never materialized. And this body has paid general fund since I've come on in 2012 to support those revenue payments. So we're paying general fund for those buildings. And I'd rather pay general fund to get a bigger bang for our downtown, which is the university's presence. So will you sit with me in the next 2 months and talk about that?
Perfect segue to this University Way proposal.
Thank you.
So yes, the answer is yes. And I believe, just as you do, that's why I said our futures are inextricably intertwined, and they always have been. Reno was founded in 1868. This university was founded in 1874. It moved to Reno in 1884 and opened its doors in 1885, and we have been together since. So that's part of the importance of this gateway, the Matheson Gateway, in this business building, and why I am pushing for a P3, because it will be a combination of retail, private business, and academics in the university. So it's a critical project that, frankly, we could really use your support on as well as we approach the Board of Regents. But you may have seen during the homecoming celebrations, we had Pack Midtown, and we felt that was another symbolic way to show that we really do want to work together. But happy to see what's happening at Texas A&M and other campuses.
All right, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. President Sandoval, always a privilege to spend time with you. I want to say a couple of things. First, thank you for your leadership and response to the COVID pandemic. It has been difficult and challenging, but I appreciate your willingness to put the safety of your students first. And also, the fan experience at the university is certainly something that was a lift. So thank you for that. I'm excited that Michael Flores is your Director of Government Relations. I think he brings the opportunity for us to knit ourselves together closely. I know that on a day-to-day basis, you have lots of things going on, and so I'm just excited to spend time with you and with him as we continue to knit ourselves together closely. I can't think of anyone more aligned with supporting and loving both the university and Reno than you, so I'm excited for that. I thank you also for the growth of the university's acknowledgement and focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think some of your technology pushes have really been part of that, but it's also something that at the City of Reno, we want to find out more ways to grow our workforce. And so to have the university and the city in partnership through its graduates and students working in this building, many of our employees are obviously graduates of the University of Nevada, and it really speaks to a top-tier university, and that's very exciting. The last thing I will say is that the mayor and I share a passion for organ and tissue donation. And so through Donor Network West and the university, I will hope that in the future that we'll have the opportunity to continue. The mayor some years ago had a Add a Heart program, just things that the university and the city can do together. And so I'm thrilled with the trajectory of the university. I'm very thankful and blessed by your leadership. I look at how long I've known you, and I think about your very incredible career, and it's just a privilege to have someone who is invested in Reno as you are. And so I'm just can't be happier for the future that is a bright future, and I'm looking forward to it.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Reese, thank you for the kind comments. And again, looking forward to working with you all. There are so many opportunities for us to partner together. One of the designations that we received a year ago, and my predecessor does, and others deserve the credit for that, is not only are we a Carnegie R1 High Research University, but we are a Carnegie Community Engaged University. And that means our students and our faculty and staff are interacting with the nonprofits and other service organizations in the community.
Fantastic. Okay, Councilman Delgado, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll be quick. I've appreciated our time over the many, many, many years since I've governed, but so excited that you took on the opportunity to continue to serve at our university. I think one thing we have in common is just Big Ten opportunities and experiences. You going to Ohio State and I going to Michigan, that we understand the involvement of community, and that's what really got me excited about your vision and your implementation about it. Ever since I've known you, it's community, it's constant community, right? And so I see that developing even as you, with all the things that you're doing now. With that, I spent a lot of time out there just being invited to speak to many, many students, spend time with a lot of faculty. And I know they're super excited. And one thing that they're super excited about, the Hispanic Serving Institution that you guys got rolling, and the opportunities there for further growth and opportunities for students to see themselves in those cap and gowns and graduating and fulfilling the American dream. But again, just to Councilman Reese's point, is the DEI stuff is amazing. As a kid growing up, looking at UNR, it was so far away and so hard to obtain. But now that you're there leading the way, I really appreciate that, and supporting all your faculty that are doing the same. So thank you. Lastly, Paiseki, amazing at the med school. Doing a lot of work with her on just engaging and keeping our students who are interested in serving in communities, that opportunity there. I know the Renown connection is great, but also making sure that they have the opportunities to serve in our neighborhoods has been great. And so she's doing a really good job along with Dr. Hagan. So thank you for continuing to support them and everything you do. Thanks, President.
Madam Mayor, to Councilman Delgado, thank you very much for the kind comments. And you mentioned the HSI Hispanic Serving Institution designation. So we estimate you have to be 25% Hispanic in order to be eligible to apply for that designation. We think we're at about 23%, and we think we're going to achieve the 25% threshold in the very near future. So we have set up a task force, and we'll be actively engaging to make sure that we are filling all the slots and checking the boxes that we need to do in order to get that designation. It's incredibly important, and I think it's also important that our university matches the demographics of our community. And so we are working extremely hard and aggressively on campus to accomplish that goal. Thank you.
I love that. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have the distinct honor of not only being the ward representative for the university area and have regular meetings with President Sandoval and discuss many of the items. So I don't have a ton of questions here today, but I also have the unique position of having a sophomore who attends the university. So I get to hear from the administrative and president side, and then I get to hear from the student side as well, which is a very interesting dynamic. And I will tell you, the student body is thrilled to be back in person and having interpersonal, experiences with their fellow students, finding their way. I laugh that my son is having his freshman experience his sophomore year. And so he's getting to do all those things, which he is thoroughly enjoying. And you have such a great connection with the student body because you're out there on foot, conversing, engaging, listening. And that doesn't go unnoticed. Having house full of 19, 20-year-olds, they chat and they speak of those things. So kudos to you for being able to do that. The vaccine clinics have been great. I know Councilmember Delgado and I were up there, and the student body and the president, your student body president, I just forgot his first name. Austin Brown. They were so great, and they engaged so many students through that process, and I think it was great. I don't know if the rest of the members of this body know that when we talk about the Nevada Cares Campus, our future of our homeless services in our region, it started with President Sandoval. I don't know if everybody knew that the discussions about the Governor's Bowl began when you were governor. And so talking about community connections, understanding the long-term vision for the region is so important. And I know you understand it with student housing, and not only the geographic area around the university, but also in the downtown core, and the need for amenities, services, and supports for the students in the downtown core. We have these discussions all the time. And as well as being a partner in the bid and helping us with some of the activities that occur in downtown to help in that regard. And you've been a great partner in that, so thank you for that. I will say, and again, we don't want to jinx anything, but we need to bring back for the bowl championship game, the March from the Arch. That was always a great, great thing. Now that everybody can get outside and be in proximity to each other, I think we need to do that. Maybe we can pull that off.
Ashley, get ready.
I know, she's like, oh, great, another thing. Yeah. So anyway, I know we have quarterly meetings and we talk all the time. So, and everybody that you surround yourself with, Troy, I mean, everybody is fantastic, always available, and I just appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to the councilwoman, and I really enjoy my interactions with the students. And I hadn't been called this since high school, but I was walking by and somebody said, "Hey, Sandy," and it was one of the students, and so I guess that's my new nickname. But
that's funny.
it's great, and I drove into the Arch today on my way here, and I neglected to say thank you for making it blue. It's just very appropriate. But in any event, any way that we can do those type of community interactions, we'd love to do it. As I'll refer back to the PAC Midtown, and that was incredibly successful. And we think that that's something that's going to establish a new tradition as we move forward.
That's pretty funny, though. Sounds like you have a student that their parents probably knew you in high school.
that may be.
Okay, so moving along, let's go to item D2. And I just, I want to say your vision is tremendous. We've had a lot of conversation about this and sort of your plans. And it honestly, like I call it the new Reno. And it's really showing that I think we have arrived in a massive, massive way with academia and in sort of this. And you're seeing it now more than ever. These students want to stay here. And that I haven't seen that in so very long. And so I think so much of it goes to the big vision. And you've talked about really making sure, we're intertwining that with the city and with the university now more than ever. And so I don't know if people really understand the magnitude of how much you love what you do and the city and the history. That's another thing I don't know if a lot of people know about you, but you're kind of this history buff, and it's really cool because you want to preserve that. So, and that's one of the things I love about what you bring to the table. But I also wanted to put this on the agenda. I know there were some people like, oh my gosh, it's on the agenda. And I really need people to understand the process of why we have an agenda. That's why it's public noticed. And I wasn't sure, and so I do want the public to know this, because I saw some, emails and concerns, and the public commenter brought it up. I don't believe that this council has ever done a name change on anything. I can't think of anything that we have done. So it's really kind of our first bite at the apple, I think, for all of us, and what the process is, what that looks like. We want to be extremely transparent, because we were told we weren't transparent. I want everyone to know this is part of the public process. This is why we take public comment. Anyone is welcome to come down. We totally welcome your involvement, your engagement. It is transparent. So I just want people to understand that, because I think, we're all shaping it together. So we should be doing it together. But we haven't done this yet. So I think the process is just a little bit different than what we might have done. I don't know, but that's what we're here for. And I'd love for you to go ahead and speak about, this exciting initiative.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm very grateful that you've put this on the agenda. And I know there are some sensitivities to this, and I appreciate your making the remarks about my love for history. And I are very respectful of the history of this state, of this community, of the university. Some of the questions I've been asked is, where did this idea come from? We being the University of Nevada, Reno, will be celebrating our sesquicentennial in 3 short years, 150 years of history. And if you've been on campus recently, as you cross Center Street and come into the main entrance, you will see banners on all the light poles that say the Wolfpack Way. And that is where we feature alumni, and it is meant to really inspire our students to see and envision what they can become. I also talk about the Wolfpack Way is for our students to understand that it's really important that they have servant leadership, and that they engage in their communities, and they act with integrity. They act and care for others. That is what the Wolfpack Way means. So as we started to think about some of the things that could bring together all of this, and the connectivity with the community that we talked about, we started to do our research on history. And so you may or may not be aware that in late 1920, early 1921, the Board of Regents and the City of Reno approved the conversion of Center Street from University to University Avenue at the time. And this was from the railroad tracks forward to the university. And the history here is a little loose because we can't find any specificity, but part of the motivation to get that done was to try to get the road paved. I mean, it's hard to imagine that now, but the road paved on Center Street to the university. So from 1921 to 1957, that portion of Center Street was actually University Avenue. In 1957, the city reversed course and renamed the entire length back to Center Street, ending the term University Avenue. And again, we have some of the best researchers around, and we were not able to find a specific explanation for that. But as we did that research, I wanted to make sure that we preserved history, we acknowledged history, and a chance to make new history. So we preserve the history. Center Street will still be there, and I do have, I understand the railroad beginnings of that and the genesis of where Center Street came from, but I also understand that it was University Avenue, and then it was changed back in the late 50s. But I really felt that this, and we feel on campus, that this would be a symbolic way to really join and have that bridge between the city of Reno and the University of Nevada, Reno, to accomplish a lot of the things that we've talked about today. Now, Mayor, you talked a little bit about process. So this was first presented to the Board of Regents on June 10th to get their approval. Thereafter, we had our first meeting with the Regional Street Naming Committee on July 15th. We had a second meeting with the Regional Street Naming Committee On August 12th, we had a third meeting with the Regional Street Naming Committee on September 23rd. All of those committee meetings were public meetings. They were noticed, all of those things. There were several members of that committee that attended. It was 10 plus, 10, 15 individuals. And on September 23rd, there was a unanimous vote approving the recommendation to you all, the city council, for the renaming of the portion of Center Street from the Truckee River to the campus to University Way. We've also been asked questions about potential impacts on property owners that are along that stretch of the of Center Street. So there are 12 owners and 18 parcels that are impacted by the request. Of these 18 parcels, 7 are owned by the city of Reno. The university reached out to all of the owners, and almost all returned our calls or our in-person visits. None of them were in opposition, and there is a wide range of support, and those should be in the record. There were no requests for compensation in those discussions, and as I said, many in fact responded with letters of support. So we have multiple letters that are also in the record. We also had conversations with our first responders about any concern with University Terrace and University Ridge, and there are no concerns with that. We consulted with the U.S. Postal Service, with fire and police, and all of them stated that they had no concerns in that regard. So that is the process, and today we have this public meeting, and I will be respectful of whatever process that you decide. We want to do this right. We don't want anyone to have any feeling that this wasn't transparent. I did see an email that suddenly this was on the front page of the paper. I wish it had gotten more attention earlier on when.
I was hoping it would.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
exactly right.
But I believe that, and this is pure speculation, but obviously someone at the RGJ probably saw this on the agenda, and it's a great story. And again, we're very happy that there was the coverage that it received. But we really do believe that this is something that is really important to this community in terms of symbolism and showing that connectivity between the two of us. I'm hopeful. If, whether it's Center Street or University Way, there's a lot of opportunity there. The Canyon Flats residential dorm is there where many students live and walk to school. There's a large lot that is across the street for that we are hopeful there will be some type of development there that is university-centric. Again, the big project that the Harris building, the owner of that is very supportive of that, and we anticipate that our students and graduate students and faculty may live there as well. But there really is an opportunity to join the city with the university as we move forward. I'm sure all of you, like me, have visited other communities, and they have university avenues and university ways where visitors know immediately that when they're on that street, that it's going to end at a great university. So with that, I want to make sure that we provide as much time for questions, but the motivation here, as I said, is to really show that connectivity, is to respect history, acknowledge history, and make new history. So with that, Madam Mayor,
so much.
happy to answer questions.
I'm so glad, and I appreciate it, and I want everyone to know this is, completely transparent. I was really actually disappointed to see some of the comments, because I actually thought some of those people who I know have a big love for history, and when we talked about this idea, I was like, oh my gosh, I think this would be incredible, and I think all the historians in the city would understand that, because it was once University Avenue. So I think I was really surprised. I guess it's one of those things, sometimes no good deed goes unpunished. I was just shocked that some of those people felt that way. And so maybe that's separate from process, but again, this council has never been through a name change before, so if there's a different process that needs to happen, we're absolutely happy to welcome and entertain that in any capacity. So, I just, I guess I was disappointed, but again, I want everyone to know, because I know there's a lot of people from the public that are watching. If there's a better way we can do process, and again, it starts here with public comment, reach out to me. Matter of fact, many of those people have my personal cell phone numbers, my email. They could have reached out personally. And, because I think we all wanted to, be part of this process and do whatever we can to make sure that we're following the steps that are necessary. But I just want to commend you for your vision. I think it's a tremendous idea. And I think every great city has a great University Avenue. Think about it. It's that one street that is going to be there, especially like by campus, and you want to see it, right? It's sort of like that, hub gateway into great universities. So I just think it's a tremendous vision and just so appreciate it. So
Thank you,
thank
Mayor.
you. All right. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I want to help, I really appreciate your perspective, why you did it, how you did it. I think up to this point, it's been really good. And I want to go on record as supporting this change. I also, though, I do understand where I think the confusion came in. And thought I would just share with you, President, and our council. So during COVID, the city convened a process to establish a process for renaming things. And they spent an enormous amount of time. I sat in on almost every one of those meetings. So they met with the Human Rights Commission, the Arts and Culture Commission, and the Historic Resources Commission. Claudia, who's just left us, was the key staffer on that, crafting a new process. And this is because before this naming process, suggestion came up, there have been suggestions to name other things. They maybe haven't progressed as far, but people were concerned about touching all the bases, the Historic Resources Commission, the human rights, the arts and culture aspect, and more. So there was a crafted process, and I think there was an expectation that, we would follow through, adopt that proposal that Claudia had come up with, and have a process so there wouldn't be confusion and that people would get noticed. The challenges come in is very few people, probably at this dais, maybe occasionally check in with the Board of Regents meeting. We're so busy doing what we do. Very few people in our community get involved with the street naming committee. Probably most of them don't even know it exists, but I know it exists because almost every development has to go through an analysis when they establish the names of their streets to make sure they don't conflict and that it's all coordinated, as you said, with the discharge people, the REMSA, and so on and so forth. So if there is a confusion, I think it's just that we created an expectation, having meeting after meeting, and believe me, I attended virtually every one, and I'm not even on most of these committees. So it is something that probably would be pretty easy to remedy, frankly, is to, we can do it, we cannot do it. But I'm just explaining my understanding of where this might have come from. So I'll leave it there. My recommendation, frankly, would be to at least visit with our Historic Resources Commission at a minimum. I really appreciated Mr. Ernie's comments. He's obviously very passionate, and he said he didn't have an opinion per se on the name. And then I want to kind of reach out to our city manager because he's our process guy, right? He's our administrator. He's the owner of the processes. And maybe just going forward, that's a time to get him involved. This is not to you, President, but to you up there, Doug, to maybe get involved and shepherd that process through the city. Most people in the public, public engagement's one of my key principles, as many of us. And it's very, very important that we keep our public engaged with what we're doing here. So if they feel disengaged, I think it's pretty easy and direct to remedy it. If we just want to vote today and we want to have it implemented immediately, we won't be able to do it this time. But maybe that's a kind of a touchstone for future time. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar, all I just want to say with that is that I don't believe this body also adopted those policies, and I want to just
They're draft.
everyone to know, for the record, I wasn't aware of them. I don't believe Councilwoman Jordan's been aware of them. I don't believe Councilwoman Weber has. So if there was a process, it certainly didn't come to this body. So I do want everyone to know, because I want it to be transparent. There's nothing going on behind the scenes.
Right.
There's so I just want everyone to
I think it's
understand
the
that.
liaisons for these committees, Historic Resource, Human Rights, and Arts and Culture, Mr. Reese and Ms. Breckus, I know have sat through those meetings too.
All right, so I just want to make sure. 'Cause
They
that
were
was
not
part of the
adopted.
process.
I want to be
Okay.
clear. They weren't adopted. They were
Perfect.
just in draft form.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, and I echo that, but I want to also talk to you about this street name concept. I only learned about it in October. I spent most of 21 thinking about the functionality of how Center Street operates because we had given direction, voted, RTC was working on a design for it to make it a safer street. And in that analysis, they found it not a safe street. And I see that all the time. I'm down here all the time. I don't want to hand you an unsafe street, and then 2 months later, you get pedestrian fatality on University Avenue. I think that we need to marry this concept up with deciding what the street needs to be to make that connection, and that's in your interest. And I'll let you know, I was very concerned when the Canyon Flats opened up to see that there was a daytime attack near that building. UNR police is involved, maybe you know about it. And, so we got, in my view, we have operational problems with that street that need to be resolved and understood. And we pivoted over to Virginia Street. So I don't even know. We asked our manager to come back. He says he's coming back in January to tell us how that street will operate. And we also have public safety concerns about people's and residents. And I think since you're involved, it is of concern. Your police force, I don't know, is probably down there a fair amount. And they're different, but they're related, because if you don't have that activity of a safe, walkable street, you're going to have that personal lack of safety in addition to the conflict. And so I would like to think about how to get that street to a place it needs to be, where it is, and have a better understanding about that. That's where I think we need to go. I'm also concerned, I read the minutes of the committee, and I know dispatch has an outsized role on that, but last night, 9 o'clock, maybe, I got a copy of the manual for the street naming, and if you look on there, page 11, you guys, it says that ways, streets with the suffix of ways are, I think you got the wrong page, are only 1,000 feet long, and they have certain lay of the coordinates. It's in the body of the document, you guys, if you can't find it. So you've got a wrong suffix on the name. I didn't see that in the committee, and it's an old document. It's an old convention. I'm a huge history person, and I think you're informed, but you're not bound. But I think cognitively, naming this something way is very problematic. You're the University of Nevada, Reno. We know there's, Swarthmore College, School of Mines, Institute of Technology. It'd be like naming your school the Academy. I mean, that's the police academy, the FBI academy. I think you're just naming it the wrong name, and you're not. And I think it was problematic if you rolled through, you guys, down a little bit more. And I did see this way, a dead end right of way, which I think you are a dead end right of way, but under 1,000 feet, running in oblique angles to the 4 ports of the compass. People cognitively map in their minds, and I've been all over the streets in this town on foot, and the ways are very specific where they are. And
all right, thank you.
Okay, I think I get a second round, and I'll continue my thoughts on that. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. President Sandoval, I want to thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion, because I think it continues the theme of knitting the university and the city together. And so I reviewed all of the history, all of the maps that were provided. Dave Ayazi provided one excellent map that really spoke to it. And at the end of the day, I don't think there's anyone in this room who can claim to love history more than you do. Having served this great state as the governor, I just don't know how that argument could be made. So for those who have some misplaced view of history, I'm not sure I agree with that. It doesn't resonate with me. As far as the process is concerned, I appreciate Councilmember Dewar's comments about the various committees that are in the city internally that are out doing some work along similar lines. But to that, I just say, they've not yet come forward. Mm-hmm. I'm the liaison to one of those committees. I do think, too, it's a little bit of comparing apples to oranges, because those committees are really talking about what do we do as a society when a park carries the historically racist name, and how will we approach it? They're not really asking about Center Street versus University Way, Avenue, Street, whatever it is. They're talking about a broader picture that we're having in the society, in the discussion about why do we rename things? What are the importance of monuments? I just don't think those are the same thing that we're talking about. So to people who are talking about process, I say, think about what process you're trying to preserve. This did follow all the processes. It went through all the various iterations of the naming committee. That naming committee, the streets committee, has people from all the entities. The Reno Police Department certainly signed off on the safety because there was concern about whether it was University Terrace would be confused with University Way. I read all the minutes as well, but none of them concerned the issue I think that's in front of us. At the end of the day, it's an outstanding idea. We should do it without haste. There's no reason to ask it to go anywhere else other than this body, which it always resides with us anyways, right? We have lots of committees in the city of Reno that make recommendations to us. Sometimes we accept them and sometimes we don't. But you're here, the issue is in front of us, the process has been followed, and it's an outstanding choice. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just bring this all back to why we're here today, right? And that's really just to rename a portion of Center Street to better align with the vision and what we want to do in terms of a university, community university town. I think it's an awesome idea. It's long overdue. I know at this body, we've talked about it in the past. And to actually have a president that wants to go forward and do it is something that we should just stamp today. It doesn't make any sense to continue the dialogue and the debates because we've had those already. I'd have to say our body is so accessible and open to public opinion. For discussions out in the community to say that we're not, it baffles me. It honestly baffles me because we are always accessible, always open to people's opportunities and opinions, and we've got to make the decision, and we should do it today, frankly. And if the naming committee and others out there that are talking about the renaming of parks because of races in the past, that's why I even have the conversation, rename things that were done that way. That just, it bothers me, and today we're just kind of going all over the place. Again, I'm bringing it back, President Sandoval. Let's get it done today. Let's approve it. Let's stamp it, and let's move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan. Madam Clerk, I just want to double check. Has everyone had 2 rounds? I thought we did.
No. At this point, I believe everyone's had 1 round.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your engagement on this. I know when I got on council 9 years ago, there were discussions about that at that time because of the beautiful south end of the campus, the beautiful opening there, and then, how does the street and the street name and all of those things kind of coordinate with the south end of the campus? And I know you and I have had conversations about the street name for some time, and it did go through the public process. If this body so chooses to adopt a more expanded or different process, then we should have that conversation at a different time. But as it sits today, I don't like that it appears as though you or the university was being pegged as having done something wrong or incomplete when you did not. Just for clarity for anybody listening, the university followed all the processes as were defined, and here we are today making the ultimate decision. And to the mayor's point, I don't know that we've not ever been responsive to anything when somebody had an issue, a question, or a comment. So I'm a little bothered by that sort of continual sort of narrative out there that we're not transparent or not listening or meeting with people. But that's not your issue. My question is there urgency to the name change? I mean, are you because of? Can you talk to me about what your timeline is and the reasons behind it?
I guess, Madam Mayor, to Councilwoman Jardin, I said the short answer is no. I mean, we want to make sure everything is done right, but this is all ready to go. Yeah, as you said, we analyzed what the process is. We followed the process. We went to the street naming committee 3 times to make sure there was a full record, and we're in front of you today. So yes, as I said in my previous remarks, I want to be respectful of your process, but we're eager to start that connectivity that I talked about, to have that connectivity.
Which is really important, and you made some comments earlier about the the neighborhood integrity and the shared destiny. And I think this is just another piece in that puzzle that we've been working for years and years towards. I'm in favor of it. Does the way part bother me at all? It doesn't. I mean, I think that's a non-issue. To me, does Wolfpack Way roll off my tongue a little bit better? Probably, but there's a nod to history here, and I absolutely respect and understand that. Okay, I just needed to understand some of those questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, going back to Councilwoman Breckus,
Yeah.
last round.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I want to because I thought this body was united on thinking about the functionality of Center Street all year long. And that's where I thought it went over to RTC. And I think there's a big need there, a real big need to get that street. That street functions to move traffic as fast as possible through downtown. And that is not a helpful design for downtown. Sometimes you do have parallel one-ways. But, I just have been waiting to see what we're seeing, and safety is predominant. And so that's why I'd love to get through that and understand, particularly with your development as you cross the freeway, how the street will function. And I am very concerned about the human safety of the new, as it develops there on the private land and the public. But I want to understand, and the way convention, I think, is like anything in history, it's informative, but it's not binding. Most people now navigate by this, and in their mind, avenues, streets, boulevards, whatever, are maybe relics of mind thought. Maybe. I think the beauty of city is not what's written, but what's internalized mentally and consciously, subconsciously. And I think there's a point there on this convention. But what is your vision of the signage on the freeway? That's what I want to understand, because you have a one-way directional. You're not, what are you thinking there?
Well, the signage on the freeway, again, we would have University Way on there, but the signage right now doesn't, I don't think, designate. It says Virginia Street and the University. So I don't think this would cause any confusion with regard to either the eastbound or westbound exits and ingress on
So you'd have University Way at both northbound and eastbound.
I mean, I drive it every day, but I
Yeah,
don't recall
yeah,
off the top
yeah.
of my
Well,
Yeah.
no,
my
right
head.
now we're talking about the
Yeah.
infrastructure
Mhm.
piece. We're talking about the naming, not the infrastructure piece. I would also say some of those answers would probably be better at RTC and some of that infrastructure. I mean, we're kind of getting off track. So
if I
think
could just
that's
have
a
my
good thing.
floor back to explain, I'm trying to understand. I mean, I see value in a university wanting, a big presence on the interstate freeway. Absolutely. I'm just wondering, because you're dealing with a one-way, if there's concerns from the NDOT or other people on your University Way, because no one's coming eastbound on I-80 and going southbound on University Way. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, and they didn't appear to be part of the conversation. So I just want to express my outstanding considerations. And as my colleague from Ward 5 say, if we could put it on a little bit hold, I would prefer that, certainly.
All right, we are moving along to Councilwoman Durr.
Thank you so much. I asked for the floor back because I want to restate my support for this, and I don't want it to be misunderstood or mischaracterized by anyone. What I often try to do is explain how do we get here, or why are people confused. That's all I'm attempting to do here today. And going forward, let's get the policy. We'll talk to our manager about, wrapping that up in a bow, and then we will have some kind of policy. And from sitting in on those meetings, it was about renaming everything, whether it's buildings, monuments, parks, streets. All of it is historic, and that was the key thing. And I just wanted to share with you, President, that when the gateway itself first came to us, this whole body asked the university to go visit with the Historic Resource Commission, and I think they went 3 times. And I attended 1 or 2 of those with President Johnson. And so it's just, regardless of a process, they are always a good stop, even on something in the future. It might be a building, who knows? But I find them extremely wise and helpful folks. I had a question for you, and that is similar to Councilwoman Jardin asked about, the urgency. My question to you is, I know you said you visited, there's 18 parcels. I think you said 12 owners. You checked in with most of them. You heard from them. Would you be willing, or is it even appropriate to consider if there are any of these individuals that would have any kind of costs to reestablish themselves under the new name? Do you think the university could help them out with that? I don't know that any of them would, but it might be worth a conversation. Again, transparency, inclusiveness, to do that. And you already said no one asked you so far, but I don't know you also offered the question. I know apparently in our renaming committee, we asked you to pay for the street signs, that's part of the process. So there might be some other costs, maybe somebody's 55 cent or something, who knows? I have no idea about the details, but I'm just offering that. What would you think about that?
Yeah. Madam Mayor, to you and through you to the councilwoman, we did consult with all of the property owners, and none of them asked for any of those unless the city of Reno does, because I know you have.
Oh, I don't know that I wouldn't expect that we would.
Yeah, but in our consultation with all of the property owners, none of them have asked
Perfect.
for any type of
Okay, well,
money.
fantastic. Thank you so much again, and I want to reiterate one more time my support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to send it to you and give me a motion.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, at this time, I am prepared to make a motion to, make sure I'm, I make a motion to approve item D2, resolution accepting the Regional Street Naming Committee recommendation, renaming North Center Street to University Way between the Truckee River and downtown Reno and the University of Nevada entrance on East 9th Street.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
Yeah.
All those in
Well, I'm going to
favor, say
comment.
aye.
I'm not going to.
Discussion, 1 minute, go ahead.
Am I?
Go ahead.
recognized? Okay. I'm not going to support. Sometimes people come before and they've gone in good faith, to what they've been told by our administrative staff, and I think you did. But I think we fell on coordination, which was, we have a pretty involved effort on thinking of the functionality of this, and I think we need to get through that, program this street, get you a great street, as I mentioned, because I don't think we should give you an old street that's not functioning well, frankly, and that's what we're doing, and I think it's a timing issue. But I'm glad you went to the properties, those Center Street properties, because some of those are the ones that I would like the university to take at some point. And I'm really questioning how it's going to work around the interchange with this University Way and signage and all. I think there's some questions, and I think the way issue maybe should be pondered a little bit more. And then I just want to give merit also to the naming committee. They work very much below out of sight with an old typewritten manual and documents. But they did express concerns. The river change, I think, maybe is going to be a little problematic for them. But I just want to acknowledge their work. I know they spend a lot of time on it, and thank them for it. But I'm not going to support it at this time on a timing issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, and I do want to clarify to everyone, this is about naming the street, not in which the way the street is functioning. I think that is really important to put on the record. And I would say this, now more than ever, placemaking and branding of a city is so critical. And I have to say, I have to really commend you for your bold vision, and it's going to be fantastic. I'm super, super excited, and I'm really grateful that you are involved in the process every step of the way and have been since day one, since you've been the president. So thank you very, very much. So I have a motion, I have a
Wait,
second.
Madam Mayor, I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go right ahead.
President Sandoval, before I let you get away, in case I don't see it too soon, there is a related gateway issue that I'd like to catch up with you on at another time, and that is the new parking structure will have a bridge that goes over to the campus. And there was some discussion at this dais when that first came through about some parking spaces, some green spaces. I just want to circle back because it's something that was important to this body. And I want to make sure I know where we are on it. But that being said, I'm thrilled for the project. I love the opportunity to work with you. Can't wait. Absolutely awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yay.
Thank you, members of the council. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you. I think we should actually take about a 10-minute break. I want everyone to get up and sort of shake off their legs and get something to eat so we can come back and really dive into this next agenda item. Thanks so much.
Great, we will reconvene at 3:30.
I believe, we are just waiting on Councilman Weber, so we'll get started. I think, and I'm gonna just double check with our city attorney. Hello, Mr. Shipman, how are you doing? I would like to open up, all the D items under one item.
Yes, for the record,
D3. So it would be D3, 1, 2, and 3. And
yes,
4.
yeah.
And
There
4.
we go. Okay. Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, yeah, Madam Mayor, that's fine. You can do that.
All right.
yep.
So in order to do that, may I get a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I'm going to send it back to you, Mickey, or Madam Clerk, sorry. I'm going to send it back to you, and let's take public comment.
Great, and so just for clarification and process purposes, we will do one presentation, and then we will do one set of public comment, and then one round of council questions, and then make a motion for each D1, or D31, D32, D33.
Okay, perfect. And I'm going to ask Mr. J.W. Hodge to keep us on track here. Thank you.
Not that I have a lot of questions, but you said one round of questions. Is that something different than what we usually do? Is that what you meant, Madam Clerk? Just our usual? Okay,
Yep.
fine.
Perfect. So we do have quite a bit of public comment registered for this one. I'm going to go ahead and get rolling. Navi Singh, followed by TJ Patel, followed by Masud Sagor. Navi Singh.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
Actually,
afternoon.
good evening. About the liquor law, you guys going to change?
Mr. Singh, can you speak it? Yep.
Yeah, sure. You guys going to change about the liquor laws, and it's going to be really hard for us. If you guys gonna make the law to not to sell 50 ml, 200 ml, and the single beers. The thing is, I have over 500 clients. They work for a casino. Every day when they get off work, sometimes they have only $3, sometimes they have $20. So if person have only $3, he's like to buy only $2 beer or like $3 beer. If he have $20, he's gonna buy a 6-pack. So obviously, we gonna make them drink more. If you guys not gonna let us to sell 50 ml, 200 ml, and the single beer, obviously they're gonna drink more. So please, before you guys change the law, think about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What address is your store?
436 North Virginia Street.
436 North Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
TJ Patel, followed by Masud Shagor, followed by Dimitri.
Good afternoon, City Council members and the mayor. So, as we stated earlier today, we kind of gave you all our points of why we think that should not be. We just kind of want to reiterate, I'm representing about 30, 40 different stores here that most of them couldn't make it just because they have no employees to come through right now. Getting employees right now is tough as is. But we do like to say we love the city. We've been in part of this community. I was born and raised here, went to UNR, did the whole shebang here. Most of us have been having businesses here for 10 plus years and whatnot. But the problem that we're seeing is that we've tried to reach out to council members. I know I've sent emails, phone numbers, just trying to reach out with you guys to kind of talk about this issue, but we haven't got any response back. We've done all the workshops, all the meetings with the city, and every proposal we've tried to help and compromise with, we just pretty much nothing's been taken into consideration. That's how we feel, at least. But we're already here to work with the city. We don't want it to feel unsafe for people, especially tourists, because obviously that's our main business as well. So we want to help the city. We have different ideas and stuff. We've thought about checking everybody's IDs, no matter what. If you don't have any state government ID, you can't buy alcohol. We've thought about getting rid of 50 mLs, 200 mLs, and we're okay with that. But somehow compromise, give us beers at least, no employees just because, or no late time employees because most of the times we're slow anyways. And again, it's just a security measure that we stay open 24 hours. Business-wise, it's nothing there, but gives us time to restock, clean up, and just keep track of our building, right? So no one breaks in and whatnot. There are plenty of different ideas that everyone's coming up with. We just feel like no one's taking our vote into consideration. And that's kind of where we're at on that. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. It's Dimitri, right?
TJ.
Oh, TJ. Yeah. Okay, wait, TJ. And what store do you own?
We own the Fireside Market. It's the corner of 4th and Lake next to the bus stop.
Oh, you own Fireside. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, sir. Thank you. And then Mickey or Madam Clerk, you have his contact information, right? Okay. All right, I'll reach out to you.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Masad Shagor, followed by Dmitry Litvinov, followed by Elliot Malin.
Good afternoon. I'm Masood Shagor. I own the very first liquor store across from you guys, 141 North Virginia store, right there, called Silver Smoke. I want to mention something to just keep the door open of the business. Anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 we need to just keep the door open. Rent, wages, all kind of bills, taxes. Now the wages went up. Before it was $9, $9.30, $10, you can hire someone. Now less than $15, there is no employee. So then it's three very significant items, 50 ml, 200, and the single beer. If that take it off from our sale, now think how we're gonna run the business. So here, if child does not cry, mom does not even give them a milk, we are here to cry or urging us. Please think, you are running the city. We want to be good business people, good father, and good taxpayer. So it's very significant. You guys know what you are doing. So please, give us a second thought, third thought to do anything like that. Thank you very much. Thank
Sir,
you.
just tell me what address was yours again? You mentioned it.
Is 141 North Virginia Street. It just crossed from the City Hall. Mine are the skinny ones.
Is it right here or is it?
Right here, just cross. Just next to the Neverland Tower. Cross from the Kelniva Casino.
Is that the one that it's vacant on top? No?
Next to me is a vacant, yeah. And next to me is the bigger one. So I'm the small one, tiny small one.
I just wanted to make sure, is that the one that we approved a few years ago?
Cross from the crosswalk, exactly, cross from the crosswalk.
Okay.
That's in mind.
All right, thank you,
So
sir.
we need to keep this store open and support the family.
Yeah,
So that's all.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dmitry Litvinov, followed by Elliot Malin, followed by Joel Gutman-Dotson.
Good afternoon again. I'm Dmitry, and my store address 142 West 2nd Street, A Smart.
Okay.
So I already mentioned, I have a lot of residentials right around me. It's like Old Rose Manor, Senator Hotel above me, Old Comstock, Demontage, you can name it, it's a lot of them. And for example, just before I come in, there is a lot of, in Senator Hotel, a lot of retired and a lot of disabled people. So one person, he's disabled, he doesn't have any transportation, nothing. He came downstairs to get half pint, means 200 milliliters Jose Cuervo tequila. That is not cheap stuff, that is not like homeless people using it. That drink cost over $7. So for that, what he needed, now he have to go over the buffer area. And he don't have any transportation, he don't have any help, he living by himself. So we love our neighbors, We try to support them. We try to bring them everything. But if we will take all single serve of beer, they come downstairs get beer. What they gonna do? They have to walk like 1.5 miles to get that. They're not gonna do that. Another thing, 3 years ago, I did hire one person. He were homeless. And I did take a risk and I did hire him. Now he working for me for over 3 years. And what he's saying, he knows a lot of homeless people around downtown. And what he's saying, so in very beginning of 2000, last year, it was workshop, and we tried to work with City of Reno too, and we raised the price for all small single-serve shots, single-serve beer. So it does not stop them to buy. What they start doing, they start just more begging for money up front of City Hall, up front of everywhere, up front of stores. They just start begging for money and buy more expensive stuff. So if you will take off all single shots on all single serve beer, what they're gonna do? They're gonna gather together, they're gonna get more money, they're gonna get bigger bottle, more beer, they're gonna get more drunk, more alcohol consumption. It will be more problem for everybody. So this is exactly experience what we already have after we raise the price. It don't really work. If you take out single serves, they're gonna go out of buffer area and they will bring to downtown because it is downtown and you all understand that. Everybody coming to downtown. If you will take all single serves, we all love our tourists and city live out of tourists. So, and when tourists come and they take again one beer, one shot. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Elliot Mullen, followed by Joelle Gutman Dotson, followed by Keith Bonanno.
Sorry, I'm a little short.
Hello, Elliot.
Hi there.
Nice to see you.
It's good to see you
Is
too.
this your first time at the dais?
No, couldn't
No?
be. I don't think so. But thank
Anyway,
you.
great to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you, everybody. Elliot Mallon for the record. I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association today. I really want to thank the City of Reno, RPD, Alex Woodley, Lance Ferrato for working with us and trying to find an amenable solution for our members. I know you're hearing a lot of issues right now with this proposed ordinance, but we want to thank them and thank the city's working with us to change it to allow for some compromise within the buffer zone area where our members do reside. And so thank you, and we support this in the modified form.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Elliot. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Okay.
Joelle Gutman Dotson, followed by Keith Bonanno.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. For the record, my name is Joelle Gutman Dodson. I'm with the Washoe County Health District. And we just wanted to let you know that we're offering our full support of agenda items D3.1 and D3.4, only to do with the perishable or fresh foods. We don't want to get into the mix with anything else. But I submitted a letter of support, and I'm going to read a couple things to you. Washoe County Health District's mission is to enhance the quality of life for all residents in our community. We believe that improved access to fresh and nutritious foods for all Reno residents, no matter what part of town they live in, is a positive step for the city of Reno and our larger community. In parts of town that lack supermarkets, commonly referred to as food deserts, residents who lack transportation depend on liquor, convenience, and small retailers for their food purchases. Food options at these stores are typically limited to prepackaged food and very little, if any, fresh produce. Without access to fresh or frozen produce, dairy products, or other items considered perishable, it's difficult for families and individuals to practice a balanced diet. A diet lacking in nutrients recommended by the USDA nutrition guidelines can lead to an increased rate of diabetes, heart disease, and other chronic diseases that threaten public health and increase costs to our healthcare system. And I'll just leave you with a couple pointers from a public health perspective. So many of our residents in our downtown area have limited access to supermarkets and transportation, meaning they rely on our small food retailers like gas stations and liquor stores to feed themselves and their families. And there are a lot of families that live in downtown Reno. According to the USDA's Food Research Atlas, the downtown Reno corridor is flagged as an area with low income and low access census tracts where a significant number of residents are more than a half a mile away from their nearest supermarket. Partnering with corner stores and small retailers can be an effective strategy to improve healthy food access to the for the fresher frozen food requirement. And this requirement will support our efforts to help address food deserts in downtown Reno. And our Washoe County Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Program would be happy to assist and collaborate with the city or small store owners by providing guidance and technical assistance to anyone that would like the support. So we thank you for bringing this forward today. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Keith Bonanno. Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment in the audience. It should be noted for the record that we have received 11 letters of correspondence in support, 28 in opposition, and 3 letters of concern related to this item. In addition, we did receive a voicemail from Rick Murdoch. However, at this time, due to technical difficulties, we're unable to play. That transcript is also included in the record, and we have no additional public comment.
Do we have those, where can I find that?
The voicemail?
Yes.
It was in your
transcribed
packet,
it.
and it's also on the website.
Perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, with that being said, no more public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the body, but I'm going to hand it over to the one and only Mr. Alex Woodley. You really don't need an introduction, so there you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good
Semper
afternoon.
Fi, right?
Semper
Yeah.
Fi, yes, ma'am. Thank you. For the record, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Director for the City of Reno. And before I start, I would like to say happy birthday to my fellow Marines, brothers and sisters. And if you could please, Councilmember Reese, tell Felipe I said happy birthday. Thank you.
I love that.
Okay, so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to provide you a presentation related to the ordinances that are before you. This particular ordinance involves multiple sections of the code. It involves Chapter 5 and Chapter 18 of our Land Development Code. This was a collaboration between the Police Department, Development Services, Business License, and Code Enforcement as well. All right, so I'm going to give you a little history of previous actions by the council and by city staff. As you know, this originally started in 2016. The city council, over the past years, especially this council, this body, since 2012, has had a lot of concerns and expressions and issues with having to approve some licenses that sometimes you weren't in agreement with, or you didn't feel that it was conducive for the neighborhood or for the area. What comes to mind for me is Councilmember Breckus, the situation you brought up to this council close to Reno High School, when we had one convenience store, then we had another packaged liquor right across the street that we approved.
Yeah.
And you brought up some concerns,
Well,
especially.
that went through a special use permit before any of us were seated.
Right, correct, exactly, yes, ma'am. So based on that, we looked at several things, the review and approval process, council's involvement, proximity to sensitive areas such as schools, and I'll get more into the details of that, the downtown environment, and enforcement. Let's see, it's this. Okay. In 2018, staff returned identifying several topics for the council, being more specific for operational standards, once again, addressing the downtown area and analysis of the fee structure, enforcement process, and more specific to the proximity of schools. The strategies that we focused on, what I consider to be one of the most important parts of this is providing the city council that discretion to approve, deny, and even provide conditions on these types of licenses, these packaged liquor licenses. And this is for citywide, any future licenses, applications that come before this board. That was something I believe this council as a whole believe strongly in all four of these strategies, to include identifying an actual primary use and accessory use. In the past, for many years, we did not have a delineated differentiation between a Ben's Liquor and an actual 7-Eleven convenience store. So they both acquired the same license without consideration of what is the primary use of one and what is the accessory use of the other. Then, of course, we are all aware of the food desert circumstances that we have in a lot of cities, especially in our downtown areas, and that was one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we addressed. I know that was something that's always been of great concern for Councilmember Delgado, Councilmember Weber, and Councilmember Reese. Those are the names that come to my mind because I remember those specific discussions. And then, of course, expanding limitations for the existing licenses and in specific areas and any newly defined areas, which we'll get into later with regards to the buffer zone for the Sayscape requirements. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk primarily first with regards to the zoning perspective, the changes in Title 18. Citywide, I'll talk about the downtown area specifically, and then the area in between from the downtown core identified area, which is what we've identified as the buffer area. That's between the core and the city as a whole. So for primary use, what we've changed is we've made a requirement for a conditional use permit. So if a Ben's Liquor or a Lee's Discount Liquor comes before you, they would have to acquire a conditional use permit. They would have restrictions that they can only be located on collector arterial streets. So you won't have them on Taylor or Nixon or Linden. It'll actually be streets that we know, such as Virginia Street, McCarran, North McCarran, et cetera. They will also have requirements related to their proximity of other businesses similar or to the proximity of sensitive areas, which I'll get into more in detail here in a second. And that's pretty much the schools and the agencies that provide services for people combating addiction. So as far as the accessory uses citywide, if a CUP is triggered, they will require fresh food requirement. And the conditional use permit, I apologize, conditional use permit is CUP. And that is, once again, if they're within 500 feet of certain uses. As we go into the downtown area, what we have right now, which has been in place for years, which is the cap on the liquor licenses, the alcohol package liquor licenses downtown. So we still have that. Then we also have, for primary uses, they're only allowed in the mixed use downtown innovation district and the mixed use downtown northwest district only. And as far as accessory use, they are required to have 10% of their retail floor dedicated to fresh foods. And when we look at the actual buffer areas, and I'm going to show you the map here in a couple slides, there we have the requirement of the downtown Sayscape standards and the fresh food requirements, which is with most accessory uses. And of course, for all three, we have the 18-month compliance period for existing businesses. Okay, with regards specifically to the Title V amendments, as I stated before, I think this is the most important, which is because it all starts at the beginning of actually approving the license to exist where the city of Reno approves them. And we were very proud of the fact that we were able to create the language in there to give more discretion to the city council in reviewing these licenses. We've also created a compliance review. So if and when necessary, city staff can go in and conduct inspections to ensure compliance with the requirements. And then we also have a good standing provision to assist those businesses that are in good standing that have package and wine licenses to have the ability to seek an exemption from any caps with regards to being in good condition with the city for approximately 24 months. And what comes to mind is the urban market. The urban market exists in the 3rd Street Flats, and it's staff understanding that this pretty much has been the ideal example for what we would like to see in our downtown, similar to other cities, a market where you can get off work or prior to going home, you can actually go and get some cold cuts, some fresh food, and then also they have the ability to sell you alcohol as well. Now I'm going to speak more specific to the downtown area. With regards to the downtown area, what I want to do is I want to bring it all in a holistic, give it a holistic perspective. And what I mean by that is in 2017, this city council adopted a downtown action plan. The desire, my understanding of this plan is that the city's desire, the council, to have a dynamic, vibrant downtown with mixed use, with housing. We knew housing was coming into the downtown area way back in 2010, 2011, when we were having meetings. The council asked us to have meetings with the residents and the businesses, and we were having monthly meetings with them to try to help them coexist. And I'll have that later on in the slides. But as you can see here, the desire has always been to create a safe and clean and vibrant downtown. As part of that, what we know and we understand is that our downtown is going through a transformation. We are seeing much more development, and we actually have development in the pipeline. When I say in the pipeline, I mean that they've submitted plans, they've met with staff. It's coming. We know that it's out there and it's coming. There's some things that are out there that are still in dreams, what have you, but there are a lot that we know are really coming. And all those residents are going to need the amenities to live in the downtown area. Downtown used to be, many, many years ago, downtown used to be where you went to party, have fun, get inebriated, and that's it. And then you just leave and go back to your neighborhood. But now downtown is becoming a neighborhood. Downtown is a neighborhood. We currently already have a lot of residential, such as the Montage, the Palladio, Arlington Towers. We have more coming in. We have the Reno City Center right behind us, the old Harris, previously Harris, 550 apartments. That's going to include 150,000 commercial square feet. We have the ballpark project, which we know is bringing in 368 units in phase 1 and another 400 units in phase 2. That's also right down the street from us. We have east of the Automobile Museum, where they're grading right now. We have 400 units with additional commercial floor area. We have 661 Lake Street, which is student housing. The president was just here previously. That's going to be 500 beds of students. That's right across from the existing Canyon Flats. We have several hundred there as well. We have Stevenson Apartments on 2nd Street, Fumé on Riverside. We have the Kimpton Hotel that's coming in, 270 plus rooms, plus another 60,000 square feet of office space. So what I'm trying to do is give you a picture of our downtown is becoming a dynamic, eclectic environment neighborhood. And we're gonna have people that are gonna be living down here, and we're gonna have up to 4,000 in the next 10 years. Those residents are going to need services that, if you're gonna have a convenience store, we need to make sure that that convenience store provides all the services a convenience store. Now, the benefit of it is that they have a captive audience, because we all know there's a cap. So there's no competition that can actually move in the area to compete against them and sell the products. They will be the only ones that can sell products because we have an existing cap. So of course, what we want to do, as it was stated in a previous presentation by the university president, is connectivity with downtown and the university. And we want to make sure that we have a safe, clean downtown for our residents. This is nothing new. This council has made many changes, has adopted many processes and improvements, as you can see in this slide, whether it was prior to this council, we had the actual implementation of SafeScape happened in 2005. In 2008, we had the cap on the package licenses. 2014, we created downtown maintenance standards for the existing property owners. This council has dedicated hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to help improve the downtown area. We've adopted a downtown action plan, the motel inspection program, the motel improvement team, the adoption of the clean and safe team, the investments that this council has made every year for our the campus, our homeless shelter. We created the CSAS operation that goes out every month. Reno Police, Fire, Code Enforcement, business license, to make contact with the businesses downtown to make sure that they're conducting their business in such a fashion that they're not negatively impacting the surrounding residents in the downtown area. So here, what I'm showing you now is a map of the core downtown area. The green boundary is the existing safescape area. The existing safescape ordinance has several restrictions within it, to include mandatory security, mandatory cameras on the property, a certain location where they can place an ATM, the inability to cover their windows because we need them to be visible from the street. So if a police officer is walking by, they can see directly into the store. So these are all the safescape standards that have existed. If you look at the orange boundary, you will notice that there's an increase of the area from the green to the orange solid line, and that is the new identified cap area. Around that area is what we've identified as the buffer zone, and the buffer zone is the 1,000 feet area outside of that, because one thing that we learned from the original green boundary that you see there was that we had businesses established right outside the boundary. And in fact, some of those businesses became a bigger problem than what was originally being addressed. And when I say a bigger problem, I'm referring to calls for service. This is all based on calls for service. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to create the boundary and then also make sure that we didn't create a situation where right outside the boundary, we had continued to have the same issues. And then taking into consideration the investment that has been made on East 4th Street and the new CARES campus, we also created a boundary east of 4th Street, a 1,000-foot buffer all the way to the City of Reno jurisdiction line with the City of Sparks. And I'm going to go into the differences of the buffer boundary and the actual downtown core. So, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am? Oh, yes, ma'am. That was the 4th Street. I apologize. This is the 4th Street buffer. So it's 1,000 feet from the center of 4th Street on both sides. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So you have the buffer that goes around. You're absolutely correct, ma'am. And then it goes east. So almost like a lollipop. So if you looked at this, this would be the lollipop itself, and then this would be the stick going east. So I'm going to go into the actual specific regulations within those areas. Within the downtown safescape area, that was that new orange boundary, solid boundary line that I showed you previously was green. The requirements that we have in the ordinance is first related to security. In the downtown area, every business that we have downtown, bars, clubs, casinos, et cetera, that are open past midnight, they all have security. I've worked the evenings, I've gone out there, I've been out there at night on the weekends. And this was a request by the police department as well, is that if these businesses are going to be open during these hours, to have security. I'm going to explain, because I know there was a question previously or a comment made with regards to what did we do to try to adjust or work with the owners. So this was different previous, but I'll share that information in a further slide. The perishable food, that's the next requirement, 10% of retail floor area. And then we have the prohibitive items, which I think is the biggest issue of concern that has been expressed to staff. And what we have are the restrictions for the sizes of the alcohol that can be sold. There is not a prohibition from selling alcohol. Alcohol can be sold. It's just that these requirements are requiring a minimal size. And the minimal size is bigger than the little shot glasses. And I'll give you an idea. The 375 milliliters that you see there, that is equivalent to 7 of the little shot glasses, 99-cent shot glasses. So they're bigger, they're more difficult to hide if an individual is out in the downtown area with alcohol in their open container on their person. And that's something that has been identified in other cities as well, which I'll share in a further slide. And the police department also likes the idea of having to have the requirement of the bigger containers because it's harder for them to hide it. And then, of course, we have the last one was an existing prohibited item in Safescape, which was not to sell individual cups. Because believe it or not, especially during special events, we've had stores sell alcohol, packaged liquor, and then sell individual red cups as well. And unfortunately, that has been an issue for our Reno police officers. So now let's go into the Safescape buffer areas. Remember, we had the core and then we had the buffer on the outside. So one of the discussions that we had which was brought forward was that could there be a differentiation between the center core that has all the restrictions and that the buffer has a lower level of restrictions in comparison to the city as a whole that doesn't have these specific restrictions. So what we were able to do was we removed the security requirements. The perishable food remained the same, the 10%. And then as far as the sale of the prohibited items, those stores within the buffer area, because one of the claims that was made over and over was that our customers are individuals getting off work, and after work, they want to be able to buy alcohol. So in consultation with the police department, we identified that between the hours of 5 p.m. and 8 a.m., that they would be allowed to sell those items, but between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., that they would not sell those items. So here I provided an example of other cities. They're all within the Ninth Circuit. We're always very cognizant of that to make sure that any new ordinances that we bring before you, that we want to check and see if it's ever been challenged by any other city within the Ninth Circuit, since we are within the Ninth Circuit District. And as you'll see here, the City of Las Vegas does have a restriction specifically to the beers over 16 ounce, and then they have the alcohol, very similar. And then the City of Fresno, Hesperia, California, you have 4 different cities from California. Then the state of Washington. State of Washington goes a little bit beyond because they actually identify specific alcohol products that they prohibit for sale. And here's an example of what they have. And we didn't want to get into identifying specific products, but rather stick to the actual size. And now please keep in mind that this is all based on calls for service. And just to give you an idea, our intent is not to identify any specific businesses, which is why I did not provide a slide to that effect. But I can tell you that within the city of Reno, packaged liquor licenses for convenience stores, we have 144 within the city as a whole. 13 of those are within the current downtown solid restriction boundary. They make up 9% of all the convenience stores in the city. However, they make up 20% of all the calls for service throughout the entire city. So with regards to public input, of course, we try to be over-communicative as possible. I know the council likes that. So we've been meeting with business owners since March of 2020. We had several in person, and we also had Zoom meetings as well. The primary concerns that were identified from the business owners was a loss of revenue if single-serve alcohol beverage products are prohibited, and the cost of the extra employee between the hours of 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., which was the original proposal. And I'm going to show you here, these were the revisions that we made based on the public input. Our original proposal was 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., the requirement for security personnel, and we reduced it to 5 hours between the hours of 12 midnight and 5 a.m. We also initially had a 30% retail floor space requirement, and we actually went out there physically and made some assessments on several establishments, and we reduced that to 10%, which is very similar to what currently exists in Jackson's, Mavericks, 7-Elevens, et cetera. And then we also removed the existing restrictions of malt liquor beverages in excess of 16 ounces. That was always in the Safescape, but we did remove that. And we also modified the total prohibition of single-serve products in the buffer areas. And something that we thought was very, very helpful was the creation of an 18-month compliance deadline. There are some who thought that 6 months was enough time to deplete any existing inventory, but staff wanted to make sure to provide enough time for individuals to consider changing their business models. As you've already heard, some individuals have stated that they will lose thousands a day based on their sales of individual liquor. And my response to that is that that's not what we want for downtown. What we want for downtown neighborhood is convenience stores that have a different business model, which is more focused on selling those products that all of our residents want and need from their convenience stores. So today, staff is recommending to the City Council to please accept the business impact statement and finding that it's in compliance with the requirements on the NRS, and then to also refer the ordinance introductions for second readings and adoption. And I'm ready for questions.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of all, can I say, Alex, I think, or Mr. Woodley, I thought you did a tremendous job. I know you have worked really hard on this, really long, and just done a really big deep dive. I don't think there's anyone that knows sort of these issues more than anyone, and also kind of what, you know, how we are changing in downtown. And like you said, I loved how you pointed it out that, you know, it's a place where it's becoming a neighborhood. And I think that that is really important. I think you brought up something that really hits it on the nail on the head. And not to mention, I think economic reasons. We keep hearing a lot of people say, oh, we can't come downtown because it doesn't have what we need to survive as a business, right? So I think people need to understand the economic impact as well. And when you said that, that, you know, really resonates. And I always say downtowns especially are cities inside, you know, cities, basically. They really are.
Yes,
They're their own sort of nucleus. But I thought you did a really good job.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just
that-
want to acknowledge Lance, because
And Lance, good
he's
job.
been doing a lot of
Lance.
good work on this.
I was
It's been
reading over
amazing.
some of his reports. I was like, good job, excellent. No, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Anyway, okay, so at this time, I'm gonna send it down to, if you guys want to speak on this, make sure you get your hand sanitizer up. Councilman Breakfast, go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to thank staff also. When I did my sit-down with Mr. Ferrato this week, I asked him, you know, and he wasn't with us, how long we've been working on this at the city, and I think it was March of 18. So that's a rulemaking process going on almost 4 years, closer to 4 than 3.5 by my calculation. And that's just a long, long time, a lot of turnover of staff, a lot of change dynamics. And I know they worked very hard on it, and I think they also worked in good faith with the community. So I appreciate those who worked before on it, those who are here to take it over the finish line. For me, and obviously we have a new zoning code too. So there are always two pieces. There was the zoning code and the business license. And it seems like now it's more business license focused, which I think is okay. But for me, the issue was always taking it to the planning commission to look at the site specifics and how it works in a neighborhood setting, because we were getting them in neighborhood settings. And this use, and I think it's a use that rises to a level of more scrutiny, and that's what the planning commission does. Now, in the meantime, there's been a whole talk about zoning reform. We redid our zoning code, but I still think some of those arguments for looking at it from a planning land use perspective hold valid. And what I understand is that a new C-store or a new, you know, packaged liquor, and we have new language in the code. I just checked it out. We have retail under 5,000, we have retail under 10,000, and we have general retail. So I still have some questions outstanding. But what I understand is any of those that want to sell packaged liquor come through to the planning commission outside of the downtown area. So that got always where I wanted to be. Now, number two, I think that there was a lot of innovation on the operational characteristics, and I think those were good. Are they retroactively applying to people's businesses and And, that's a tough one. And I'll say, there is a small plastic bottle in the alley right over there. And I walked by one yesterday, right across from Reno High. So, but I also saw a hypodermic needle in our park 2 weeks ago. So the trash, the impact, I get it. I find that unfortunate. I just don't know if I'm absolutely there on some of the other issues. I could be on a change of ownership, on a change of some other dynamic, kick it out to a special use permit, but I always thought the cap worked. I know they came around the buffer area, so I just don't know. And I'm also intrigued by the idea of not doing it at the Planning Commission, doing it at the table, but then that puts us doing more or less special use permit work on the licensing. So I want to hear from my colleagues a little bit more, because we started it. We're the consistent ingredient here, I think. City managers have come and gone. We're the ingredient that kicked it off. But I'm concerned about the complexity. I did my own diagram before I even knew you had that diagram, and it was the 3 rings, and for each one, how they are different, and it looks like a tough one to administer. But anyway,
All right,
I do
we're
want to
gonna
hear from
move
the
on.
others. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Delgado, all you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alex. Great presentation. I think you and Lance hit a lot of our points that we've been talking about for several years. And I think that, again, this comes back to our vision as a city for a long time of bringing the conversation of quality of life and now, of course, public health. And I think those are some alignments that we've been really trying to reach, and how to bring that as part of our planning at the forefront. It was really enlightening for you to say 9% are downtown, but 20% of our calls. That in itself says something with respect to creating a quality of life of this new changing of our downtown. We just had President Sandoval speak to us about how his vision is, and he's already implementing some of those visions, but how are we creating a safety and an opportunity for all those families and all those younger families, and that dynamic starts to take place with the university as well. You spoke to the opportunity that caps downtown are hurting us. And so in order for us to, if we delay the process with respect to saying the change of ownership, which I think would even hamper our opportunities for changes, us working with them to allow for some of those changes, and that's what you're saying is a phase-in approach and giving them time to change business models if necessary, correct?
Yes, sir.
The other parts associated with that is that we heard from public comment that people depend heavily on the small bottles. You're saying that in average, they sell at 99 cents a bottle. Some people are saying that, and during public comment, that they sell up to, that they depend from 5 to 10,000. What? That's what, because there's some people in public comment say we depend on that as our primary source of selling. So in my head, I'm saying, so you're selling at 99 cents a shot, you're selling anywhere between 5 to 10,000 of those bottles a month in our downtown.
Yes, sir. I think someone said 1,000 a day.
1,000 a day. And so that, and myself, so what I mean by that is, so we've consistently had the conversation with respect to what type of downtown, what type of neighborhood, what type of presence are we having? My big piece on a lot of this is related to what Councilman Brackett has stated, is us having a stronger idea about the distances between those schools and daycares, and also what we've done in the past is respect to rehab facilities and so forth, right? So now we allow for some of those buffer opportunities. We've talked about the vision of that urban store, about where a convenience store is really allowing for the convenience of produce and other types of opportunities versus just selling bottles. If that's what it is, then they would apply for it to be a direct liquor store. Is that correct? There's opportunities for that?
There'll be opportunities for them to sell. Right now, they can only sell, because of the cap, they can only sell beer and wine. And they have asked for the ability to sell, if they continue to be an exemplary partner in the downtown area, that they would like to have the ability to sell bottles of actual liquor, because they have tenants that sometimes go there and actually want to buy a bottle of whiskey or what have you.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. I know my time's up. I'll swing back for a second, but not really questions, but just restating what you've stated and what we've talked about for several years, since back in 2016 when we've talked about this. But thank you for the thorough presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Can you talk to me a little bit about, and I do know that this ordinance has been in discussions and in the works for a number of years now. Can you talk to me about when the outreach began and how many meetings you've had with the owners
Yes,
of the
ma'am. We
facility?
started in 2020, prior to COVID hitting, and then we obviously took a pause. We were dealing with other things at that time, but then we had continual meetings. I think we had a total of 5, right? 5 in person. We had in person, and we also had Zoom meet. The governor's requirements of meetings.
So you indicated some of the things that were modified through the course of those,
That is correct.
which was the reduction of the hours of the security overnight
Correct.
from what was
yes, ma'am.
originally proposed.
It went from 7 hours to 5 hours. Originally, we were looking at a 30% floor area requirement for fresh food and produce, and we reduced that to 10%. We also looked at creating the 18-month implementation, and then we also, for the buffer, removed the security requirement completely, and then restricting the sales to only specific hours.
Okay. Do we have any RPD representation here?
Unfortunately, ma'am, we've been working with them, but Chief Miller had to attend a conference, and the other police representative we had to attend to an issue.
Okay, and then back on the slide where you showed in the other communities where these things were implemented, do we have information on when those were put in place and impacts?
Some of them were put in place as far as 10 years ago. The state of Washington has had them over a decade, and I tried to find specific. I was looking for that. There's a lot of information out there, I think, from the USDA, but it was lengthy. But all in all, the impression I got was that they saw a reduction in petty crimes within those particular areas, and that's why they all identify for specific neighborhoods and specific geographical areas within the cities.
Okay. I'll reserve. I might have a few more questions. Clearly, downtown, a large part of it is in my ward. I have seen certainly the little bottles I find to be litter everywhere. And I have concerns certainly with that and the impacts of those single sales as indicated by calls for service. That concerns me greatly as well, but I may have some more questions. Thank you.
And Alex, just because she brought that up, can you talk a little bit about, because I know you know this inside and out, so I would imagine you're comfortable with sort of relaying the information from the Reno Police Department. Talk about the calls for service. I think all of us were just sort of shocked that they were that high.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you kind of dive
Yes,
into
I
that?
can. No, definitely. So I will tell you, for example, without identifying any specific business, one business for the past several years, I would say 5 to 6 years, has been the #1 call for service location in the entire city of Reno. And that business is within this downtown area core. The top 20 calls for service of all convenience stores, 8 of them are located in the downtown area. With regards to the entire number, I think it's over 8,000 calls for service for the year 2019. We did not use 2020 because we had, for obvious reasons. We had over 8,000 calls for service. 1,600 of those were just from the 13 convenience stores in the downtown area.
Okay. Wow. All right, Councilwoman Weber? No? And Councilwoman Dewar? No? Okay, thank you so
I
much.
thank my
So,
colleagues
Alex,
for
can we-
asking good questions. Thank you.
Just, for those people that don't know, because I've had a lot of questions on this and I want you to kind of put it on the record. So someone comes in for basically a license for a convenience store. Does that automatically give them the availability to sell alcohol?
No, ma'am. No, they have to. So first and foremost, we have a cap for downtown. So right now, no new store can come into the downtown area, period. If a store were able to come, if we were below that actual cap, if we were, they would have to come in and apply. If they wanted to be just a convenience store without liquor, they can go ahead and apply, and that would not come before you because it's not a privileged license. But they would not be allowed to sell liquor. However, if they want to sell alcohol, whether it's beer and wine or liquor, that would have to come before you. The great thing is that right now, with the discretion that you have a much wider ability to say whether or not absolutely this can exist here, or we don't want it in this area, in this location, based on these. We have an influx already. We already have, 10 within whatever the reasons are. And then, of course, when they do come in, they'll be required to identify any other existing sensitive uses and also other businesses as well.
So would you also say, I would imagine many of you who are sitting here own these in the downtown area.
Yes.
Would you also say, actually, in some ways, it's even that much more of a privilege, right?
Absolutely. Whenever there's a cap, there's a value.
Yes, so there's a big value that exists there.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is interesting. And I would say this, I know how hard it is to run a small business. It is tough. I know you guys know how hard it is to get people to come to work. It is tough, right? And I'm all about small business because they are the largest job creators in the country. And I think there is a place for both sides to be really, really good partners. And so I want to be really, really aware of that. And hear you guys, because again, you are a small business and you create jobs in this community. And one of you said that you had hired someone that I think was homeless and now he works for you and kudos to you, because giving people an opportunity is really, really important. But we also want to work with you guys because you have these licenses that are pretty special and no one else can come in. So like, you're lucky in a lot of ways. And so we want to work with you to be good partners. And I have to tell you, and it's not everyone, but you get that one bad actor and you guys know, you're like, hey, dude, I'm trying to clean up my side of the street and you're doing, X, Y, and Z, and you're making it hard on us, right? And so I want you guys to, thrive and survive. It's how you guys put food on the table too, right? So it does have to be a balance because things are changing, but we also have to make sure that our small businesses are in a position where they can, they can survive and you do have an advantage. So like, let's take that and make that like, that's a big deal and a privilege. And I want us to have that cohesive relationship so that it does exist and we both are good partners. Because I believe we have to make the businesses in our city partners. We really do. How else do you think we do, get taxed and expand upon the services that we have in a city if we don't utilize our businesses? So I just want to be aware of that, but I also want to make it clear that those licenses are pretty special.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I would say this, and I don't know who it is, Alex, and I'm not even going to ask you, and I'm just going to sort of send a message. Whoever that is with the 20% call volume, I'd say clean it up. Because you have something that could easily, would you rather be in business or not in business? So, and that just, obviously, usually that's a management issue. That's, someone isn't running the business that as well as they should be. And it's just creating hardship. Not to mention our police officers are doing a tremendous job in the city and they have to be all over the place. And that's not fair either. So thanks, Alex. I appreciate it. Okay, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. I thought you put yours down and then it went back up. Oh, okay, all right. I just wanted to know I wasn't seeing something. All right, good. Councilwoman Weber, gonna go to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments about that we're partners and that we're working together. I understand that we do have a problem, and we do. And I think our business owners out here understand that we have a problem. But I also think that it would be, I know we're at a point that we are needing to make decisions, but I would like to know, number one, when you've had your meetings, Mr. Woodley, and I really appreciate all that you've done and how everybody's worked together. But I feel like in some ways, these people are coming to us, and they did before, and they've said that we have these businesses, and we need to be able to sell some of these items. And I understand that, and they're talking about raising their families and, you know, getting people, you know, they don't have the workers. It's hard for them to not even be here to be able to speak as well. I want to make sure that we're meeting them at their issue and that we can work with that issue. And I don't know, I know there's problems. They know there's problems, but have we looked at every way that we could possibly meet them where they're at and bring them? Have we been working with them and telling them that we want to change the atmosphere? We want to do this. And have we given them enough time to be able to do that? I mean, I know we have the food and those things, but I'm just concerned because these are business owners and we want them to be our partners. But when we tell them that part of the products, which is a tough product and what we're doing, I just feel like isn't there anything else that another community has tried to help them stay in business?
Ma'am, I looked at other communities and how they addressed it, and from the regulatory perspective, not from a business advocacy perspective. So there are chambers of commerce, other agencies that I did read about that helped businesses to change certain, you know, how they conduct their business and how to mitigate certain issues. But from the perspective of actual regulations from the actual entities and government entities, this was the approach that I primarily found, which was such as the SafeScape. SafeScape is not new. SafeScape exists. It's been existing for maybe 20 years. So it's been out there. So, and this has been the approach that whether they've restricted hours of operation. I mean, that's the one thing that we have, right? Because state of Nevada, a lot of other cities and states, they cap sales of alcohol.
Exactly.
2 a.m., you're done, you know? So that's something that we don't have. So, but this is primarily what we found in researching what other communities did for that. And this was actually primarily in downtowns and in lower income neighborhoods that they created these restrictions, because the citizens, the residents came to their elected bodies and said, why do I have a liquor store in every corner? That's not what we need. We need more fresh food, you know, et cetera. So that's why they came, the city of Fresno specifically speaking.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor? Yeah, thank you. Alex, just two questions. One, I wanted to express support for this fresh food concept. I mean, it would help tremendously. And when I say fresh, I know that you include packaged food in there, frozen food in there, but I hope it also includes, you know, fresh milk, fresh eggs, and fresh vegetables and fruits, because those are the components that are missing from people's diets. They have plenty of packaged crackers, they have plenty of chips, you know, all of this kind of stuff, but they need this other food available. Number two, you may have already mentioned this, but let me just ask you again, just to highlight this. One of the gentlemen mentioned that his store was across the street from a Raley's, and the Raley's could sell stuff that he couldn't sell, you know, if we adopt this. And you probably already addressed this, but could you just recap on that? Is there an opportunity to pull back the buffer to where there are existing grocery stores in this kind of scenario?
Okay, so in to this specific situation, the restriction, that was the reason why we came up with the collaboration, so to speak, and we changed it to where it's not a complete prohibition in the buffer area. It's actually
5 to 8.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That was our response to that
Okay.
to that situation and that
Okay.
claim. Of course, obviously,
What's that?
any
Yeah.
Compromise?
Yeah.
yes, compromise. Thank you.
That
That's the
was
word I was
nice.
looking for. Yes,
That
ma'am.
was really nice, Alex.
But that was Elliot too. So we met.
Elliot,
It was
okay.
original, the owner of 7-Eleven, and then having more meetings with Elliot as well came up again, and we said, okay, this is, you know, we've heard this more than once, and
All
that's
right,
why
I
we
just
came up
wanted to
with
make
that.
sure, because it was as mentioned, and it did seem inequitable just to have an artificial line right here.
Right.
On this side you can, on this side you can't. And I get that all lines are artificial. There's no magic and
Correct.
super science about this, but it's a best judgment, right? So I really appreciate the kind of hard work you've put into this. I just wanted to daylight that issue just a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, let me ask you, when we're talking about in the zoning code, these uses, are they the 5,000 and under, or are they the 10,000 and under?
Understanding,
Can we stop the time, please? I guess,
So for the conditional use permit as an accessory, it does require a conditional use permit if it's within the 500 feet of any
yeah,
sensitive
yeah.
uses.
But
And
for
then-
any use, or, okay, so it applies to any use. So if you're
Correct.
5,000 feet, if you're 10,000 feet.
Correct, exactly.
I guess my
Yes, ma'am.
question was, because really the definition of a convenience store is less than 5,000, but then you have this general retail that gets the 5 to 10,000. And I'm wondering if that was applicable also on the conditional use permit. Have you found maybe when you get a store up to 10,000, you're not selling more liquor, you're just by default selling a lot more things? So you're not going to require them to come through this CUP process?
Unless, so we did it based on the use. So for example, if it is, as you stated, that they are primarily selling other stuff, and then this is just their accessory use outside of the downtown safescape area, if they are within 500 feet of any of those sensitive uses,
Okay.
then yes, they will, regardless of their size, they will require a conditional use permit.
Even at Albertsons or a Save Mart that's above 10,000?
I believe so. I believe that's, yes. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so, here's my thing is, I think placing the burden of downtown's issues on some operators is maybe, a big regulatory focus. I get the perishable foods, but if you think about it, making them change that operation, we got a lot of vacant storefronts. Put the perishable food store, that's a business opportunity for someone else rather than, get to some folks. And I'm not saying I'm crazy about a lot of the operations, but the cap, I think, has worked well. The world that I would like to see really is, and this is where it gets interesting to me, is I see a lot of change of ownership come through. We see them all the time, change of ownership, relicensing. I would like those to be subject to a conditional use permit conditions, even if it's at the licensing point, and the rest go through the CUP. I'm not sure the large Albertsons, I think it'd only be the 5,000 and under, maybe 5 to 10. I think it does put too much expectation on a small operation, and I don't think the return is going to be there as great with the added people. And I see so much change of ownership anyway. I think we can get these in there phasing in over time in an equitable manner. That's just some thinking that I'd like to suggest to the council. It's very complex, pivoting off what you all have done, but I think at the end of the day, it would possibly add a little more simplicity, but then would be each business license would have their unique conditions or special use permit also. Just a thought.
All right, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of thoughts that I want to share with my colleagues. One is the process. We have had and bristled a little bit this week about folks claiming that our process is not inclusive. We don't hold enough meetings. We aren't doing enough things. And if you look at the business impact statement, I think it details very well the history of this body. You sent out notifications, 300 businesses, letters to other community partners. There were virtual workshops. There were in-person workshops multiple times, 30 and 40 businesses showing up here. And I just think it speaks to the fact that when you were in front of us, another 6, 8, 9 months ago, we said, well, have you met with folks who this is impacted by? And you did that. So I thank you for that. And I just, again, the idea that we do not hold public processes well, I think is just a false statement and is part of that disinformation that I think pervades some of the bloggers in this community. Second is Reno is not unique. I mean, I don't think that we should pretend that we are a place different unto itself. New Mexico in June banned a sale entirely throughout the state of minis, the 50s, right? Chicago, all the cities that you listed. I mean, these are places that have experience, and I think that experience tells you that the reason why you do this is because you're trying to address the safety concerns, the calls for service. You're trying to create a community. And as you indicated, Mr. Woodley, in your presentation, there are lots and lots of folks who are about ready to live in downtown. And there are people who live downtown right now who want to see their quality of life improved. And so I think this ordinance addresses it. Fourth is that, as Ms. Gutman-Dodson said, and Councilmember Delgado spoke to, there are food desert issues that relate to the way in which, people have access to quality food, and that's the real equity position. I'm confused by my colleague from Ward 1's comments because, for the last 6 months, all I've heard you say to our licensing staff and planning staff is, where's our, examination of the alcohol sales issue? Why are you skipping, for example, the cannabis ordinance regulations ahead of it? And now when it's here, you're saying, I think the planning commission should deal with it. I think there's been no greater champion for small businesses on this council than our mayor, who has, absolutely said time and time again that she's fighting for our small businesses. But those small businesses also have to be businesses that are sharing the same vision for Reno. And so I want our businesses to thrive. I want them to be supported and healthful. And apparently it happens all over the country in other cities where people are able to continue their businesses with success without selling, small bottles. So I'll be in support of the project moving forward and happy to do that tonight.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just to clarify, the existing businesses within the areas that you have defined, those will come before us as conditional and privileged licenses on an annual basis?
No, ma'am, not on an annual basis. They will have 18 months to comply. We will, on an annual basis, inspect those businesses to ensure that they are in compliance with the Safescape requirements.
Okay, so the privileged license of which they have, correct?
Correct.
They get issued that on an annual basis.
They do, correct.
And it's our privilege as this body to
Yes.
do what we want to with that license, correct?
Yes.
So
If at any
they
point in
are,
time, you bring it forward to us, whether individually or through your liaison or through the city
okay,
manager's
okay,
office.
so I'm sorry to cut you off, but I know we don't have a ton of time. The
sorry.
reason I'm hitting on that is because there's this correlation between the calls for service and the entities, the liquor stores in downtown. I'm asking that when there is a annual review of their privileged license, and it's called that for a reason, you are privileged to have it. And when we evaluate it, that we look at the calls for service for that property. And my suggestion is if that property is outside the mean, meaning if the average calls for service for a similarly situated business is X, and they are 50%, 20%, whatever more than that, that we need to know that as this body, because that will greatly influence our consideration of their privileged annual license. So that's my one thing. Second is the security guards. I'm trying to best understand the benefit of the interior security guard, because I envision it as an additional expense for them for an overnight hours. But is it just to patrol the inside of their business? Because my understanding is once someone goes out on the street, they're not going to chase them down the street.
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand the real value in the security guard, to be honest.
Correct. And ma'am, and I think it has to do with the loitering in front of the business, because they do have.
Okay, but let me stop you, because one of the individuals indicated that they can't control the activities or loitering outside of their business. So do they have that control or do they not?
They don't necessarily have the control, but they do have the ability to call the police department. So if an individual goes in and buys alcohol and decides to stand outside of their business on the sidewalk and crack it open, I'm just going to hang out here and drink, they can't call the police department and have them come and address that individual.
Yeah, and define this, because that could be
Yeah,
seen
that's
as
a-
private property or city property.
Right, on the city property.
So
That's what I'm
It's
trying to
outside.
understand,
Yeah.
because I'm getting some conflicting information that once someone is outside of their property wall, even
Correct.
I've been told someone is leaning up against their building, if their feet are on the sidewalk, therefore police are saying, no can do. we can't do anything
Right,
with
it's
that.
the
So I
public
need some
right-of-way.
clarity on that because that's a big
Right.
deal.
So the intent, in my understanding, talking to the police department, is for the security individual to be inside with the clerk, not to be on the outside.
Okay, then I'm not sure there's a huge value to that, but that, I may be alone in that.
All right. Hold on a second. Was it?
I just
no?
wasn't totally sure what you just said about they weren't, you would be in favor of this, that you didn't think we quite were.
Madam Mayor, may I continue? And I apologize because
No,
I know we're
please.
kind of going
We need clarification.
I'm trying to understand. So you're asking them to implement a security guard for a 5-hour period overnight.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
security guard would be patrolling the interior of their business.
That is correct.
Do our police calls for service indicate that they're having a rush of issues inside their facility? I don't know that that's
Or
true.
outside, is that what
But
you're
I'm
saying?
also hearing that once the person gets outside of their facility, that security guard is not going to chase them down the street. They're then required to call RPD to address, I guess, the issue that has now actually left their business. Because now
Correct.
they're like, am I really going to call the police? The person's down the street. So I'm trying to understand the value and the expense to them for an overnight security person. I'm not convinced that expense is going to result in some great benefit to the improvement of the conditions of downtown.
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming
Okay,
from.
thank you very much.
That makes sense. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Becker.
Yeah, and along those lines, well, first of all, Mr. Reese misunderstood and misstated what I'm saying. I'm not saying to send the ordinance down to Planning Commission for deliberation, although typically they do look at 18. I'm talking about sending the approvals for new uses to the Planning Commission through this conditional use permit. That's what I'm talking about. That's how I confirm that the ordinance works. So I think, I just want to clarify if I understood what you were saying, that I'm, talking about a different process on this. In terms of what Ms. Jordan said, the calls of service account or incidents, I think is one we do have to be careful about. I kind of like the idea of, when it comes in administratively, pulling it up. But really, those things are so pro forma, they just churn in their check and they generate the new license. And I'd hate to have a concept where someone doesn't get their reissuance and it's based upon how many calls for service you put in, and the night clerk is told by the owner, don't call a call for service, because, that's, so it's an intriguing concept. I agree, maybe the night clerk is not the issue. I'm gonna advocate again, though, for any change of ownership going through the conditional use permit, even in downtown. If someone sells, divorces, redoes the business, then they come in and we can look at, and over time you get your norms of how you want to apply conditions, and we say you're done at 2 a.m. And it's a whole new game, whole new investment-backed expectations for someone who has sold one of these caps or, moved to the suite next door or, lost it in a divorce. So that's a manner that I would like to maybe go forward. In addition to any new uses, maybe not your general grocery stores, but your 5,000 and under anywhere in the city going through conditional use permit.
All right. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm somewhat agnostic on the issue of the security guard. I mean, I do think it's an expense that business owners shouldn't necessarily have to bear. So as to that, I don't have a strong feeling. But I will say it's likely a deterrence issue, right? And I make an assumption too that most folks would farm this out to like an ESI or some other security organization, which is a considerable expense. But not that they're like chasing people off the property, but it's just like, making certain that, rowdy folks aren't in there, harassing store clerks and other customers. And it's just a visual deterrent, right? It lets the customer know that there's security on site. Do they know who they are or what their role is or how they operate? Probably not. But again, as to this particular point, it's also probably the most difficult for you to enforce, right? It's probably the most difficult for you to monitor and make sure that people are doing. So again, I'm not saying that I have to have it in the ordinance. I think it is a burden that I think is better not to pass along to the business owners. But I'm, again, just wonder what the experience of the body would be. Like I said, I think it's a deterrent fact. It's not necessarily that that person is going to, conduct citizens arrests inside the stores, but it's just a visual presence. I also think it's difficult for people to be, the overnight store clerk in any location of any kind and be the only person there, right? And there's just a security factor that must come into play. But again, not knowing entirely what your experience is when you go out and do code enforcement, I'm not sure I'm in the best position to say that this is an absolute must for us and this council must do it. I don't know that I would be in that position. Can you speak to it at all? What do you think the
yes,
function
sir.
is of having someone additional in those overnight hours is?
Okay, I will, sir. As you know, Madam Mayor, we have these conversations as staff because we try to make every ordinance that we bring before the council, each requirements, we always make sure that it's individual because it's always at the pleasure of the council if you choose as a body to strike any particular that it makes it easier for us. So I did have the conversation with the police department and I did ask them, give me your levels of priorities of these conditions that we have in here, regulations. And they did express something similar to Councilmember Jordan's concern. They identified it as a lower priority for what they would like to see in these businesses with all the existing regulations, restrictions.
Well, Mr. Woodley, what is the priority to you? I'm trying to understand from a code enforcement standpoint, why did you think it was relevant? What is it that you see value in it as being?
So during those hours of between 11 p.m. and 5 p.m., as you know, we have a lot of activity.
Yeah, 11 p.m.
A
to
lot of
5 a.m.
activity in the
overnight.
downtown. Right, with regards to the police responding to calls for service. And that's why some of these businesses on their own, of their own volition, other types of businesses, they hire security. It's just a given, right? And there's a reason for that. So that was a discussion that I had with the police department. And from my experience, as you asked, sir, we do see that there's a lot more, as they say, nothing good happens after 11, right? And it's pretty much that. So the bad stuff happens at 11 p.m. But if you would ask me, and you are asking me, is it at the same level? The same level of risk is not the same as in a bar or a nightclub that we see in the stores. No, sir, they're not the same level. They are a lower level risk.
Well, if you're an individual who is just one person in a store
Mhm.
and you're the only person there, it's much harder to run the store, watch the door, restock shelves, as many of the owners said they are doing during that hour, plus running security, calling the police, all of those things. So you're just saying it's another person to add to the sort of running of the store is what you're saying?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Again, I'm somewhat agnostic about it. I'm not sure it's a thing that I absolutely must have in order to move forward, but I do think it's important that we have those conversations tonight.
All right. Councilman Novato.
Councilman Reese asked a lot of my questions I had related to security, and I think Alex did a good job just answering them, so.
So, Alex, I just want to ask you, because it seems like you really have, you've done a lot of work here, and clearly you've worked with these guys, and there's been some compromise. And the
Yes,
other
ma'am.
fact is, either, like I said, those licenses are pretty special. No one else can get them,
Correct, yes, ma'am.
right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, which is interesting, because at one time, the proposal was no liquor in downtown and just at the casinos, so.
Yes, that was.
And that's, these small businesses, so, and like I said, I really, I have a lot of respect for our small businesses, because I know how hard it is. It's tough. It's tough out there, but at the same time, they have sort of an advantage in that retrospect, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to make sure. And then, are there any ideas that you guys as business owners had that you think have not been addressed? But it sounds like you've worked really well with Mr. Woodley. I'm just curious what that is.
At least if you feel it decides.
You're gonna have to come up to the front.
Yeah, we can hear you better in the mic.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
So if you still want to decide to take all single serves out, and like here was mentioned from city council's team about shots, a lot of shots, no one sell $1,000 shots a day. That's first thing. And second thing, if we need to reduce the single serves at least, okay, I understand about single shots, it's a lot of them on the street. I see them too. But like I said, a lot of disabled people, a lot of retirement people living in downtown, they wanna, like I just mentioned, one of them came down and he got half a pint of Jose Cuervo. He doesn't get shot, half a pint. He cannot hide very much. He cannot do very much. He cannot throw away on the street. It is glass. He gonna broke it. So
Okay.
those sizes and single serve cans of beer, they're big.
Yeah.
They're not gonna throw out on the street right away. They're gonna put in the
All right.
garbage can.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So at
Mr.
least like
Woodley?
that.
Perfect. Thank you. The other thing is, they are not liquor stores. They do
Correct.
not apply as a liquor store, too.
That is correct. Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. They are convenience stores.
So I guess I'm curious. I mean, that means you sell everything. Yes. And if they wanted to become a liquor store, then they would have to apply for that license.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yep, I got it. So really, you stay in the confines of your business. You're selling sort of an array of everything, or else you're a liquor store, one or the other, sort of.
Correct.
Correct?
That is correct. And that is what this council wants, is for the convenience stores to operate as convenience stores. However, if a store says, if you take away the specific small nominal alcohol, I will not exist, then it begs the question, are you a convenience store or are you a liquor store?
Right, defining what your use is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what it is. Okay, Madam Mayor? Gotcha. I've got, okay, go ahead, and we're gonna do a motion really quick.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify, there's nothing in the zoning code, as I know, of a liquor store.
Correct.
So when she says liquor store, that's not a regulatory use. So I am going to try a motion, if I may, and I'm fine, if we don't go there. I am going to, since we opened all three, to move to continue D3-1, which is the business license impact statement, because I'm not going to move to advance to second reading the other ones, but I'm going to move to modify the Title 18 provisions to keep the conditional use permit for anywhere in the city for convenience stores that have a package component. So that's more restrictive in some ways because you've only got them drafted as sensitive uses, but I'm going to say anywhere because as we all remember, ballerinas and tutus in a basement. Okay, I think that's a tough one. And then the second one is that any change of use for any existing convenience store anywhere in the city goes through a conditional use permit process too. Yeah, it could end up losing the license in that way, but you have to, I don't think that would happen. I think you could structure the considerations. I think that's a very fair regulatory process. And I think it's most simple. So that, that's a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Kind of all over the place, Councilman Breckus, in the sense, I think there's stuff on there, I think a lot of us could get there on, but then there's stuff on there that it's a little chunky, so.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I think I
Go
need to
ahead,
share
please,
information
yeah.
with the council
Yeah.
to remind you that the existing moratorium on packaged liquor applications expires at the end of this year. Due to all the holidays and the scheduling of the council, it's highly not recommended to actually continue any of these items unless the council is willing to create a new moratorium.
Yeah, okay,
Or I
that
just wanted
makes
to bring
sense.
that to your
Okay,
attention.
Councilman Jordan, go ahead.
Well, I think
did you have a motion?
Yeah, I mean, that's a motion. I think it's a very cleaner way to do it. Unfortunately, and I'm not faulting you all at all, I think Title 18 folks are, not at the table here. A lot of times we have the table where we can see what, a table of what's in, each provision for each area. You did that a little bit. But anyway, I would recommend that, and I would like to see this back by the end of the year. I think you can do it, because I think the heart of it is there.
I just want to be cognizant and not be too business restrictive, so that's not going to be okay in the sense. Cool. Sir, do you want to come up 30 seconds so we can move on?
First of all, thank you so much to give me the opportunity. One thing I'm really requesting from the buffer area in between inside the downtown and the buffer area, since we're going to pay the same fee of the license, and the buffer area will be not that far from our store. As for example, this customer come to our store and say, hey, give me 50 ml or 200 ml, there's certain time period. Then we deny them, and they will get angry, and they're going to walk a little bit far and buy that and say, hey, I got it, look at that. So it's a punishment for us, who's inside the downtown, the buffer area. So I'm urging and I'm requesting, if you do it a buffer area, do it us, make it all together. That could be something very important to think, because you're paying the same fee, and it's not fair for the buffer area and us. And one thing I would like to really mention, personally me, 20 years I'm owning that store. I'm the part of the city of Reno. I like to keep as much as I can in my area, keep it clean. If there is a bum sitting in front of my store, I try to feed them. I try to understand what is his problem. I don't like any homeless sitting and laying down in front of the store and panhandling. Therefore, we lose our tourists. Our tourists do not want to come this part of town when they're seeing a bunch of homeless sitting. So what do you want to do? We want to keep our city clean. If 50 ml and 200 ml and the single beer stopping selling is keep our city clean, I'm 100% agree with that. But if you guys give us the opportunity, every business owner, I'm going to have a meeting with my fellow business owners. It's our duty, our responsibility to keep our downtown clean. We don't even serve the person who I see panhandling and come to my store. I ask them, if you can hungry, you can buy food. But I am not selling alcohol to you. And I do that. That's why I'm practicing my business. So if our goal to keep this downtown clean and all the residents coming, all the people, they have their limit income. They need to just buy one little things and go to sleep after working in the casino. So thank you very much. Again, the buffer area and our area should be the same. It should be not separate.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I also think you have an advantage that others don't. Am I right? You guys have an advantage that others don't. So I think that is one thing that you're, honestly, you want to keep that as a privilege and, make sure that we are working together. And I will make sure that you guys also have my, contact information so that we can all sort of work together. And like I said, because I'm seeing some of them that, quite honestly, it wasn't 2-3 years ago, some guy came in here and told us it's a mini Whole Foods. It was a commercial broker, and I'm going to find it. I'm going to go through our minutes, and I'm going to bring him back in here because it is nothing like a mini Whole Foods in any capacity. And it's also, quite frankly, it's filthy. People the stuff that is happening in there, I think they're selling kratom, all these things that should not be happening. And now this is a new city. It's a new Reno. And guess what, you guys? This is about economics. The visitors that come here when they have a good experience in your store and they see that, they want to come back to Reno. But if they walk through your door and it is disgusting and filthy, and I mean, I can't honestly, some of these, and we've walked down there, we're going to go back down there. And I thought this council was super lenient. But this is the new Reno, and people are coming here and want to see what we have to offer, we all have to put our best foot forward. We all got to try. You know, that's what I'm asking. Just clean up your side of the street. It's going to make a big difference. And guess what? More people are going to visit Reno and they're coming into your business. Not to mention, you have a big economic advantage too. And I would say you guys really are setting the tone for what downtown looks like. I mean, honestly, you guys can really make or break. Let's get 25 people through your door a day instead of 2, because it looks terrible, or it's not ran well, or, you know, you drunk people in front of your store that are, you know, getting sick in front of it, those kinds of things. You guys can set the tone to make this city successful. You guys are gonna be sort of the first impression for our visitors, right? And we wanna, let me tell you something. We wanna bring more and more and more downtown. We want these bowlers to come back, bring more bowlers. I know they're in your stores. We have a massive plan of what's ready to happen downtown through the RSCVA and the Visitors Association. Like I said, wouldn't you rather have 50 people through that door than 2? That's the goal. And so we all gotta be in on that together, because I want our entrepreneurs and our small businesses to thrive here. So let's make it happen. All right, Councilman Breakfast, you have made a motion.
I have.
Okay, and I gotta be honest with you, it's a little hard to understand. I think there's some good nuts and bolts to it. So let's just try this, because I think it needs a little breaking down, but anyway. So you have a motion, do we have a second? Okay, no second. I'm gonna send it to you, Councilman Delgado, or Councilwoman Jordan, either or. Go ahead, Councilman
Say, Madam
Delgado.
Mayor, excuse me, say, before we start making motions on the D items, I need to read the ordinances.
Oh, perfect. Oh, and then, no, okay, we're good. All right. So
right.
go ahead. I'm gonna send it to our city attorney.
I'm going to start with D33, ordinance introduction, bill number 7189, case number TXT 20-00002, packaged alcohol beverage sales. Ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, Section 18.03.206, table of allowed uses, Section 18.03.304, commercial uses, Section 18.03.405, standards for specific accessory uses, Section 18.04.17, Safescape Regulations, Section 18.09.303, Commercial Uses, and Section 18.09.306, Accessory Uses. These amendments would specifically establish packaged alcohol sales as a principal and accessory use, add regulations and definitions associated with the principal and accessory uses, relocate Safescape Regulations to Chapter 5.07, and reference relocated provisions in Chapter 5.07, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Turning now to item D.3.4. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7190. Ordinance to amend Title 5 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privilege Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by amending Chapter 5.07 entitled Alcoholic Beverages with amended provisions for packaged alcohol beverage licenses and packaged wine and beer licenses, including new definitions, expanded considerations for license approval, incorporate and expand downtown Safescape standards, including an expanded area of applicability to include properties within the downtown Safescape area and 1,000 feet of its boundary as defined by the downtown Safescape and buffer area map, and within 1,000 feet of the East 4th Street corridor as defined by the East 4th Street corridor Safescape buffer area map, new standards for operations between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. minimum package sizes, requirements to dedicate at least 10% of the retail floor space to perishable food on properties within the downtown Safescape area and 1,000 feet of its boundary as defined by the downtown Safescape and buffer area map, and within 1,000 feet of the East 4th Street corridor as defined by the East 4th Street corridor Safescape buffer area map, and in other locations required by Title 18. An 18-month period to conform with the new requirements, an expanded area currently defined under RMC Section 5.07.125 to be known as Downtown Safescape Area, with corresponding increase in the maximum number of packaged alcohol beverage licenses, provisions for businesses in good standing to be exempted, amendments clarifying inactive licenses, amendments clarifying individuals licensed only, amendments clarifying alcoholic beverage manufacturer's license, the removal of fraternal club as a specific license type, in reference related to provisions of Title 18 annexation and land development, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Thank you.
That was
That was a
brief.
mouthful.
All right. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And please, if I'm missing something or can't include something, please let me know. So this would be a motion to refer with modifications? Is that where we, okay, I want to make sure I had the right wording. So I would make a motion to refer this ordinance with the following modifications, with the removal of the security requirement, with the understanding at the annual licensure renewal that the information related to the operations and calls for service for that property come before the council, and we have the authority to not only revoke but to modify that license up to and including revocation and re-implementation of the security as defined here today. And I look to legal to say, can I do that?
You can do that, but I'd also look for a motion to approve the business impact statement or accept the business
Yes,
impact
that's
statement
as well.
staff recommendation.
So if I need to reword that, if you're not clear on that, did that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you can reword it, that'd be awesome.
Okay, so the intent of the motion is to remove the security guard requirement with the understanding that these privileged licenses come before this body on an annual basis. And during that renewal, based upon a number of factors, including the calls for service, we have the privilege and the authority to reinstitute the security requirement along with any, I suppose we have
Conditions.
conditions, thank you, I'm struggling for the word, at that time of that annual review.
Correct.
Yes,
Yes,
which,
ma'am.
which a privileged license, we have that
Exactly.
authority. Okay,
Exactly. And we already wrote that in the ordinance itself. So it's really good that you use the word security because I don't have to make too many changes on the title. So the word security is in there.
So what you're saying is you could revoke the license.
and, or, excuse me, because revoke would be the ultimate, we have the option at the annual review to modify the conditions, including the re-implementation of the security requirement as we've discussed tonight, as well as any other options based upon, the information we receive at that time.
Correct.
Second.
All right, so I
We
have a
have-
motion and a
can-
second. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't know about rolling up ordinances to refer or ordinance adoptions into one vote, frankly. And so I'm going to ask about that. Maybe it's more material when you get ordinance adoption, but I just don't know that ordinance adoptions can get rolled into one vote. And so I'll leave that hanging. Two, I'm trying to understand if this renewal comes back just for the downtown ones or the buffer or the whole city, everything?
The intent of my motion would be for the downtown and the buffer.
Yeah, I mean, I was proposing a change of ownership, whereas here we've got, I heard there's 140 citywide. So in the buffer area and the other, maybe you have less than 20 or 30, but that's 20 or 30 considerations every year on renewals.
But my thought is, if there isn't, sorry, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead,
I should
no,
ask.
go ahead.
If there aren't issues as identified by staff, that would be on a consent potentially, and if there are, then we would, I'm not trying to layer in more time for us, but to give us that opportunity should we choose. They would be no different to me than on any consent, and staff would alert us to the incidences that would trigger us to pull it and deliberate.
Now, staff, is this in the Title V or this in the Title 18? It's in the Title V ordinance, you understand. Yeah, I'm not gonna support it because I think that it's gonna put every year, how's this one doing? Well, I don't know. So I'm not gonna support it. I see where you're going. I just don't think it's the right way. I would put it through the formalized planning commission manner for, because that's more standardized. But I am going to support the Title 18. So, and I'm going to tell legal that if you think we can do a roll-up vote, please state that. But I think that ordinances for introduction and adoption, when they're two different ordinances, have to go on separate votes.
Why don't we just be clear and have a separate motion on D3-2, which is the business impact statement, and I understood that the Councilmember Jordan's motion was to approve staff recommendation to accept the business impact statement, so if we could kind of break it down and make for a clear record.
So Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the business impact statement.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And thank you to the city attorney's office. Indicate to me the last motion that I made is for item which one?
That was,
I think what your, for the record, John Shipman, I think what your motion was is a motion to refer the first ordinance, the TXT 20-0002, packaged alcohol beverage sales, consistent with the direction that you gave.
So moved.
And yeah.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
And then, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, I believe your next motion was to move to refer, consistent with the modifications that you made for the next ordinance.
Thank you very much. So moved.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
I'm not going to support, I'll look how it's drafted, but I'm not going to support it this way. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. All right. Thanks, you guys. Really appreciate you. I know these are tough. These are always really, really tough, but reach out. We all have to work together. We want to, like I said, Reno is going to be bigger and better than ever, and it's going to pay off in dividends for all of the businesses that are here. Quite honestly.
Yes, ma'am. And Alex Woodley, for the record, again, Code Enforcement Director. Just for the record and to ensure that the owners understand, the council just removed the requirement for the security. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, tough. Okay, so let's work together. Like I said, I want tons of people going through your door, not just 2, 3, trickling it in, you're just surviving. Let's thrive, right? Okay? I'm gonna come visit you too, okay? All right, bye, guys.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item E1, which is an ordinance introduction to amend Title I, ward boundaries and official city map, to be read by the city attorney's office.
I'll wait here for you.
Okay.
all right, this,
Good job.
thank you.
How come I've never seen you this is your first time being a lobbyist?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I was at a lot of council meetings before the pandemic.
Do they know how well you worked with Alex and got stuff compromised and?
Let's hope so.
No, I mean. Never mind, yeah. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, yes.
All right, we will take a break and reconvene at 5:30.
right, ready? Here we go.
All right,
Ready.
Madam Mayor, we're going to reconvene at 5:32. And we're on item E1, which is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney's office.
Okay, I'm going to send it right back to you, Carl Hall.
E1, ordinance introduction, bill number 7191, ordinance to amend Title 1, Chapter 1.02.010 of the Reno Municipal Code titled Ward Boundaries and Official City Map to change the City of Reno ward boundaries on the official city map as required by Section 1.050 of the Reno City Charter and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. That being said, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment registered in the audience. However, it should be noted that we did receive, these are various non-specific map-related comments. So we received 1 letter of support, 23 letters of opposition, and 3 letters of concern. In addition, we received 2 letters of support specifically for map A. And with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, it's all you. Take it away, Callie.
Wonderful. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you for having us here tonight. For the record, my name is Callie Wilsey. I'm with the City Manager's Office. I'm joined today by our consulting team with Flow Analytics. Here in the room with me is Ms. Sarah Seeloff. She's a senior planner and project manager. On the Zoom with us today is Mr. Ben Maloney. He's a demographer and GIS analyst, so he will be available if we have any questions as well. Following the census and your direction earlier this year, this team has been working with the community for the past several months to prepare new ward maps for the city of Reno. We're here to present those options today, and at the end, we'll be asking this body to select a map and move the bill forward. The last time I was in front of you, there was no census data to report due to COVID. We were still unsure about the growth in the city of Reno. When those census numbers finally came out, it showed that Reno had grown by just over 17% in the last decade. The largest expansion occurred in Ward 2. This data showed that the growth in the last 10 years created wards that are unbalanced in population and triggered our charter requirement to update our boundaries. Currently, as you can see on the screen, our total deviation is 20.9%. Per our charter, we need to be at 5% or less. So from a mathematical standpoint, that is where we are heading. A lot of work has been accomplished over the last few months, as you can see from this timeline, working with the community. Reviewing the data, holding community meetings, individual conversations with members of our community, and collecting public input. Right now, we're at the formal ordinance adoption process, kicking off here in November. Per the charter, a vote to change the ward boundaries requires a 5/7 vote. So it is a supermajority action to change the ward boundaries. In consultation with the city attorney's office, any changes or direction other than selection of one of the options today will need to come back for ordinance introduction again. So back when council adopted the redistricting principles in July, these were an important step in setting guidelines that we use throughout the process. We talked about these in terms of the musts and the shoulds. Under the musts, redistricting must be in compliance with all local, state, and federal laws, including the Voting Rights Act. We must be population balanced, and as we stated, the Reno City Charter allows for a 5% variance. Our wards must be contiguous, retain current council members, we must solicit input from the community, and we must use the 2020 census as the data source. When we talk about the shoulds, we identified in the principles that districts should preserve communities of interest to the best of our ability. A community of interest is a group of people in the same geographically defined area who share common social or economic interests. Our principles describe this as preserving neighborhood integrity and reflecting the core of existing wards. Also along the shoulds is preserving the use of existing natural boundaries, and we should also be as compact as possible. Now, while the adopted principles don't directly identify compactness, it relates to state and federal laws for congressional and state districts, and thus a best practice. So you can see from these criteria, there's a lot of criteria on this list, and we will need to be balancing them as we look at the maps. We may not be able to accommodate every request. Redistricting involves compromise. But we use these principles as the guiding source for our process. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Seeloff, who's going to spend a few moments talking about how we started to implement some of these principles.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilsey. Madam Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. For the record, my name is Sarah Seeloff with Flow Analytics. I'd like to talk a little bit about the redistricting process and then about the implementation of the musts and the shoulds that you just heard about. So the principles that the Council adopted earlier this year have guided our process and are accompanied by a focus on data and analysis, as well as community outreach and engagement. And the goal is to develop a process that is efficient, but also earns the public's trust through a transparent approach, provides a confident result driven by data, and captures details through community-informed methodologies. So speaking a little bit about implementation, I'm going to talk a bit about population balance. I want to stress here that when we talk about population balance across wards, the appropriate measure is total population, not alternative measures such as the number of voters or the citizen voting age population. And this reflects the principle that a city council represents all the city's residents, not only those who are eligible to vote. I'd also like to highlight that looks can be deceiving. In the two examples above on this slide, both maps are at the same scale, where 1 inch equals 1 mile, and the census block on the left in downtown consists of 1 square city block with a population of about 500. The census block on the right is much, much larger, as you can see. This is located north of Highway 395, just west of where Military Road and Lemon Drive split. Its population is also 500. And while both of these are census blocks in themselves, the difference in area illustrates how maps may shift more or less as we try to balance populations across districts during the redistricting process. So density of different census blocks is something to be aware of. I'd also like to touch a bit on contiguity, compactness, and the use of existing and natural boundaries. I think this slide provides a good sense of what we mean by contiguity. No islands except for where allowed by the Reno City Charter. Existing or natural boundaries might constitute things such as major streets and roads, existing lines already used as boundaries in rivers, lakes, and mountains. And then finally, with compactness, I just want to note that there are multiple ways to assess compactness. The best method really is the vision test. Does a district look unnecessarily serpentine? There are statistical measurements that we can and have computed to support compactness assessments, but really the vision test is the best. And I just also want to note that because of its unique geography in Reno, generally we're going to see compactness measures that are perhaps a little less compact than we would see in a city that is, say, shaped like a square or shaped like a circle. So something else to bear in mind. Another principle of redistricting is that redistricting must not be done to favor or disfavor a protected class or political party. This slide illustrates an example of what we mean by that. On the left, you can see a situation in which in both situations, the majority group makes up 75% of the population, the minority makes up 25%. The situation on the right is proportional, showing that the majority group makes up the majority group makes up the majority in 75% of districts, whereas the minority group makes up the majority in 25% of districts. On the right is an example of what we don't want to see. This is vote dilution, also called cracking, where the minority group has been split across multiple districts and does not constitute a majority in any scenario. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Wilsey to talk more about community engagement in this process.
So guided by the principles that Council had adopted earlier this year, listening to our community was a priority for us in this process, and we really focused on creating a robust outreach process. We developed an online portal where we housed the different map options, the meeting schedule, and supporting information. This website was able to be translated into other languages. On this website, we also had a community survey that allowed people to provide their input on preliminary maps. And we also launched what we call a community builder, where people could actually identify on a map a community of interest and submit that so we could see exactly what they were speaking about within our City of Reno limits. We also held 3 Zoom community meetings throughout this process. And we had 51 viewers attend our first meeting and an average of 38 attend all 3 of them combined. So it's exciting to see that level of engagement come out on the Zoom meetings. But we also wanted to make sure that the community had in-person options as well to come out and talk to staff. We held 4 drop-in sessions that allowed individuals to come in, have one-on-one questions answered by staff, and share their feedback. Not only did we host these at City Hall, but we wanted to get out in the community, and we held one at the Neal Road Recreational Center. We had really great conversations with our community at this event, and I'm also thankful for my colleagues who came out who spoke Spanish to make sure we were able to provide that service to our community as well. All of this feedback is captured in the public input log, which is a transparent way of making sure it's in your packet, so you can see all of the comments that have been collected. Throughout this process, so before we jump into the maps, I want to highlight some of the key areas of feedback we did receive through this outreach process, because I think it's going to provide some context as we jump into the maps to see why those areas were changed. For the Audie Wells area, we heard comments that we should not use Audie as a line of delineation as the neighborhood spans both sides of this street. The neighborhood should be broader to incorporate blocks around Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center and all the way up to McCarran. We also heard from the community to not split the Wells Avenue neighborhood, the southern part of that area, as that would split another important community, according to the feedback that we heard. We also heard a request to not split the Lake Ridge community. Several of the preliminary maps would have taken one section of the Lake Ridge community and separated it from the others. Virginia Lake continues to be a point of conversation. We heard from one person that they felt that this community of interest really spanned from the Virginia Lake area south and had neighborhood characteristics similar to Moana and Lake Ridge. It was suggested that Ward 3 grow south into the Huff Acre area instead. Others have said it makes sense to balance the population using around Virginia Lake, and also with the need to maintain consistency in South Reno. We also heard about neighborhood characteristics that were similar between the Yory Grove and Brinkby-Limberry neighborhoods, and it might make sense to connect those two. We heard from the community around the East 4th Street corridor that they felt it was more cohesive with other neighborhoods that were surrounding it in the Ward 3 area. We heard about the importance of maintaining the connection and cohesiveness between downtown and the university. And I think we added this one after we heard a lot of public comment in the last day and the letters came in about a concern about splitting up the Double Diamond neighborhood. The last two were areas where we heard that people are unclear which ward they're in, particularly around Skyline and the Mayan, Robb Drive, and McCarran areas. So as we compare these maps, we know that there's going to be no perfect map, and compromise and trade-off is going to be a part of this process. This chart compares the 3 map options and identifies whether they are able to address the issue raised by the community during the public engagement process, or whether or not. The green star represents when the map is able to accomplish it. The red X indicates it's not. When we talk about population balance, both B and C are slightly lower at 3.0% deviation. When we talk about the 3 categories under shared cultural heritage, maintaining Audie and Wells neighborhood is accomplished in all 3 options. When we talk about expanding the Audie Wells neighborhood, that is accomplished in both A and B, but not C. Maintaining the Wells Avenue neighborhood, more on the southern end of Wells, is accomplished in both B and C, but not A. Around the neighborhood cohesion issues, maintaining Lake Ridge neighborhood is accomplished in all 3 options. Retaining the existing portion of Virginia Lake in Ward 2 is accomplished in both A and C, but not B. Connecting the Yory Grove and Brinkby-Limberry areas is accomplished in B, but not A and C. 4th Street is accomplished in both A and B. And maintaining the connection between downtown is accomplished in both B and C, as well as maintaining the Double Diamond area.
Finally, the last ones, we were able to accomplish on the map fixes around Skyline Boulevard in all three options, and the Mayan, Rob McCarran area in both A and B. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah. She's going to walk us through each of the maps, and that will wrap us up for conversation.
Thank you very much. So for the record, maps are available in packets and online. I'm going to begin with option A. Total deviation here is 3.2%, so well under that 5% limit established in the Reno City Charter. And you can see how the deviation from ideal population is spread among the various wards. I'm going to talk about specific places where we see proposed changes. Option A proposes moving parts of downtown from Ward 5 to Wards 3 and 1. Specifically, it is proposed to move an area from Ward 5 to Ward 3 south of McCarran and east of Evans, and also an area bordered by Wells on the west and 580 on the east. So again, both of those proposed to move from Ward 5 to Ward 3. It is also proposed to move an area from Ward 5 to Ward 1 that is south of I-80 and west of South Wells. Option A also proposes moving an area west of 395 and south of East Plum, specifically by expanding Ward 1 into former parts of Wards 3 and Ward 2, using 580 as the new eastern boundary. Option A also proposes to move part of Ward 2 to Ward 3, using Virginia, Double R, and Double Diamond Parkway as the boundaries. And I'd just like to note that per the comments you just heard, this is the area below South Meadows in the map to the right that is moving to Ward 3 has been identified as an area of concern in public comment. Next, Option A proposes moving an area from Ward 2 to Ward 1 using Dant Boulevard as the new eastern boundary. And finally, Option A proposes moving part of Ward 1 Option A proposes moving Ward 5 south to I-80 to encompass an area bounded currently by Robb and Mayan Avenue that's currently in Ward 1. I'd like to move on to option B. Here you'll see that total deviation is slightly lower at 3.0%. And again, you can see how deviation from the ideal population is spread across the city's 5 wards. Specific proposed changes include the following. In the downtown area, option B proposes to move an area from Ward 5 to Ward 4 between Evans on the west and Valley on the east. It also proposes to move an area from Ward 5 to Ward 1 in the southern part of this section. That's south of 4th Street and west of what is labeled Center Avenue on the map. And then finally, option B proposes to move an area from Ward 4 to Ward 3, effectively expanding Ward 3 to Valley on the west. Scenario B also proposes, before I go on, I just would like to encourage you to please focus on the area west of 395 and north of West Moana. We will get to the other hashed areas in subsequent slides. So on this slide, option B proposes to move a portion of the Virginia Lake neighborhood from Ward 2 to Ward 1 between West Moana on the south, Skyline on the west, and West Plum on the north. And here I'd like to encourage you to focus on the area to the east of 395. This change proposes to move from Ward 3 to Ward 1, an area that is bounded that is west of 580 and north of East Moana. It also proposes to move from Ward 2 to Ward 3, an area that's east of 395 and west of 580. Another proposed change is to move from Ward 3 to Ward 2, this area south of McCarran and east of Virginia. And then here we have a proposal to move from Ward 1 to Ward 2, this area that is bounded on the west by Skyline Boulevard. Finally, identically to option A, option B proposes to move from Ward 1 to Ward 5, this area that is north of I-80 and bounded by Mayan Avenue and Robb. Last but not least, option C. Total deviation here is identical to option B. You can see how it's going to be spread a little differently between the 5 wards. Again, this is available in packets and online. Specific proposed changes include a proposal to move from Ward 2 to Ward 1, a portion of the Virginia Lake neighborhood that is west of South Arlington and the golf course and east of Skyline. It also proposes to move from Ward 3 to Ward 1, this area that is bounded on the west by Keatskey and on the east by 580, as well as a small portion between East Moana and Gentry that's proposed to move from Ward 3 to Ward 2. And then finally, two proposed changes to take note of here on this slide. In the northwestern corner of the image on the right, there's a proposed change to move from Ward 3 to Ward 2, an area that is south of McCarran and east of Virginia. And then more in the center of the screen, the proposal to move from Ward 2 to Ward 3, an area that is between Longley Lane on the north, Virginia on the west, and South Meadows Parkway on the south. And I'm going to hand it back over to Ms. Wilsey to conclude.
Right, well, thank you. Those are the three options that are formally in front of council today. As a reminder, a vote to move a specific map forward would require a 5/7 vote. Today, staff is recommending final option B based on the analysis and the map options that are put forward for you today. Council can either select an option and move that forward. If one of the options need to be changed or other direction is provided, we would need to come back for another ordinance introduction. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. I thought you did a fantastic job. I know you've worked so hard on this, hours and hours and hours. I'm not even sure you slept half the time. I would say this just, look, I don't have a dog in the fight because I don't have a ward, and everyone knows how strongly I feel about these ward-only sort of initiatives, right? I would just say, like, looking at some of the stuff too, if I was the ward representative, I might have a little bit of heartburn over some of these things. So, but I think my point is that it's very hard to sort of dial it down and, to where everyone is getting what they want. Like, that's gotta be a tough, I guess, accomplishment. I don't know. It's just tough. So I think you did a really, really good job. All right, I'm gonna bring it back to the body, and I want, or what are we doing? Oh, yeah. Oh, she goes, I go, why are you pointing at Callie? Okay, so yeah, everyone get their hand sanitizers up, and we're gonna start with Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all your work on this. I know it was a Herculean task, and you went out and did tremendous outreach in the community, and you got some great feedback. And some of it I'm going to key off of here today because it's consistent with one concern, and it's a big one that I have. You heard a lot from the community members about keeping sort of neighborhood cohesion and neighborhood integrity. And there's one part of option B which I am supportive of with one change, and that is there is literally slicing downtown in half. And downtown operates as a unit. It's whether it's the bid, whether it's some of the pros and some of the cons, some of the neighborhood issues, it operates as a neighborhood and therefore has great neighborhood integrity. Its connectivity of downtown to the university, it's in our master plan, it's in the university's master plan, it is part of our downtown action plan, it is all the things that we've talked about on numerous agenda items here tonight. Option B, that one portion where downtown on 4th Street is literally cut in half, is just in opposition to that. We talked about tonight, President Sandoval talked about a shared destiny and a downtown being a neighborhood, downtown is a neighborhood. I fully believe that as it's, not just my representation of it, but how it operates. So I don't know if there's opportunity with option B to staying still within some of the percentage bounds to take another peek at that, because that is of great concern to me, the downtown portion.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman. Councilwoman Dort.
Okay, let me figure this out first. To do mechanics here. I already put the speaker together today, so now it's this one. All right, thank you. I too want to say what a phenomenal job. I got to listen in on all of Callie's workshops, and you are so growing in terms of being able to manage public outreach and balance those issues. I've told everyone about it, that you just did a great job. For those who don't know, Ward 2 has grown the most. Callie informs me, the data informs me, 15,000 people. We all know it. There's been lots of development in South Reno in particular. And that means that we have to carve out somewhere about 8,000, I think Callie's told me, people out of Ward 2. So I totally get that. If I was just say, if you gave me these maps, which you did, and said what works for you, scenario C works. It just fine tunes the areas. I could vote for it with no change. You know, I understand something's got to give, and I've looked at all the neighborhoods, and you know, I could support that with no change. Since you've recommended B, I wanted to mention the public comment that I've received, both on all the letters. I've read every one that you guys sent and the ones that came in recently. What I heard is that the Double Diamond community does not want to be split up. You know, they view themselves as a whole. There's something like 3,000 homes. Lake Ridge, you already identified and addressed it. We got a letter from the Atlantis, and I don't know, this might have been an unintended consequence. Most of the parcels in the census blocks that are there do not have people. I think only 1 or 2, maybe, of 6 or 7 blocks have people. And if we went with B, I would just carve the people off, put them where they need to be, but keep the commercial with Ward 2. And the reason I'm mentioning that is today we had 2 folks from the Jewish community, and you talked about a community of interest. And I did not realize, but the scenario B actually divides this small community of about 2,000 Jewish people into 3 wards. Currently, they're all in 1 ward. And so what we've done, what they've told me, is that we're losing our sense of neighborhood and identity, diluting our voice. And those areas are, you would take the area where the Chabad is, that's the Aleph, we heard from the rabbi today. That's their synagogue, that's their day school, and we would put it in 1 ward. We would take their home and all the people that go to that place, that walk there, and put it in another ward. And then we would take the Atlantis, which is basically their community center. Most of the Jewish events are held there, and put it in yet a 3rd ward. So I would love, if we are going to look at some opportunities, I would love to try to address that issue. And then finally, we talk about the Virginia Lake community. They have told me over and over, maybe only a few times to you, but many times to me, that they see themselves as part of that whole Lakeside, Moana, going south area. I myself have worked on Virginia Lake issues for a long time. I'd love to see that through. As well as, finally, after 4 years, we're going to start on Watt Street, which is right next to Virginia Lake. So between the lake issues, the shared cultural heritage issues, probably a better way to put it, and the project issue, I would love to see us address that area. I could make some recommendations later. I don't want to overtake my time. I just want to say that I appreciate everything you've done. I guess what you're saying is that's kind of a symptom you called it cracking, where you take community and kind of split them up amongst 3 wards. So I would request respectfully, if we're going to take a look at B, again, I could completely support C just as it is. If we're going to look at B, then I would like to have an opportunity to talk about some tweaks. One final thing, and I've said this to Kelly a couple times. If I have to lose so many people out of Ward 2, it's hard for me, in B, we add more areas to Ward 2, like new areas. And so I think for cohesiveness, it would be good if we can keep Ward 2 as unified as it can be without making too many changes. So I'll come back later. But thank you, Madam Mayor. Bottom line, if we go with B, I would like the opportunity to kind of fine tune that and try to address some of these issues.
Okay, thank you so much. Is it Councilman Reese? Go ahead, and then we'll go with Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some general thoughts, and then I also want to speak to some of the concerns raised by my colleagues. But I'll start off by saying, Ms. Wilsey, thank you so very much, and also to our exterior to the City of Reno assistants, because I think it's a very difficult job. And I will tell you that I have had more than one person tell me personally that they believe the City of Reno's engagement and the City of Reno's process has been better than any other entity in the city or in the state of Nevada.
Yes,
And those are folks who are watching and paying attention. I'm not necessarily looking at what Clark County is doing and other areas, but that people who are saying that we are the gold standard tells me that crisis of process that some people are pushing is just BS, right? So thank you. A heavy lift, a difficult one. I think for my part, I'm like the mayor. I'm at large, so I don't have a ward. So I'm not necessarily thinking about it in the same way. And it's somewhat the unintended consequences of following that ward structure. And so that's okay. But I'm trying to think about this as a 10-year issue, because we've got to reset the maps, and of course we'll reset these maps in 2 more years. So it's probably a thing where I'm thinking about the short term and then the long term in the 2-year period. But I do think that informs my thoughts on it. I'm a person who believes that B is the right map, and it's the right map as written. While I think that there is some validity to Vice Mayor Jardin's concerns about neighborhood cohesion in the downtown area, I think that it can be overcome, and it's certainly no less important than the cohesion of, say, the Wells Avenue neighborhood or other neighborhoods of common concern. So I'm not so worried about it that I think it's not an invalid argument by any stretch. I'm just saying it's not one that is of concern to me. Councilmember Doer, I think you have invested a lot of time in thinking about these maps, and for that I'm very thankful. But the arguments you raised just don't make a lot of sense to me. So map C, for example, is the least of the maps that I think would be used. It's the one that does not preserve some of the important minority voting areas of the city. It makes no corrections. It's sort of like staying with the status quo. So for me, that's not an option. Map B, of course, does not change any of the ward boundaries in South Meadows, so it doesn't affect Double Diamond in any way. So all the people who are here, you heard them, you incorporated them into it. Therefore, map B satisfies all those good people coming out. The issues about our Jewish community are foreign to me, because I wasn't aware that there was a specific community where folks live, and also that the boundaries, I don't think in any way affect where one can walk to services. I heard people talk about that this morning. And given that it is such a small community, I don't know how a demographer would try to figure out a way to make the whole city's maps adjust to that one small thing. I just am not sure it can happen. And then the last issue is the preservation of Virginia Lake. Again, this is not an argument that resonates with me, because I think the folks around Virginia Lake, at least one side of the lake, have a great deal more in common with probably, Councilmember Delgado's ward. I think they have some continuity of economic and ethnic background with other wards, and it's the jewel of the city of Reno. I don't think it belongs to any one particular ward member, or that it should be a defining point. Map B ultimately it meets all the requirements, and it requires less. I don't know if the right word is gerrymandering. It's just like peeling off certain sections because I want them is not really a valid way under our musts and shoulds list, right? I just don't think that is what we should be doing. We had all this public process. It's played out in presenting these maps. I think we can pick one of these maps and happily advance it for our voters. And again, outstanding job. I want to leave with that point being well known, that I just can't thank you enough for the hard work that you've both put in, and Mr. Hodge as well. And just thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to our team and to our consultants. I think you guys did a wonderful job. The options that have been presented to the public and the amount of public input. Like Councilman Reese, I've heard a lot of good comments in terms of all those that have made themselves available to participate in the process. I heard really good things about the Neal Road opportunities, and so thank you guys for the amount of outreach you did, and so early on as we were trying to get ready for the census data to kind of start showing itself. I too think map B checks all the boxes, and and definitely understand how hard it is, as we all now are ward-only members. And I think it's really important that we're ward-only, and I've always fought for this since back in 2011 before I was elected. That's important for us to make sure that we're representative of the community so they have an opportunity to have that representation, and we acknowledge that. That's why also my hope is that after the census is done, as we go back to our charter committee and make recommendations to keep the at-large and the mayor's seat, because it's their jobs to help us fulfill the needs of the wards as we are there and we understand the wards. And understanding that we don't want to be up here gerrymandering or changing lines without public input. Again, making sure that we understand the Voter Rights Act, and that's really why we went ward only, is to make sure that we weren't all living in one community as all at-large members, to make sure that we acknowledge the communities that we live in, and they had a representative that represented in one out of the primary and the general. And I think that's what this does. I think map B definitely shows that that's what's in front of us. And I hope that we can move forward with it without I understand a few changes here and there, but it's gonna be hard to do that tonight without more further input. And if we made any changes tonight, then I'd expect that we all went back out to the public to get further and further information, right? And so what does that look like in terms of timelines to make sure that we're good with the feds and everything else? Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too support the Plan B, but I do believe that we need to look at what makes sense. It's not so much about, in my opinion, it's not so much about, oh, I want this group of people or I want this. But if we have distinct lines and trying to keep communities together, I agree. But, and in Ward 4, it is a little bit different because there's no end. I mean, it has to end in Cold Springs, obviously. And so, but the other end, and I support totally the change with Ward 4 with 3 in that area down low, as well as the piece for Ward 5. So I feel like it looks perfect to me. However, I know that there's concerns, and I think that if there's some way that some of that could be worked out with the others, it just makes sense for Ward 4 specifically.
Great. Thank you. All right.
I'll make another comment if you
Wait,
want.
go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah. So I heard my colleagues, and I heard a lot about I want, and it's not about I want, it's about the public input that we got and the comments that we heard. And I was impressed that Map B addressed a number of those comments. You gave us 3 maps, not because of gerrymandering, you giving us 3 options. You gave us 4 maps before that looked nothing like these. You took the public comment, for example, and Lake Ridge had been split. You put it together. You acknowledge this is a neighborhood. The fact that we're getting public comment all day yesterday and even this morning doesn't mean that those people don't count or that they're not engaged. It's just they're coming forward to tell you their thoughts. I mean, I was not aware of some of these issues until yesterday myself. So all I want is an opportunity to acknowledge their community of interest and to address those issues. And we all know that there's nothing perfect. It's not like there's a perfect map. And I am not presenting that whatsoever. And I am very pleased that in Map B, you have addressed the Double Diamond community, not because Naomi Dewar said I want it, but because they said it. You also addressed Lake Ridge, as I said, and there's only a few areas that I think was some tweaking. For example, you gave me extra areas down Skyline, and one of the confusions is that 2 wards split Skyline, and they still do, on Map B. So I'm not sure, and you said we can't do it all, but I think with a little additional effort, you could address the whole Skyline issue. I think it would work well. So I'll just say that, and I hope my colleagues respect the fact that my ward is the largest ward and it has to have the most change, and I totally acknowledge that and understand it.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckes.
Yeah, and I want to say congratulations on the work you did. Keep good notes, because I understand there weren't any notes from last time, and I think that's important. Yeah, flying blind. It's a great process. I feel privileged to be a part of this process. And, I want to thank everyone who participated. For me, if 2020 had gone how I wanted it to go, I would have, and I did early on, bring to the charter committee the desire, along the theme of the cities being laboratories, was a recommendation of the charter committee that Reno have an independent independent redistricting committee. Our jobs is to get in the lines, it's not to draw them, I believe that. And I wanted a charter committee that was an up or down vote brought to us, and we wouldn't open to the charter for that. I think if a recommendation, we could have done an ordinance that way. But as it is, and I could see if there's hard feelings, it could be like, it seems very staff-driven. You went with the recommendation that staff went through, and I could see hurt feelings going that way. So I just want to call it as an opportunity that I would like next time, and I will be here next time, to appoint 7 members to do it. And it's their recommendation, not one staff person's. And so the legislature says we're coming back in 2 years. I look forward to that process, and I would like to see a 7-member body bring it back and up, down. I'm pretty agnostic on the maps, so I will wait for a motion from whoever and how the body goes, cognizant that we need 5, 7. But in 2 years, I really want to bring back the discussion that was there before, which is a ward central. I think that, and absolutely no disregard to my colleague from Ward 5, but I walk downtown in 15 minutes to this building from my house. I think she would probably start at 7 a.m. and maybe make it by dark down. I think the downtown is so compact and needs a more compact center district. That's my belief. That's something I'll be bringing on the table for the principals next time, because there's precedent for that. But other than that, I just want to say kudos on the process. Very excited, and it's interesting to have a chance again in one term to be able to do that. Thanks.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't take it down. I spoke, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take a stab at a motion and we'll see where it goes. And then I suppose we'll go from there. I too think that there's great value in all the public input and the things that have been offered. But I also believe in one of the main principles, which is the neighborhood integrity, and the division of carving UNR away from downtown, I think flies in the face of all things that we have voted on previously and even voted on here tonight. So I would make a motion to go with option B, with the review of a way to keep downtown and the university together.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, if we are going to, we have to come back if we change the map, is what they're telling us. Is that true, Kelly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in doing that, is there a problem with reevaluating this and trying to address the skyline issue, address the points that they made, and acknowledge the points that we heard today and in the last few days?
Given, Callie Wilsey for the record, given the timeline constraints, what I would ask for in a motion of any changes is to be specific to the point of not saying this particular census block, but to say focus on these particular areas, such as Councilmember Jardin's fix the downtown component. As that will give us specific direction to revise particular areas. We know that that will have an impact somewhere else on the map.
But that will drive kind of the actions that we would need to take where we can bring it back next week
Okay.
to still get the maps to the registrar by December 1st.
Well, I could support the motion if we could, would you like me to be very specific then? Is that what you're saying? What's that? Well,
Option B.
yeah, option B, but with these changes to Councilwoman Jordan's point. She said very specifically the downtown. I'll say very specifically the area around Virginia Lake and Skyline. And over in the parcel that is on, that includes a whole bunch of businesses and a few homes over by the Atlantis.
Can I ask you why?
Yes.
Give me, I'd like to know your reasoning why.
Absolutely. I think you were
because-
not here when the folks came this morning. What I found out, and I'll put it out there, just like Councilmember Delgado feels proud of his heritage. I do too. I'm probably I know I am the first in 100 years of my persuasion. The Jewish community has come and said we're a community, and you're splitting us. Our central gathering places at the Atlantis. They put on about 100 events a year for that group. The Chabad is on the north side now with this split. The Temple Emmanuel is on the south side. So what we're doing is what they said don't do, which is to take a cultural community, and instead of splitting it even in two, we're splitting it in three. And I would like to be able to work with them and address that. That's all there is to it. It's nothing fancy.
Oh, no, I'm just curious. I
Yeah.
didn't know. Because I get why you're talking about the downtown with
Yeah.
the university after actually today, we talked about how important it is to integrate in downtown.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just curious, what.
It's just like Wells Avenue, a neighborhood. These people have all moved here so that they can be part of this community. They have the restaurants, whether it's the German or the European over by the bazaar. It's become that kind of an area.
Okay.
So it's just very simple. It's just like any other neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Delgado?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and that just brings us, I'm sure, other conversations that I wasn't as aware. My understanding is bringing a community together isn't necessarily commercial. Very proud. I think we're all proud of our backgrounds and our cultures.
Absolutely.
I think all of us represent also Latino communities, and I also entrust that you all do very well in terms of representing those communities. Just find it respectfully, Councilwoman Dewar, a casino that I wasn't aware of is known as a cultural hub. I wasn't as aware, but I don't believe that necessarily counts as what we're trying to share here as a voting, something to consider in terms of voting rights and keeping community contiguous.
So could I address that?
So just trying to understand that piece.
Okay.
I understand that option B with some amendments, Vice Mayor Jordan, I'm open to, but then that'd be option D, correct? Basically is what it would be, because a different option, so the public would not be confused using option B as a baseline for others. But again, my worry with us going back out to option D is kind of what's transpiring right now is we're going to try and make a lot of changes. And so I'm open to having that next Wednesday. I guess bringing 4 options before us, and that in either case, we'll have to ratify or vote next Wednesday on 4 different options. My worry is that the public is not as engaged. We'll have opportunity to engage. They'll have a week to do that, and we pride ourselves on having community engagement. So those are my comments, but I'll look at my colleagues.
Okay. May I respond, though?
Madam
since
Mayor.
you addressed me?
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I think we have a good option. It's option B. The other practical matter is that, of course, whatever we do has to be noticed publicly according to the open meeting law. So that would be Friday at 5 p.m. for next week's meeting. Then we go on recess. So it's an up or down vote for me. And ultimately, I think the problem is that we had all this public engagement, and now we're saying the public doesn't matter, that that their opinion doesn't matter, that we on the dais should be doing something different. And I think that's not the right narrative. Too much, too many cooks in the kitchen spoil the broth, so to speak. So I like that it has been, Councilmember Breckus made some good arguments earlier, I think, that'll be interesting to think about for the next time around about an independent committee. But for my part, I think, there's been a lot of staff and, help outside of our confines, and that's a good thing, because it leaves us less open to the concerns about gerrymandering and trying to carve out certain little lines or take certain streets into different wards because folks think that they represent that area. We all represent all of Reno. We all represent the entire community and all the decisions we make. And so I don't want us to forget that. Even the ward members continue to have people who come to them from not their ward to say, hey, I need your help with this issue, right? And, we're all capable of having thoughts about it. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Madam Mayor, may I respond? Thank you. I want to just explain, because you asked me a specific question and Mr. Delgado brought up some good points. The parcel, and maybe you could just show it to us, Callie, that we're talking about has about 6 precincts in it. Only one of them, I believe, maybe have people in them. And it's not just the Atlantis, it's the convention center, it's the whole shopping strip around there, and they just all relate together. So thank you. There you go. So it's the orange triangle on the left, and then it goes green. And there's the blue on Moana to the north and the orange on the south. And what I'm telling you is that the only place, could you maybe point it out, Kelly, where the people are, is at the south end of that triangle. So look, it's not the end of the world. My job is to represent what I heard from the people, not my thoughts. So I'm giving you the benefit of what I heard. Kelly said she cannot satisfy everything. It doesn't mean she didn't hear these things. And there might be a way to address them, and that's all. So I'm just asking for that opportunity.
Madam Mayor, if I may, in hearing all of the feedback from my colleagues, which I think is very valuable, and we are we are members of this community too, and I think our input is valuable as well. Hearing from my colleagues and the concerns that they have, as well as some of the support that they have, as I understood from a few with regards to the downtown piece, I'm going to keep my motion just for option B with a review of how to keep downtown and the university intact, which was my original motion.
Oh, no, sorry.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion, I think,
So-
fails because you have to have,
Yeah, and
you have to have 5, right?
A quick clarification from the city attorney's office. I believe if the motion is to not move forward a map directly, it would be a normal majority vote because it's just direction.
That's correct.
So what does that mean?
So if you are going to select option B or A or C outright, it's 5/7. If you're going to say bring back a map with X changes, you would only need 4 in support to move that forward.
Okay. So I think we got the 4.
Got the floor.
Okay. So then you'll come back and show us what that looks like.
Yes, we will bring this item back with that map next Wednesday.
Okay, perfect.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. Can we do a roll call vote? Because I don't know what the numbers were.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman,
I think she'll just call it.
Councilmember Breckus? Dorr?
I voted no.
Delgado?
No.
Weber? Jordan?
Aye.
Reese? No. Sheevy?
aye.
All right, so the vote was 4 to 3.
Okay.
In favor.
And I mean, I'm sure you all know, I am disappointed, and I have a lot to go back and talk to people about. I mean, I'm trying my best to meet and satisfy. So,
Well, one of the biggest things that I saw in there was double diamond. And this doesn't spit up double diamond.
Correct. We got, 100%
So
agree.
that's where I saw all the feedback was on the double diamond piece. That's why I asked you today. I'd not heard of any of this until today.
I understand.
And, I mean, I think like, spot on double diamond for sure.
Yes, I
Yeah.
totally appreciate it. And I read all the comments. I listened to, I was out all the workshops and I heard other feedback as well. And, I'm just trying to be responsive. It's
Sure, no,
not a bad thing.
Yeah, I just wasn't aware of that. I did hear all the double
Yeah.
diamond stuff, so.
So I'm trying to elevate that to you so you can hear it. And
Got it.
that's it.
All right. Okay, what else do we have to do then? Nothing else?
Nothing else tonight, so we'll bring this item back with that fourth option as per the motion tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor.
I have to take this on and I'm giving up this. and I don't
We're
really
going to move on to item H1, which is City Council
This is
comments,
me.
announcements, and other items regarding
understand.
boards and
I'll
commissions.
keep this, he can have this. And the convention.
None?
What'd you say? So sorry, hold on.
That's okay. Item H1.
Thank you. Oh, perfect. Sorry. Any announcements regarding city boards and commissions, charitable organizations? Anyone want to chime in? Item H1. No? Okay, moving on.
All right, so we are moving on to item J1, which is general closing public comment.
All
It
right,
should
thank
be
you.
noted for the record that we received, these are either general in nature, have been received after 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon, November 9th. There was 9 letters in support, 6 letters in opposition, and 3 letters of concern. No voicemails were received. And so now I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a motion? So moved. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I have never once ever been challenged on that. No one's ever challenged that. Because I know you want to stay all night, Mick.
There's always an opportunity, Mayor Sheevy, always an opportunity.
All right, you guys, thanks so much. Really appreciate
Have a good night.
everyone.